There we go. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 94(2) of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72(2) of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Commissioner of Lobbying on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honour to present in both official languages the following 3 reports from the Standing Committee on International Trade. The first report in relation to the motion adopted on Monday, June 16, 2025, regarding the measures relating to the Canadian Border Services Agency's Assessment and Revenue Management, CARM as we know it, their system. The second report entitled Selected United States and European Union Trade-Related Measures, Some Impacts on Canada's Fishing Sector. And the third report entitled Canada's Supply Chain and Expanded International Trade, Challenges and Measures. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Challenges to the Sustainability of the Yukon Salmon Stocks. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a response to the report.
Yes. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vice Chair of the Fisheries Committee, FOPO, I'd like to point out that in this report there's been mismanagement of the Yukon River salmon stocks. The result is that Indigenous and non-Indigenous harvesters can no longer harvest. This affects the livelihoods in communities and food security. The government has failed to deliver on diplomacy needed to co-manage with U.S. partners, and Canadians are suffering from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Sergei Magnitsky Law, the Special Economic Measures Act, and the Broadcasting Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Would the honourable member like to make a succinct explanation of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed an honour to table this bill. I want to thank the member from Northumberland Clark for seconding this bill. He introduced in the last Parliament the International Human Rights Act, Bill C-281. Now, despite the long title that you just read, the short title of this bill is the Sergei Magnitsky International Anti-Corruption and Human Rights Act. Now, Sergei Magnitsky, just to remind everybody in the House, it was a Russian freedom fighter that stood up against corruption, and he stood up against the dictator Vladimir Putin and tried to expose how they were embezzling millions and millions of dollars from private investors. Now, he was tortured in prison and died of his injuries. He was murdered by those kleptocrats in 2009. And the person that he was working for, Bill Browder, is actually here in Ottawa today to help launch this private members bill. We got to always remember that gross human rights violators always start off as corrupt officials who enrich themselves. And this type of kleptocracy has to come to an end. And that's why we are encouraging the government in this bill to continue on to establish with our allies the International Anti-Corruption Court at The Hague. Now, in this bill, we're going to do a number of things to strengthen our sanctions regime. One is to require the Minister of Foreign Affairs to report to the House on an annual basis what steps the government is taking to fight and advance human rights internationally, and include the names and the status of political prisoners and prisoners of conscience across the world. We also are going to amend both, as he's mentioned, the Justice for Victims of Foreign Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Sergei Magnitsky Law, which I introduced back in this chamber and was passed in both the House and the chamber with Senator Raynell Anderchuk at the time back in 2018, and as well as to change CIMA. So this is going to define transnational repression and sanction foreign nationals who do it right here in Canada against Canadian citizens and permanent residents. We're going to ban immediate family members of those that are put on the sanctions list from travel in Canada. We're going to make sure that the government must table in Parliament every time they add somebody to the sanctions list, who they are, what foreign nationals and entities are they. We're going to ask the RCMP and FINTRAC to report back to the minister on how they're going to enforce and regulate the sanctions regime and administrate that. And we're going to allow parliamentary committees to actually make recommendations to the minister on who should be added to the sanctions list. And then the minister would have to report in 30 days on whether they will or will not. And finally, it does amend the Broadcast Act to revoke licenses for broadcasting companies and media companies from around the world that are from regimes that either the House or the Senate has recognized as committing genocide or has been already sanctioned by the government through the economic sanctions regime that we have to ensure that they aren't making use of our broadcast airwaves. And we're going to also change the name of CIMA to the Sergei Magnitsky Global Sanctions Act. And this would make sure that when we are doing sanctioning in Parliament or by the government, that this would actually ensure that we are consistent with our allies, that whenever we stand up for human rights, that it is synonymous with Sergei Magnitsky. And so that, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying that this will ensure that by passing this legislation, I'm looking forward to working with all colleagues to prevent Canada from being a safe haven for gross human rights violators and corrupt foreign officials.
Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Just on a point of order, I was being very respectful in terms of the length of period the member was introducing his bill, but I think members should be reminded that in introducing a private member's bill, it should be relatively short and concise and to the point.
Right.
Noted, and I hope it's noted by all members of the House. Mr. Bazan, Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Motions? Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, at the conclusion of oral questions on Wednesday, September the 17th, 2025, the House observe, the House observe a moment of silence for the late Honourable Ken Dryden, that afterwards a member of each of the recognized parties, a member of the New Democratic Party and a member of the Green Party, each be permitted to make a statement for no more than 5 minutes to pay tribute. B, the House observe a moment of silence for the late Honourable John McCollum, that afterwards a member of each of the recognized parties, a member of the New Democratic Party, and a member of the Green Party each be permitted to make a statement for no more than 5 minutes to pay tribute. C, the House observe a moment of silence for the late Honourable Gail Shea, that afterwards a member of the Conservative Party, a member of each of the other recognized parties, a member of the New Democratic Party, and a member of the Green Party each be permitted to make a statement for not more than 5 minutes to pay tribute. And D, the time taken for these proceedings shall be added to the time provided for government orders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Que tous ceux
All those who oppose the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 60th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, presenting petitions on the alarming increase of violent crime and threatened under the safety and well-being across the region. Mr. Speaker, petitioners are seeking the resolve to the devastating impacts on the soft on crime policies that the Liberals have enacted, like C5 and C75. C5 repealed mandatory jail time for serious gun crimes, and C75 forces judges to apply a principle of restraint, releasing repeat violent offenders right back onto our streets. Petitioners are concerned that since 2015, violent crime has increased by 55%, and firearm crime is up 130%. They want to see an end to the Liberals' catch and release policies that are devastating their community. This is why the people of Swan River are demanding jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. And I support the good people of Swan River.
Thank you. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of constituents in Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford to table a petition regarding nicotine pouches. The Government of Canada has banned the sale of nicotine pouches from convenience stores, gas stations, and online, and will only allow pharmacies to sell the product behind the counter. Small businesses, including convenience stores, have a proven track record of responsibly selling age-restricted products, including nicotine pouches. The petitioners are asking for the government to repeal this overburdensome regulation and to keep the process and sale of these products as it was before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I rise to table a petition from Canadians deeply concerned about the delivery of humanitarian aid in Gaza. Petitioners note that under Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions, Canada must respect international humanitarian law. They highlight that Article 59 of the 4th Geneva Convention requires occupying powers to allow impartial humanitarian relief, and that Canada's International Assistance Accountability Act mandates our aid uphold human rights and international legal standards. They state that Israel's current policies violate these obligations. The petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to reject militarized aid models, restore access for UN agencies and NGOs such as UNRWA and the World Food Programme, permit safe entry for Canadian healthcare and humanitarian workers, and ensure that all Canadian aid is delivered through internationally recognized, neutral, and independent channels. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to take the floor on an issue of the concern in every one of the community meetings I held since we last met in this place in June. I heard from constituents desperately concerned about the lack of primary health care providers, family doctors, and I know that while this is particularly a concern in the Saanich Gulf Islands, it's a concern everywhere. Petitioners call for the federal government, the House of Commons, to work with all provinces and territories to come up with a full and fair solution to Canada's family doctor shortage, premised on the importance of the Canada Health Act, universal and single payer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of Canadians alarmed by the House of Commons Finance Committee recommendations in their pre-budget report. Recommendation 429, which proposes revoking charitable status from pro-life organizations, and Recommendation 430, which proposes removing advancement of religion as a recognized charitable purpose under the Income Tax Act. I have received from houses of worship across this country so much concern reflected in this petition that these recommendations are fundamentally anti-free speech and anti-religious freedom. And these petitioners and I on their behalf advocate for the complete protection of charitable status regardless of these ideological litmus tests.
The honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on the charitable status of religious organizations and those that are pro-life, and the Liberal and NDP proposal to revoke that charitable status and petitioners, Mr. Speaker, lament that some members opposite are so blinded by their animus towards charitable organizations that they would seek to undermine the good works that these groups do for the most vulnerable Canadians. Moreover, petitioners lament that members opposite seem not to care of the fundamental freedoms protected in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the freedom of belief and religion, and therefore petitioners call on the government and all parliamentarians to fundamentally reject these recommendations to revoke the charitable status, to not include them in the upcoming budget, and to strongly affirm the value of these charitable organizations to Canadians across the country.
Questions on... does the honourable member have a... Yes, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was delaying standing up because I know other members had petitions as well, and I have more than one to table today. So, first of all, I would like to begin by tabling another petition similar to that tabled by colleagues in response to this very concerning recommendation from the Liberal-dominated Finance Committee in the previous Parliament. And notwithstanding the protestations of the member for Winnipeg North, he can observe in this report, petitioners say, recommendations 429 and 430. Recommendation 429 proposes applying a political values test to charitable status determination and revoking the charitable status of organizations that take a position on abortion that's different from that taken by the government. Recommendation 430 of that same report, endorsed by the Liberal-dominated committee, calls for the removal of advancement of religion as a charitable tax purpose. This would effectively strip charitable status from all houses of worship, regardless of religion. Petitioners further note that stripping charitable status from these organizations would result in a revocation tax, which would force them to hand over all of their property. So an extremely draconian proposal from the Liberal-dominated Finance Committee. Petitioners note that religious charities in Canada provide vital services for society, including food banks, care for seniors, newcomer support, youth programs, and mental health outreach, all that is rooted in their faith tradition, and that singling out or excluding faith charities from the charitable sector based on religious belief undermines the diversity and pluralism foundational to Canadian society. Petitioners ask the government to reject these recommendations, to refrain from including them in the next federal budget, which we'll see eventually, I suppose, and affirm the charitable status of faith-based organizations whose work flows from sincerely held beliefs and whose contributions serve the common good in Canada. So that, Mr. Speaker, is the first petition that I'm tabling today. The second petition is in support of the people of Lebanon. Petitioners note that the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah that started on October 8, 2023 has had terrible consequences for the Lebanese people. They further note that Hezbollah is a terrorist Iranian regime proxy that acts to serve the regime's ideology and against the interests of the people of Lebanon, and the people of Lebanon want a complete end to colonial oppression by the Iranian regime. Petitioners therefore call on the government to seek the complete disarmament of Hezbollah, the end of Iranian aid to Hezbollah, and the restoration of Lebanon's sovereignty with all its territories governed by an elected sovereign Lebanese government. I do note that significant progress has been made towards this end since the collection of signatures for this petition, but there is ongoing work to secure Lebanon from the influence of this terrorist organization. So I did feel that, notwithstanding some of the change in circumstances, it was still important to table that petition. Next, Mr. Speaker, I want to propose a petition brought to me by constituents that deals with Senate reform. Petitioners are concerned about unequal representation in the Senate. In particular, they're concerned about the fact that there are some provinces in this country with lower populations that have more representation in the Senate relative to provinces such as mine that have a much lower number of senators than their population would suggest that they should. And that this is obviously an artifact of a certain history, but that we should move towards and affirm a concept of Canada where regions are treated equally and not facing discrimination on the basis of historical circumstances. Petitioners in this case are proposing the establishment of equal representation for each province in the Senate. and I look forward to hearing the government's response to that proposal. Mr. Speaker, next I'm tabling a petition.
How many petitions is the...
I have 4 more. I'm happy to end earlier if there are other members who have.
No, the member can go ahead, but succinctly, please.
I think we have to, Speaker. Always. My succinctness is one of my best qualities, members have often said.
A point of order from the Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, there was no interpretation, but when I rose, the interpretation came back, so no more point of order.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, peut continuer.
From the top. Malheureusement, je ne connais pas.
Unfortunately, I don't know the word for succinct in French, but okay, it's succinct, so about the same thing. My capacity to be succinct or succinct is my best quality, Mr. Speaker.
Next, I'd like to table a petition in support of Bill S210. That's what the petitioners say. That was the number of the bill in the last Parliament, Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. The bill is now S209 in this Parliament. Petitioners note that sexually explicit material, including demeaning and violent material, can be easily accessed on the internet by young persons. A significant portion of that material is made available on the internet for commercial purposes and is not protected by age verification. Parliament recognizes the harmful effects of increasing accessibility of sexually explicit materials online for young persons, and further, petitioners note that online age verification technology is increasingly sophisticated and can now effectively ascertain the age of users without any breach of privacy. And petitioners therefore want to see reasonable age verification requirements that protect privacy so that young children are no longer able to access sexual material online. And that's why they are calling on the House to support what is in this Parliament Bill S209, which was S210 in the previous Parliament. The next petition that I'm tabling deals with the issue of euthanasia or medical assistance in dying. Petitioners are concerned about what has, in particular, what has come to be known as Track 2 euthanasia and how this has led to significant problems for Canadians living with disabilities. And in fact, these expansions have been vocally opposed by every single major organization representing Canadians with disabilities. Petitioners note that allowing medical assistance in dying for those with disabilities or chronic illnesses who are not dying devalues their lives, tacitly endorsing the notion that life with disability is optional and by extension disposable. They warn about the risks of having an ableist healthcare system where the lives of those with disabilities are not seen as worth living. Petitioners call on the House to protect all Canadians whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable by prohibiting medical assistance in dying for those whose prognosis for natural death is more than 6 months. Next, Mr. Speaker, this is a petition, and I'm not sure who prepared it, but petitioners say that Canada made us all a promise, and that promise was that anyone from anywhere could do anything. And they said that after 10 years of this government, the promise of Canada has been broken. There have been a lot of broken promises. Broken promise to balance the budget, reduce taxes, make more affordable housing, etc. Petitioners say that hard-working young Canadians who are 35 are now living in their parents' basements. This never happened before, but it's the response to a situation where housing costs have doubled. Petitioners note further that gun violence is up 120%, and the government has instead gone after hunters instead of criminals and gun smugglers. Petitioners say that it's time to bring home powerful paychecks. For that to happen, people need a roof over their head. Currently, Canada has fewer homes per capita than any other country in the G7. and that we need to incentivize municipalities to speed up building permits, cut building taxes, free up land for building.
Just like to note to the honourable member that there's 30 seconds left in the petition segment of routine procedure.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's a lot in this petition, but I'll wrap up in the time that is available. Petitioners note that we need to have a rule where $1 of savings is found for every new dollar of government spending. This is how parents, seniors, and small businesses balance their budget, and they would expect the same common sense from their leaders.
I thank the honourable member. Questions on the order paper. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government House Leader.
I will be succinct and brief. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand, Mr. Speaker.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C2, Strong Borders Act.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know members were disappointed that I had to wrap up during the previous rubric, so they can hear another 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. In fairness to me, I was looking away when the chair changed. Anyways, Madam Speaker, it is great to be back in this new Parliament. This Parliament has not been the most active this year, I could say. We had prorogation, then an election, and the government briefly came back for a spring session. And our position as Conservatives was that we should be prepared to work at least at the committee level over the summer, but Liberals wanted to, they loved not working, and they wanted to further extend that through the summer. So hopefully we will actually be able to get down to the nation's business in an effective way in this Parliament. And Conservatives are eager to get to work. We're calling for action on the critical challenges that are confronting Canadians, which is why before this Parliament even came back, our leader sent a letter to the Prime Minister articulating 4 critical priorities for this Parliament, things that we need to tackle. Crises that were in many ways caused by policies of this government that we hope to see change and reversal on. And we will certainly be doing everything we can to push for results in these areas. We will oppose the things that are wrong about the government's agenda. We will support legislation and policy change that reverse the failures of the last 10 years that have brought us to this point. In particular, the 4 priorities that we articulated were addressing, first, the Liberal job loss crisis, the catastrophic levels of unemployment, particularly affecting young people, that result from Liberal policy failures. Confronting that will be a critical priority for us in this Parliament. Addressing the cost of living crisis. So many Canadians struggling to afford homes, to afford basic essentials. This Prime Minister has said that he would be judged by the price of groceries, and yet we continue to see escalation in costs at the grocery store for those buying homes, in transportation, and so many other areas. So the job loss crisis, the cost of living crisis, the immigration crisis, that is the failure of this government to align our immigration system with the economic interests of this country, and that's led to all kinds of problems, and I think a lot of concern by Canadians on that issue as well. And then fourthly, and speaking to the particulars of this bill, particulars that I don't think are addressed fully by this bill, and this bill incorporates some other problems and distractions. But the fourth issue that we are tackling in this Parliament in particular is the crime crisis. And here I think on the crime issue, it's more difficult for the Liberals to muddy the waters by blaming other factors. When it comes to economic issues, they often say, well, There's all these other things going on around the world that are causing it. And I think in many cases we can demonstrate how that's not true. In fact, it's hard to blame events outside the country for the fact that we're building fewer homes in Canada than we did in the past. It's hard to blame events outside of the country for the fact that unemployment has actually been steadily going up for the last 3 years. We're reaching catastrophic levels, especially for youth unemployment. But this is a trend that has been escalating really ever since we got out of the COVID period. So it's hard for the government, even on economic issues, to perpetuate this continuing charade of blaming external events. But in particular, as it relates to crime. And if any Canadian hasn't, I'd encourage you to look at the data, in particular for violent crime. And you can see, if you look kind of plotting on a graph, the years and rates of violent crime in this country. You can see that violent crime was going down, and then something happened in 2015. Something happened in 2015. We had a new government come in, a Liberal government, that came in 2015. We're now in the 4th term of that government. They came in 2015, and they had a different approach when it came to criminal justice. And violent crime rates were going down, and then violent crime rates started going up. And they started going up in particular in response to policy changes that this government made. Policy changes they made around bail, around sentencing, and I think some changes in the way they approach the issue of crime more broadly. So there was a downward trend and then an upward trend. And what we need to see is the reversal of those bad Liberal policies and the return to an approach that we took when crime was actually going down. And I know that we've put forward various constructive announcements and proposals around reversing that Liberal crime trajectory. We have a bill before us today, C2, that purports to be about these kinds of issues. But unfortunately, the government is sort of stepping on their own agenda here in lots of ways, because they're weaving into some provisions that are supportable, some provisions that we are concerned about, and I think that many Canadians are concerned about as well. And this government does this a lot. They want to have a kind of nice sounding announcement about a bill, but they don't actually do the things that they say they're going to do, and they weave in other aspects of a different agenda. So let me highlight some of the things that are in this bill that I think make a lot of Canadians wonder, well, why is that there, and what is the government trying to do with this here? So this bill includes within it a provision that limits the use of cash. A lot of us probably use cash a lot less than our grandparents did because of changes in technology. But on the other hand, cash use does remain a legitimate and vital part of our economy. It's something that tends to be, I think, relied on more by seniors, by people in rural areas. There are situations where the use of cash is more, it's more practical. I can say we've talked a bit in the context of the unemployment problems about what our first jobs were and how the importance of a first job. One of my first jobs was working at, believe it or not, the traveling fair. I worked at the Calgary Stampede and the Edmonton Fair. I wasn't a roadie; I was a carny, I think, is the technical term to correct the member for Abbotsford. But it was a member for Winnipeg North says it explains a lot. Thank you. I even went to the Red River X a few times and had a lot of fun there. But I mean, the point is, if you're running a small business, say a carnival game, you're going to have a lot of people paying individually in cash, and that's going to add up to a lot of cash that you have by the end of the day. And so the government putting constraints around the use of cash. And the impact, we can note the impact that may have on small businesses, on different kinds of retail businesses, the challenges that may create the impact on seniors in rural communities, and these sorts of things. So we have concerns about the changes the government is making with regards to the use of cash, and like more fundamentally, they're obstructing, they're stepping on their own agenda by weaving into this bill provisions that make a lot of Canadians wonder, well, why is that there? There's some additional concerns that this bill raises around civil liberties. They've woven in provisions that involve, for instance, an ability to open mail without oversight, the ability to compel internet companies to hand over private information, additional provisions around warrantless searches. This government does not have a great track record when it comes to protecting Canadians' data. It doesn't have a great track record when it comes to understanding and respecting the privacy, the rights, or the civil liberties of Canadians. And yet a government that has done so badly in these areas is asking for more powers in the area of opening mail without oversight, compelling the transfer of private information, and also warrantless searches. So these and the issues around cash that I raised address other concerns about what this government is really driving at with this bill. What we really need to see, is fundamental reforms to our criminal justice system that get us back to a time in which crime was going down. Crime was going down before this government took office. It's gone up since they took office. So we need to ask why that's happened, and we need a reversal of approach.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very confused as to what the member opposite was trying to convey, because it sounds like, in theory, for the last 4 years I've been here, he's been talking about having a bill like this one. So what exactly is he suggesting that we can work on committee on to move this forward collaboratively? Because Canadian voters want to see us have a bill for borders, and as well as work in cooperation with the whole House to make sure that we can pass good and sensible bills. So what exactly is the member trying to shift and change in this bill? Because he spent 4 years talking about this. So now we have a bill, and he is complaining. What is he complaining about?
For Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to repeat what I just said. We have concerns about the provisions in the bill around use of cash and limiting that. We have concerns about the restrictions on civil liberties. We have actually been asking for changes to sentencing, to parole, to bail. Those changes are not in this bill. So the changes that we have said are critically needed when it comes to criminal justice are not in this bill. And they've instead put forward a bill that has some supportable provisions, but that weaves in some areas, some concepts that are clearly of concern. And I'm sorry if it was necessary to repeat that, but hopefully it's clear to the member now that those provisions we're talking about, use of cash, provisions being an issue, as well as restrictions on civil liberties. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Verchères les Patriotes.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you. Welcome back, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech earlier. I heard him speaking about C2, but there's an elephant in the room, something that people sometimes don't dare to mention. But it's one of the reasons that the Bloc Québécois tends to favor this bill, which is that there's been a real explosion in asylum claims at the border. And we know that that sharp increase has been caused by international phenomena, but sometimes also caused by abuses of the system. We need to ensure that these people are treated adequately, but also that asylum claims are fairly shared between different parts of the country. But instead, Quebec is getting nearly 50% of asylum claims in Canada. So it's not fairly spread out. There was a page of advertising taken out in the Journal de Montréal to criticize the situation recently. Other provinces just aren't doing their fair share. What's a scandal here is that the other provinces are not doing their fair share. Why does Quebec have to bear this burden? What does my colleague think of the fact that asylum claims are not fairly spread out over the provinces?
For Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Merci, Madame le Président, et merci à mon collègue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It is indeed important to discuss problems in the asylum system. We need to recognize that the immigration system in general is something that the Liberals have broken. Today, asylum claimants need to wait a very long time before their claims are processed. In my opinion, the solution would be to have an efficient system where asylum claims are quickly processed. Fairly, of course, but also quickly. That would be good for both Canada and for asylum claimants. That way, everyone could have clarity.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola, and I thank my colleague for his speech, and I just want to reflect on a question that my colleague from the Liberals just asked about the fact that Conservatives have been asking for this type of thing for 4 years. Now, the reality is that, in my view, Conservatives have been asking for changes to bail, changes to sentencing, changes to how we deal with fentanyl, changes to how we deal with firearms. Is there anything here that he can point to as to why it took so long and what is really missing here? Thank you.
A very brief answer from the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, who is the shadow minister for our party on this issue and is doing excellent work advocating for public safety. I mean, I laid out these points. There are some weird things unrelated to the objective woven into this bill, but also many of the things we've been asking for that are needed are missing. The government should take their cue from what we've put forward, bail reform legislation, other proposals that actually confront the problems in an effective way.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be back in the House representing the good people of Aurora, Oak Ridges, and Richmond Hill. After a long summer away, I confess I'm a little bit I have mixed feelings about that. I'm happy to be back, but at the same time, this is the 22nd day this year that we're sitting in this House, Madam Speaker. I think Canadians would have expected us to work through the summer rather than be home, even though it's always a pleasure to engage with our constituents. We are elected to do a job for Canadians, and it would have been so much better had we been here in this House, or at least committees working through the summer. But the Liberals, of course, felt otherwise. But while I enjoyed my time in my riding this summer, Madam Speaker, I was disheartened to have constantly heard from so many people in our community that they feel unsafe. After 10 years of this very tired Liberal government, people, they don't feel comfortable walking to school. They're unsafe taking public transit. They don't feel safe in their own homes. And this is due to a wave of violent crime that has swept through certainly communities throughout our country, and particularly in urban areas like the one that I represent in Aurora, Oak Ridges, and Richmond Hill. Due to the Liberal government's catch and release policies, repeat offenders continue to be released back in the communities, where they can terrorize the communities again and perpetrate even more crimes, in many cases similar and same crimes as the ones they had been arrested for. Since the Liberals took office, the soft on crime policies have caused crime rates to skyrocket, Madam Speaker. Violent crime is up 50%. Homicides are up 28%. Extortion up a staggering 350%. Auto thefts up 46%. Human trafficking, 84%. But worst of all, total sexual violations against children up 119%, Madam Speaker. We cannot forget, Madam Speaker, that behind each of these statistics are real people who have suffered and are continuing to suffer, who are frightened and continue to be frightened. Two people, one, an 11-year-old girl, lost her life, killed as a result of an arson, a deliberate arson, to the place they should feel safest, in their own home. This was in my community that I live in Richmond Hill. A man in Vaughan, as we heard yesterday in the House, from my very learned and exceptional colleague from King Vaughan, was killed during a home invasion. Criminal walked in, this thug put a gun to his daughter's head. Naturally, a father would react, and upon reacting to protect his little girl, he was shot dead in front of his families, leaving the children to grow without their father. In Niagara, and this is very sickening, Daniel Senecal was charged with a break-in and enter, aggravated assault, and sexual interference of a 3-year-old girl, Madam Speaker. The child suffered serious injuries and had to be rushed to an out-of-region hospital for advanced care. Senecal also requested to be transferred to a women's prison. The Justice Minister tweeted just a few weeks ago, "This isn't the Wild West." My constituents have told me that they feel it is far worse than the Wild West. But it certainly feels like it, because these criminals are free to re-offend at will. They get caught one day, and police services across the country are telling us they are frustrated because they are released the next day. The minister, like this Liberal government, is once again out of touch with the everyday struggles facing my constituents and indeed all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Bill C-2 fails to bring bail reform that will end catch and release policies. It fails to implement mandatory prison sentences for fentanyl traffickers who kill thousands. In fact, more people have died from opioid and fentanyl overdoses in this country than were killed in the Second World War. A staggering statistic, Madam Speaker. It fails to bring new mandatory prison time for gangsters who commit crimes with guns and wreak havoc on our streets. And they are rampant and everywhere. It fails to eliminate house arrest for some of the most serious offenses, allowing those who brutalize our communities to serve their sentences from the comfort of their own home. I am deeply concerned, Madam Speaker, that this bill does not go far enough to fight crime and bring safety back to our communities. The bill allows for new powers, powers such as opening mail without oversight, just on suspicion, compelling internet companies to hand over private information, warrantless searches, and limiting the use of cash. That doesn't make sense. Cash has been legal tender in Canada since the inception of cash in the country, and in many communities, as we heard from the previous speaker, in the north, in seniors and so forth, they don't have the credit card system. They don't have some of them don't have internet to be able to transact their business online. Cash is very important. This limits the use of cash, this bill. The bill raises serious concerns about the privacy, surveillance, and civil liberties. I would argue, as with many Canadians, Madam Speaker, that judicial oversight, parliamentary oversight, they're fundamental principles of our democracy, and they need to be there. We cannot give arbitrary powers without having the proper oversight to ensure that, that there is fairness in the system. The bill would expand lawful access powers, allowing police, security agencies, and others to demand information from various service providers, including hotels, banks, doctors, and more, to release private information without judicial authorization. That's a direct infringement on the privacy of Canadians. The bill has a low threshold that could compel providers to provide subscriber information, account details, in many instances, timestamps, location of service, and other normally considered private information. Bill C-2 gives the Minister and/or Cabinet new powers to act unilaterally without parliamentary or judicial oversight, just on suspicion. Nebulous criteria and vagueness leaves room for interpretation, Madam Speaker. It leaves room for arbitrary decisions and possible discriminatory decision-making. We have checks and balances in our democracy. This bill takes away a lot of those checks and balances. Conservatives have always fought for practical policies to secure our borders and bring back safety to our communities while upholding Canadian rights. Madam Speaker, it's not surprising that the this tired Liberal government is bringing in a bill called the Strong Borders Act. What is surprising is that they've been in power for 10 years. 10 years later, they've now decided, hey, we should have stronger borders. Let's put in a bill. You would think that this would have been a priority from day one, but now somehow they want us to believe that these sweeping powers, this new bill, is going to fix the problem. We should listen to them because they know what needs to be done. In fact, a lot of the things that are in this bill that are supportable are things that we as Conservatives have been talking about in this House every day over the past 10 years to ears that have not been listening on the other side of the House, the Liberal tired government. Conservatives support adding thousands of border agents, extending CBSA powers along the entire border, and installing border surveillance towers. We also support installing high-powered scanners at land crossing and shipping ports to spot drugs, guns, and stolen cars. Most importantly, we will always support the hardworking men and women on the front lines doing their very best with the limited resources they are given. They play a critical role in keeping Canadians safe by working to stop the flow of drugs and guns in our country, and for that, we should sincerely be very gracious and thank them. Madam Speaker, Conservatives also support the government tracking departures so government officials know which deportees are in Canada illegally. Over the last 10 years, the Liberal government has broken our once proud immigration system and turned it into something very hollow. Thousands of immigrants entering into an already overburdened system have resulted in the worsening of housing, jobs, and so forth. So as I wind down, and I have lots more I could say, Madam Speaker, I will say this. Only Conservatives will protect your freedoms and fight for a tough-on-crime approach so that you can live in your home, feel safe, walk in your community, take your children to school, go to a theater, and enjoy a nice, peaceful, safe life. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there's some contradiction within the member's statements. On the one hand, he wants the government to take actions in regards to fentanyl. Yet at the end of the day, a drug dealer can put fentanyl into an envelope, a normal envelope, and bring it to Canada Post, and this legislation, through a warrant, would then allow that envelope to actually be opened. I would think that that is a positive thing, that the member would be supporting something of that nature, given he wants more action done on the issue of fentanyl. The good news is he spent the first part of his speech talking about the issue of bail. This Prime Minister has made a commitment, a platform commitment going back from the election, the most democratic aspect to what takes place in between us sitting, and we made a commitment to bring in bail reform. Good news is we're going to be seeing that bail reform this fall, and I'm wondering if he will be inclined to support in a cooperative way, much like Conservative voters want to see more cooperation on the floor of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his question. Here's what I'm inclined. I'm inclined to believe that they're not going to do anything that they said they're going to do, because this Prime Minister has been there for the last 6 months. In the 6 months, he's made a bunch of promises, none of which have been fulfilled. It was this Prime Minister and these Liberals have decided to prorogue Parliament, to not come back for the summer, to not allow committees to work, and in many cases, committees are not even working this week, the first week back, Madam Speaker. I don't trust what they say.
To the Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, he spoke about border security. Around 10 years ago, I remember when I was a staffer that Conservatives were cutting funding for border security, and that had an impact. Now, my question. I spent a lot of time on the ground this summer. People are concerned, yes, about safety, but they're also concerned about the cost of living. This federal regime, whether the Liberals or the Conservatives, like to centralize. They create programs that are not suited to rural communities. like in my riding with Shefford and Granby, it just doesn't help for communities like my own.
Ms. Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for her question. I was here 10 years ago. I was part of the Conservative government. We had an immigration system that was the envy of the world, Madam Speaker. We had an immigration system that worked, that responded to newcomers coming to the country, that provided outcomes for them, and the best possibility for positive outcomes for them and their families, while at the same time contributing to the Canadian economy. Unfortunately, this Liberal government forewent a lot of the strategies and the policies and the controls that we had in place, such as, for example, vetting of new people coming to the country. They relaxed those. That has created a tremendous amount of problems that we see with respect to crime in our communities, including the community in which the honourable member who asked the question is from.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola, and I want to build on the intervention from my colleague from Winnipeg North. He talked about a warrant being required. I'm going to just read this section. The corporation may open, and this is an amendment to 41 of the Canada Post Corporation Act. The corporation may open any mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect that. Now, I don't see a warrant requirement in there. I've read the charter statement, which says a warrant is required. I don't see a warrant requirement there. Perhaps in the amendments to section 40.1, that provision, but I don't read it there. Does the member agree that it doesn't seem to be present there? And if anybody's watching and they know this, please contact me, because I'd love to see why it doesn't say a warrant is required, but the government is saying that a warrant is required, because perhaps I'm missing something. Thank you.
Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question and the point that my learned colleague has made. Certainly, it is not part of the legislation. The warrant requirement is not there, and I happen to believe, as many Canadians believe, that we should not leave the opening of our mail at the discretion of the mailman who has the piece before him, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to just start my speech with Jesus is Lord. I know that the folks have been having an outpouring of condolences to the family of Charlie Kirk, and I also would like to wish the family of Charlie Kirk my condolences as well. And I know that he was a big advocate for the Christian faith and for declaring that Jesus is Lord, and so here I do that as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill today that we're discussing, C2, has a whole section dedicated to how law enforcement deals with the sex offender registry and the sex offenders list. And I would like to dedicate most of my time today to discussing that. I want to just start by reading what it says on the inside of every Canadian's passport. Right in the front page of the Canadian passport, it says, "The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada requests, in the name of His Majesty the King, all those whom it may concern, to allow the bearer to pass freely without delay or hindrance, and to afford the bearer such assistance and protection as may be necessary. This passport is the property of the Government of Canada and may not be altered. You must take every precaution to safeguard it." So in the front of our passport, Madam Chair, is an endorsement of the individual bearer of the passport, basically saying Canada is hoping that countries that people use their passport to travel to, that they will be given security and allowing their passage, so to speak. So we're asking people to welcome Canadians to their country when we offer them a passport. Now, Bill C2 has Part 13 of it, and there are some good things in this bill, and in particular in Part 13. Under this government, convicted sex offenders or child predators have had more freedom to travel than Canadians who have chosen not to get vaccinated. Under the Liberal government in 2019, 2020, 21, 22, there was massive restrictions placed on people's ability to travel. Yet, the government continued to issue passports to folks who were registered on the registered sex offender list. This is in this is not required or nor necessary, Madam Speaker, because in 2015, the Conservative government passed or amended the Passport Act to give the Minister of Foreign Affairs tools to refuse or cancel passports in order to prevent the commission of sexual offences against a child in Canada or abroad. Basically, it was to stop Canadian sex offenders sexual predators from traveling and exploiting youth in other parts of the world, especially in underdeveloped countries. Now, I recognize that in Part 13, this will allow for law enforcement and border security agents to communicate better, and I'm hopeful that this will help a lot. We also have talked about in this place about managing passports and marking passports saying somebody is a registered sex offender, marking that in their passport. When I talked to the passport office, they said, we are unable to get that information from the RCMP because the RCMP is not allowed to share that information with us. And so I'm hopeful that this bill will pass. And I have not heard anything from the Liberal government saying one way or the other whether this will fix that problem. This has not been part of their stated messaging around this bill. I would note that Section 13 is a large section in the bill, yet we hear very little about it. But nonetheless, this is something that I have worked on for many years. Every year or so, I do an order paper question to the government, asking them how many passports have they revoked, how many passports have they canceled, how many refusals of passports have they offered. And from 2015 to 2018, over the first 2 years of the Liberal government, only 13 cancellations took place or revocations and only 5 refusals to prevent prevent sexual abuse of children abroad. Many of these were initiated under a Conservative government, and so we watched. Initially there was a number of them, and then it kind of just fell off. By the time 2018 rolled around, there was none. In Canada has nearly 60,000 registered sex offenders. 72% are child sex predators. So that's over 42,000 convicted child sex offenders. And this government has only canceled 13 passports and 0 passports in the last 3 years, and only refused 8. So based on the work of organizations that I work with, we are aware that convicted Canadian child sex offenders who have been convicted of horrific crimes against children receive passports, and in the past few years from this government, and have been traveling abroad. For example, horrendous child abuser Donald Baker, one of Canada's most notorious, he served jail time for traveling to Southeast Asia to abuse children as young as 7 years old. And under this government, he got his passport back and was traveling abroad to impoverished countries over the past number of years. Madam Speaker, I find this to be unconscionable. 42,500 convicted child sex offenders, and over the first 7 years of this Liberal government, only 13 passports canceled or refused. Every year I submit OPQs to the government, order paper questions to the government, asking them what they're doing about this. Interestingly enough, I just received one of these order paper questions back just yesterday. I asked the RCMP, for example, how many sex offenders leave the country. They wrote back to me saying, the RCMP is unable to track the number of sex offenders who leave the country. Madam Speaker, what is the point of having a national sex offender registry if we can't track where these people are going? I thought that was kind of the entire point of it, and particularly if the RCMP are the folks that are responsible for this registry. Certainly they should be able to track this kind of thing, but they say they're unable to track this. How is this possible? That is my question to the government. Do we not have a moral obligation to prevent the abuse of children outside of our jurisdiction? There is a requirement, Madam Speaker, for sex offenders to register when they leave the country. There's an offense for failing to register this. And so I asked the RCMP how many sex offenders fail to report their absence. And of course, because they don't know how many people are leaving, the RCMP came back to me and said that they are unable to confirm how many registered sex offenders fail to report their absence. While they maybe become aware of it after the fact, they are then able to investigate, but it's unknown how many failures happen. Now, Madam Speaker, this is where I think Section 13 may be on the right track. And I have yet to hear much from the government about this, but will Section 13 fix this problem? Section 13 talks a lot about interagency communication to try to prevent this kind of thing. And so I'm hopeful that this is the case. However, the law has kind of been in place since 2015 for all of this thing to happen. And under the Liberal government watch, they have not been enforcing it. They've not been using the law. They have not been using the official registry at all. Our reporting system seems to be basically voluntary and without any accountability. And if it weren't for the work of civil society groups calling attention to this, there may be no action whatsoever. The only thing that the government could share with us is how many notifications the RCMP has received from sex offenders who are registered in the National Sex Registry, and that they'd indicated their intention to travel internationally, broken down by year. So in 2022, they had 1,773 registered sex offenders registered to travel outside of Canada. In 2023, 2,204. In 2024, 3,320. And as of May of this year, we've had nearly 1,000 registered sex offenders register that they are leaving the country. So I'm pleased to see that the government is addressing the barriers that exist in terms of area of communications back and forth. I think that they're doing this entirely because the American government has been complaining about this. They have noted that every time a registered sex offender comes to Canada, nearly 1,000 times a year, they at least inform the Canadian authorities that a registered sex offender is approaching the border, and we have refused many of these people. The Americans have asked that we would do the same thing back to them. And so I think that is why they're doing it. But it would also, what's not clear from this is will it work inside Canada? Will the CBSA be able to speak to the passport office? Will the CBSA be able to speak to the RCMP about the sex offender registry? That's not clear at all from the particular communications that the government has come out with in this. In Canada, sex offenders are required to report within 7 days before leaving the country of their dates of departure and return, and every address or location of which they expect to stay while outside of the country. And as I stated before, we know that they don't report, and we don't know whether they're not reporting or not. And the RCMP does, because of the lack of information sharing, are unable to even pursue these cases. So I'm hopeful that this bill will fix this problem, and I hope that the government can assure me that this is indeed the case.
We have to end it there. Questions and comments, the Honourable the Parliament Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, the legislation does many things. And one of the issues in which the member raised and spent a great deal of time on is in regards to sex offenders. Within the sex offender registry, there's a considerable amount of information. And this act will enable the RCMP to be able to share a lot of that information, both domestically and internationally. That is a very strong, positive thing based in terms of what the member is talking about. When you take a look at when you go 30,000 feet in the air and you say, well, what kind of things are we looking at? Well, think in terms of the $1.3 billion to invest in things like hundreds of RCMP, border control officers, and then the enabling of sharing of information. These are tangible things that are going to make a difference. Yet we continue to see Conservatives not wanting to pass legislation. Does the member feel any obligation to encourage his colleagues to actually see legislation go to committee stage at the very least, so we can hear what Canadians and others have to say and have more debate on the issue?
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that my entire speech outlined the fact that I have zero confidence in the particular Liberal government across the way in actually implementing any of these things. I gave a speech about all of the great things that are in Section 13 of this bill, and my hopefulness about what they are. However, this government has had 10 years to implement all of these things. These are complaints and issues that have been raised from the day I got elected back in 2015. So I'm not hopeful that and there has been zero communications about Section 13 in light of passport revocation and any of these kinds of things that I've raised around this. So I think this bill deserves all the scrutiny that we can give it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. You know, people often talk about the Harper years, the Liberals often talk about the Harper years, and they talk about where we legislated, especially with respect to minimums. Drugs, guns, sex offenses. The Liberals have legislated on guns. They actually weakened sentences on guns in Bill C-5. They have legislated on drugs. They have not touched sex offenses once. They have not touched sex offenses. They have refused to legislate on sex offenses, the most pernicious types, often the most insidious type of offense, victims serving psychological life sentences. And now they are going to tell us about how they are dealing with sex offenses here and that this is a panacea. Give me a break. What does my honourable colleague think?
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and my honourable colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, couldn't be more right. I know that we have worked together a lot on trying to fix a lot of these problems. I would note again, the Harper government put in place the ability to mark sex offenders' passports, to revoke sex offenders' passports, and to prevent them from getting passports on the front end. Again, we're talking about less than 20 actions taken by this government to deal with sex offenders going abroad to perpetrate their crimes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's incredible that they would make reference to Stephen Harper, or more importantly, when the current leader of the Conservative Party sat in cabinet, they actually cut border control services. That was a cut. We have increased it by over $1 billion. That's with a B, dollars. We have invested in more RCMP, more border control. We have brought in substantive legislation. I don't know what, well, the word that comes to my mind is hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. Will not the Conservative Party recognize a good thing when they see it and allow legislation ultimately to pass so that we can better serve Canadians? Get off the political side of things and start doing work for Canadians. Even Conservative voters want you to do better on the floor of the House of Commons.
To do better, but the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, I certainly appreciate the antics of the member opposite to kind of prove our point. The point is that under a Conservative government, we didn't have border issues like we certainly do today. We didn't have to spend billions of dollars on the border security. So therefore, when they say we didn't spend as much money as them, the object, the goal is not how much money we spend. The goal is how secure is our border. And if we just had to spend $0 to have a secure border, I would be in favor of that as well. We do not have a secure border anymore. The Roxham Road situation totally proves that point, and that has been a significant problem that has appeared under this Liberal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the freedom-loving residents of Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke to speak to Bill C-2, the Liberal so-called Strong Borders Act. Conservatives will always support secure borders, the rule of law, and the protection of Canadian sovereignty, but we must ensure those who enter our country do so legally, safely, and with the respect and our values. We support measures that protect Canadians from illegal drug trafficking, human smuggling, organized crime. We support reforms and streamline immigration processes and ensure fairness in our asylum system. What we will not support are the measures that target law-abiding Canadians. We don't support the criminalizing the use of cash. We do not support warrantless surveillance of Canadians' internet activity. We do not support giving law enforcement the power to search Canadians' mail without judicial oversight. These are not border issues. These are surveillance measures. These are control measures, and they have no place in a free and democratic society. In many ways, this bill is an admission of failure by the Liberal government. They've allowed crime and chaos to run rampant. The government claims this bill is about going after international gangs that push fentanyl on Canadians, yet it includes no mandatory prison time for the traffickers. There are no new mandatory prison times for gangsters who use guns. This bill proves that the Liberals can swap out their leaders but keep the ideology. Madam Speaker, thanks in part to the Liberals' new censorship law, many Canadians have no idea the Prime Minister is seeking to ban cash transactions. The Liberals want to make it a criminal offense for businesses, professionals, and charities to accept cash payments of $10,000 or more in a single transaction or a series of related transactions. This isn't a targeted measure against money laundering. It's a blanket restriction that affects law-abiding citizens. It treats legitimate transactions as suspicious simply because they involve physical currency. It forces Canadians into digital payment systems that are traceable, surveilled, controlled, and hackable. Using cash is not a crime. It's a legal form of payment. It's a tool for privacy, autonomy, and financial freedom. Criminalizing its use sets a dangerous precedent. Today, it's $10,000. Tomorrow, it could be $5,000, then $1,000, and eventually nothing. This is a slippery slope toward a cashless society where every transaction is monitored and every citizen is tracked. We must ask who benefits from this? Not ordinary Canadians, not small businesses, not charities. The beneficiaries are governments, banks, and corporations that profit from data collection and digital control. Conservatives believe in financial freedom. We believe Canadians should have the right to use cash for illegal transactions without fear of prosecution. We oppose this provision and call for its removal from the bill. Madam Speaker, I know that many of the government members were first elected in 2015. They've never sat in opposition. And as we all learned from the Liberals' caucus turmoil last year, this is very much a top-down party. I raise this because this bill resurrects the so-called lawful access measures, which grant the government access to Canadians' internet data without a warrant. This isn't the first time the security-crats have tried to bring this into law. They tried to get us to pass it in 2012 when we were a majority government. Fortunately, we had a Prime Minister who respected and listened to his caucus colleagues. That's why we withdrew the bill. So it's no surprise that fresh off an election, while the Liberal ministers are still trying to find the bathrooms and staff up their offices, the security-crats would slip this in. They want law enforcement to have the power to demand data such as IP addresses, usernames, device identifiers, and service usage history based on a mere suspicion standard. Not reasonable grounds, not probable cause, just suspicion. While many actors across the aisle were not here during the last debate of so-called lawful access, my biggest fan, the member for Winnipeg North, was. Here is a great question he raised during that debate. Quote, "The vast majority of the public and individuals who are watching are very curious as to the degree that the law enforcement officers or any others who might be designated through the minister might have access to their history on websites and content of emails. The minister makes reference that this does not change what is in place today. Could the minister assure those who are listening to the debate that the government does not in any fashion whatsoever allow for any sort of invasion of privacy without some form of judicial court warrant to enable police to do so?" End quote. Sorry, I'm not a great mimicker there. Madam Speaker, even if the Liberal ministers can't speak honestly about their opposition to these parts of the bill here in the House, I hope they find the courage to do so in caucus. Everyone has the right to be secure against unreasonable search and seizure. That clear wording is why police require reasonable grounds to obtain a warrant. Anything short of that will invite abuse. The problem is in defining reasonable. It's why people who are trying to defend their homes are being thrown into jail instead of the armed intruders. This isn't about border security. This is about giving the state unchecked power to monitor Canadians' digital lives. This is the natural precursor for the internet censorship bill that Prime Minister has pledged to reintroduce. Warrantless access to internet data combined with the vast digital safety bureaucracy the Liberals envision would make the communists who control China blush. The only thing that could make this worse is if the government had access to technology which could sift through vast amounts of data quickly and tease out surprising connections. Wait, it does. They brag about it all the time. That's why they have contracts with U.S. company Palantir. In 2012, when we last debated so-called lawful access, that kind of technology was science fiction. Now it's scientific fact. Canadians do not want Liberal AI spying on them. These snooping sections of the bill must be deleted when it reaches committee. Madam Speaker, the internet is an integral part of the 21st century society. We can see in China that despite the vast state surveillance, citizens tolerate the lack of privacy for the convenience of using internet for shopping, school, or socializing. That's not the case with the Mail and Canada Post. The Liberals plan to allow police to search the mail without a warrant, and that fact would be a decapitating blow to the zombie corporation we refer to as Canada Post. Not only would this obviously violate Section 8 of the Charter, but it would also infringe on Section 3, the right to vote. Nothing would undermine the confidence of mail-in ballots faster than Liberals giving themselves the power to open your mail. For Canadians living overseas, there are no alternatives other than to vote by mail. If the state can inspect your ballot, then your right to vote has been infringed. The mere threat of ballot inspections would be enough for unsavory actors to pressure overseas voters. Those unsavory actors won't just be rouge partisans, but foreign agents seeking to undermine our democracy. Meanwhile, the fentanyl dealers will switch to FedEx or UPS or drones. 2 years ago, correctional officials in BC intercepted a pigeon with a tiny backpack filled with drugs. Drug dealers are using Canada Post because it's cheap and easy. Allowing warrantless searches might stop the dealers from using the mail, but it won't stop the dealing and the distribution of drugs. What it will do is stop regular Canadians from trusting the mail. And given the decline in trust and confidence we've seen across the democratic countries, this bill does too little to help and does too much to hurt. Canadians want to have confidence in their government, and they want to know that it's tackling security. They want criminals in jail and our border under control. But we can't have trust in a government that gives itself the power to spy on its citizens without a warrant based on reasonable grounds. It's these checks and balances on state power that instill trust. It is still the competent execution of those powers that builds confidence. Conservatives call on this government to remove these sections that where the trust is undermined.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Algonquin-Renfrew-Pembroke for her intervention. But I took great exception to the fact that she said that the Liberal Party has a top-down approach. As a matter of fact, I mean, the headlines that we heard about the Conservative Party were that the Leader of the Opposition maintains tight control over what Conservatives MPs say and do. But my question actually hits much closer to home for this member. In that word on the street right now, the rumor that's been flying around is that the newly elected member from Battle River Crowfoot plans to run in her riding of Algonquin-Renfrew-Pembroke in the next general election, and that he might even be trying to push her out in order to do that. So my question to the member is, can she assure us that she will be the member in the candidate?
Can I remind the honourable members that such questions are not really government business? The honourable member for Algonquin-Renfrew-Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I was wondering who started that rumor, but let's get back to the bill. C2 is a Trojan horse. It promises security but delivers surveillance. It promises order but delivers control. And it's not the kind of legislation that Canadians expect from a government that claims to respect the Charter. Let's work together to craft legislation that truly strengthens our borders without weakening our freedoms.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague spoke about trust, about foreign interference, about trust in our democratic process. Madam Speaker, we often read articles that say that to get new trust in a government, and the government is a minority government, then the government has to act to gain our trust. The government has to discuss with opposition parties, and the opposition parties need to be constructive. So when it comes to trust, there's foreign interference, but there's also the issue about how we act in the House. How should we act in the House, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm having trouble getting that out, too. So in the House, the government members should be respecting and listening and answering questions according to what the speakers actually say, showing respect, that small modicum of respect to opposition parties will build confidence not only in Parliament here, but amongst the people who watch us from home.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to my colleague's intervention. She spoke about cash transactions. We see that cash leads to anonymity. Canadian banks follow agreements that make our banking system one of the safest in the world. So what I would like to hear from my colleague is the following. Does she want us to continue to allow people to use anonymous cash, which leads to increased criminality? Because we want to strengthen the act. The current government wants to act against cash that is used illegally. So should we strengthen or weaken our monetary system? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Algonquin, Pembroke, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, cash is legal tender in Canada. So the way that we can strengthen the security in transactions isn't through taking away cash. It is by FinTrack taking the information that they gather, all the forms people fill out every time they make a deposit or a transfer of $10,000 or more, and actually acting upon it, not just collecting the paper.
Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London West, London South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her comments on this and for raising the alarming civil liberties violations that the Liberal government is trying to sneak in under the auspices of this border bill. My question is, because much of the response we get from the government is effectively boiled down to just trust us. So my question to the colleague of mine here, do Canadians have any reason to trust the government that they will not abuse the broad latitude they're trying to give themselves with C2?
Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Actually, Canadians have lost the government trust. They did so during COVID when they refused to allow parliamentarians to see the contracts for the vaccines. They have lost the trust when different scandals come up. Canadians no longer trust the government. And we certainly don't want to see the type of riots that are occurring across Europe, parts of the Middle East, come here to Canada. So they have to be respectful, have a budget, and then ensure that they are completely...
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Bill C2, the Strong Borders Act, was introduced in June 2025 by the Public Safety Minister, framed as legislation to strengthen border security, fight fentanyl trafficking, and address U.S. irritants. This 140-page omnibus bill makes sweeping changes across more than 11 existing acts and proposed a new framework for digital surveillance of Canadians. Many aspects of the bill have little or nothing to do with border security. The government is seeking unrelated powers that have been unsuccessfully attempted to obtain in the past that present significant threats to human rights and civil liberties. Bill C-2 is not about safety. It is about normalizing surveillance, criminalizing migration, bypassing Parliament and public debate. It's about an attack on your privacy and charter rights. It undermines due process, and it is a power grab. The Liberal government's new Strong Borders Act is one of the most serious threats to Canadians' civil liberties we have seen in years. It makes Stephen Harper's infamous Bill C-51 look tame by comparison. Framed as a national security measure, this legislation gives sweeping new powers to police and intelligence agencies, powers that override long-standing privacy protections and skirt judicial oversight. At the heart of Bill C-2 is a deeply troubling expansion of warrantless surveillance. Under the proposed law, the RCMP ceases and even undefined, quote, public officers would be able to demand personal information from a wide range of service providers without ever going before a judge. This includes your doctor, your bank, your landlord, your school, even your psychiatrist. And the list can go on. So let that sink in for 1 minute. Government agencies could make information demands for when and how long you have access service from a provider, an associate provider related to that service. This, of course, means they will know where the provider is located and the timeline, how often and for how long have you seek service from that very provider. Under this bill, the government can access online activity that you're engaged in without having to justify it to a court. These kinds of unchecked powers are ripe for abuse, and historically, we know who pays the highest price. When government starts cutting corners on civil liberties, it's often racialized, low-income, marginalized communities that bear the brunt. But they won't be the only ones. We all would be under this kind of scrutiny. Even more alarming, Bill C-2 opens the door to increase information sharing with foreign governments, including the United States. Ottawa is currently in talks to join the U.S. Cloud Act, the Clarifying Lawful Overseas Use of Data Act, which would allow the U.S. law enforcement to access Canadian data stored on servers abroad. That could include deeply personal records, such as whether someone accessed abortion services. In a post-Roe America where abortion is criminalized in several states and reproductive health is under surveillance, this is profoundly dangerous. In a Trump era where the LGBTQ2+IA community are under attack, this is extremely dangerous. Canadians should never have to worry that their personal medical decisions might be exposed to another country's government. And yet, this bill makes that possibility very real. Matt Hatfield of Open Media critiqued Bill C-2 for having, quote, an astonishing scope of who can receive data demands without a warrant that is unprecedented in Canada. And he is right. We have never seen anything quite like this in Canada being pushed through. It is alarming. It is American-style surveillance creeping north of the border. And Canadians were warned about this during the last election. Did the Prime Minister, during the election, tell any Canadians that this is what he's going to do? No. And all of this is to appease Trump. Groups like the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, BC Civil Liberties Association, the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group are sounding the alarm. And they're rightly pointing out that Bill C-2 threatens charter-protected rights to privacy and freedom from unreasonable search and seizure. These are not abstract concerns. These are rights that go to the heart of a free and democratic society. If the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister are serious about protecting those rights, they must scrap this bill and send it back to the drawing board. It should not be brought forward as an omnibus bill. If they want to address border safety, bring forward a bill that addresses border safety. If they want to address fentanyl trafficking, bring forward a bill that addresses fentanyl trafficking. Not lump it into a 140-page bill and sneak in provisions that turns Canada into a surveillance state. Of course, we all want safety. Communities want safety, and we want secure borders. But we have already existing legal tools like warrants and court orders that respects civil liberties and that lets law enforcement do their jobs while still protecting civil liberties. Stripping away judicial oversight is not the answer, and that's not how we do things in a democracy. The Public Safety Minister, in an op-ed about refugees and asylum seekers in 2016, he wrote, and I quote, "Our country will never be the same again, and collectively our doors should always be open, not just to those who come to our shores, but those taking extraordinary risks to cross other shores in search of refuge. We must understand that people in normal circumstances do not risk their lives and the lives of their families to flee for reasons such as economic stability. They do so out of desperation and as a last resort." Now, as minister, he's putting up walls and barriers through this legislation. And yes, refugees and those who need safety are under attack under this bill. Bill C-2 denies hearings to refugees entirely from the United States, blocks applications from those in Canada over a year, ignores risks of persecution for torture or even death. It echoes Trump's asylum policies, which I might add, over 150 Canadians are now in ICE detention right now. And what is this government doing? Nothing. We have heard nothing about what the government is doing with Canadians that are held in ICE detention in the United States. Bill C-2 isn't about border security. It is about expanding government surveillance. It threatens to chill freedoms of expression, erode trust in doctors and service providers, and normalizes the sharing of personal information with foreign powers. Canadians deserve better. We can't allow democratic norms in Canada become roadkill under pressure from an increasingly authoritarian and unhinged American president. This is not the Canada that I know. This is not the Canada that I think Canadians voted for, Madam Speaker. I hope and I call on every member of this House to vote against this bill and send the government back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no doubt, easy to tell where the member stands on the legislation. I did want a clarification on one specific issue. She makes reference to the issue of being able to claim refugee status. So in Canada, we literally have hundreds of thousands of people that are in Canada today that are on some form of temporary visa. And the question I have for the member is, does she believe that someone that would be in Canada for a lengthy period of time as a temporary visa, that every one of them should be able to claim a refugee even if they've been in Canada for over a year?
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. People with visas that are here in Canada, not all of them want to claim refugees. Some of them are actually seeking permanent resident status. Some of them are having their permits expanded. What's happened with our immigration system, of course, is the mismanagement of the system by the Liberal government. In fact, I remember both the Liberals and Conservatives call for an expansion of temporary foreign workers. The NDP were the only ones that said, no, wait a minute, we shouldn't be doing that. The NDP were the only ones that actually said, you know what? If we need more workers here in Canada, let's make sure that we go through the proper process that includes allowing them to get permanent resident status on arrival. Let us meet our labor demands for the full range of workers, from the low skill, medium skill, and high skill, for the full range, and not just what the government's got right now, targeting the high skilled, and then the rest of them, pushing them through the temporary foreign workers process. This needs to be looked at in a serious way, and it should be dealt with in a fair way, so that all workers are valued here in Canada and not subject to exploitation.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford. Sorry.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member from Vancouver East for her remarks this morning. In the last Parliament, there was considerable debate on the fundamental right to privacy. This legislation never did see the end of the day, and the New Democratic Party did work with the Conservatives to push forward our concerns about the usage of data and the provisions being put forward by the Liberal government under the former Prime Minister. Will the member agree with the Conservatives that some of the provisions in this legislation seem to be or would constitute government overreach without the proper constraints put in place to protect a Canadian's fundamental right to privacy? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, member for Vancouver East.
The NDP's view of this bill is that it should actually be scrapped entirely. The government is trying to shove through a whole variety of different things in an omnibus bill, a 140-page bill, stripping Canadians of their basic charter rights, stripping due process, all in the name of border security. You know what? If the government wants to tackle safer borders, bring forward a bill that specifically talks about that, and we can examine it, study it, and then debate it and determine whether or not it should be amended and passed. If the government wants to address criminality, bring forward a bill on trafficking, on criminality specifically, not shove it all under a bill that's 140 pages long and with provisions that has nothing to do with border security, that has nothing to do with criminality, and has everything to do with tackling and violating Canadians' basic civil liberties and expanding the government's surveillance capabilities on Canadians. That is wrong.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to my colleague across the way. I disagree with certain of the things she said. I'm not here to defend Bill C-2. Although on our side, we have an analysis that has led us to believe that this might be beneficial in the long run, although there might be amendments to make. But my colleague across the way, she said that 150 pages is an omnibus bill. I think that's a bit exaggerated. But still, I think there was something interesting about what she said. She said that on her side, they are afraid that this bill might be adopted without significant amendments. So does she share the fears that we have of seeing the Conservatives act the way they did this spring and help out the Liberals, meaning that we wouldn't be able to appropriately study bills in this House like C-2, which does have parts in it which I believe would be positive?
Clarice, a very brief answer.
Thank you very much. The NDP believes that the bill should be scrapped. And we do not support this bill because it is not what it purports to be. And there might be some provisions in it that is good, but then it should not be all in a giant bill with more than 11 acts all shoved into one bill.
We have to resume debate. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was listening to the remarks of the NDP member from Vancouver East, who I served on opposite sides in the BC legislature and now here. And I must admit, just a lot of what she had to say actually resonated with what I said. So what we feel here in the Conservative side, we're not totally in line, but I just want to begin by thanking the residents of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, and Mission for re-electing me to a third term. It's the first term for me representing part of Mission. I share it with my colleague from Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford. All right, got that down. Okay, so it's a privilege and a responsibility. Had 13,000 more votes this election compared to the last election, and I attribute it to different things. Obviously, our leader was a very powerful spokesperson, but I will say that, you know, people are struggling in my communities, or many people are, and across Canada, economically, and they're also concerned, a big concern is the rampant drugs and lawlessness that is sweeping our nation. That doesn't need to be, and which wasn't there prior to the Liberals being in power. When I went door to door, I would often ask people if they, you know, think things have gotten better since the Liberals have been in terms of the economy, in terms of prosperity, crime, or in general. And I would say, you know, if you really feel that way, then vote Liberal. But I didn't get anybody telling me that things had gotten better, and they haven't gotten better at all. Things have gotten a lot worse. This bill, C2, it is, they're trying to make it look like they're doing something about crime. It's in the borders, it's full of half measures, full of, and things are overlooking, and things are getting wrong. Canadians are deeply concerned about the alarming upswing of violence that is shaking our communities. It weighs heavily on us. And it's such a dichotomy. Like, my riding is in the Vancouver area, and such a magnificent, beautiful area in the world, in the nation, to live in. And yet what we're seeing happening in our streets is just, and in the night and throughout the land is just totally out of sync. And it shouldn't be that way. There's horrific acts of violence that remind us of the urgent needs to restore safety and security in our country. Think of the tragic Lapu Lapu event in Vancouver, where 11 innocent lives were taken. Stands as one of the most devastating mass killings in our nation's history. Senseless killings, violent crime in communities across the nation. It's not isolated incidents. They reflect a disturbing trend of violence that Canadians everywhere are feeling. Violent crime is up 50% since the Liberals have been in. Gang-related homicides up 78%. Sexual violations against children, 118%. Human trafficking, 83%. Sexual assault, 74%. In BC, extortions are up 500%. For generations, I think of since the opening of the West in Canada and in the US, there was a real contrast in our minds, in how we viewed Canada and how the world viewed Canada. Canada was known for peace, order, and good government, with the RCMP going on horseback and cleaning up places like Fort Whoop-Up in what was before Alberta was a province, and that was filled with bandits and liquor smugglers. And you compared what was in Canada as opposed to the states of lawlessness. Well, that is no longer the case, Madam Speaker, and that's terrible. And people feel it. People tell me that they're worried about walking in their neighborhoods, about crime creeping closer to home, and whether or not their loved ones are truly safe. It's not the Canada we No, and it's not the Canada we should accept. But unfortunately, under this Liberal government, violent crime has gone up significantly. And the facts speak for themselves. After nearly a decade in office, the Liberals have failed to prioritize public safety. Their soft on crime policies include reduced sentences for serious offenders and the erosion of accountability in our justice system that have left communities vulnerable. Criminals are emboldened while victims and families are left behind. Conservatives take a different view. We believe that Canadians deserve to feel safe in their homes, in their streets, and in their communities. And that means ending catch and release bail policies that put dangerous repeat offenders back on the street. It means restoring tougher penalties for violent criminals and giving law enforcement the tool they need to do their jobs effectively. And it means supporting families and communities as they heal from tragedies. We owe it to the victims in every community shaken by violence. This government needs to stand up for the innocent, hold violent offenders accountable, and make public safety a true priority once again. For over a decade, we've urged this Liberal government to reverse dangerous policies that have left violent criminals walk free. They have allowed our borders become increasingly porous and left our justice system in disarray. I know that the member opposite, Liberals, said that, oh, we put an extra $1 billion into border security. Well, the number of illegals going from Canada going to the States is up 600% since they've been in. And we actually don't really keep good track of those coming from the States to Canada. Everybody is pretty much welcome. Look at Roxham Road. And now, Mr. Speaker, after years of ignoring the warning signals, after thousands, tens of thousands of Canadians have become victims of repeat violent offenders, the Liberals are scrambling. They've dropped C2, a bloated omnibus bill that tries to do too much and achieves too little where it matters the most. Let me be clear that Conservatives are ready to support elements of this bill, but we're also deeply concerned about several provisions that don't go far enough or go in the wrong direction. What's the biggest failure of this bill? Failure to fix our broken bail system. The catch and release system. It's not just a phrase. It's a dangerous reality that Canadians are facing in their cities. Criminals, including those charged with trafficking fentanyl, smuggling firearms, or committing violent assaults, are being routinely released on bail, often within hours. In Vancouver, we saw the same 40 criminals arrested 5,000 times in 1 year. It's frustrating to police. So they tell me, what's the use of arresting people? The bill also fails to introduce mandatory prison sentences for fentanyl traffickers. It still allows house arrests for a shocking number of serious crimes, including some forms of sexual assault, kidnapping, and human trafficking. And it's too weak on crime, and it's far too strong when it comes to government overreach. We are extremely alarmed by the propositions in this legislation that threatens Canadians' civil liberties. Provisions that could allow government to open your mail without proper oversight. Measures that allow authorities to compel internet companies to hand over your private data without a warrant. And concerning language about limiting the use of cash, which is vital to our seniors and small businesses in rural communities. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we have a new Prime Minister. Yes. We have more new members of Parliament than any other political entity in the House of Commons. And really, since the end of April, we have seen tax breaks for 20+ million Canadians.
That's right.
We have seen a stronger Build One Canadian economy than we have ever seen, Madam Speaker, in which they support it. The member talks about the need for bail reform. We have a Prime Minister with a new cabinet that is committed to bring in several pieces of bail legislation, some of which we're going to be seeing this fall, Madam Speaker. All of this in a very short period of time. But I tell you, listen to the Conservatives, including the member, the issue of misleading Canadians through debate is a concern.
Yeah.
They try to give the impression that any letter carrier can literally open up a letter anytime he or she wants. They try to give the impression that there's not going to be a need for a warrant to be able to open up a letter. Both of those are not true. Can he provide his thoughts on misleading information?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Might be some a new Prime Minister and some new Liberal members, but it's the same old policy. As a matter of fact, we're seeing things getting worse. We're seeing the deficit, when they eventually put the budget forward, it looks like it's going to be double what was originally intended. We're seeing a lot of talk, and I'm hearing that on the doorsteps, and as I'm talking with businesses, they're saying, "Oh, sounds really good," but we're not seeing the evidence. And that this bill, C2, seems to be more of that. A lot of talk and not much evidence.
Honorable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He raised border security. I live in an area that's not far from the U.S. border. So I've looked into the question of border checkpoints. And under the Conservatives, there were a lot of cuts in this area. Then the Liberals came to power. They said they'd have a new approach. And they said they would improve the situation for the border, but they didn't actually offer more funding for border officers. We believe that this is really the key to improve security. What does my colleague think?
Merci.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I'd like to thank the Bloc Québécois for these comments. Well, the situation that we're seeing at the border is a real deterioration. Roxham Road, not far from Montreal. We know that it's a difficult situation. We, the Conservatives, want to increase the number of border positions by adding thousands of positions for border agents. We want to stop drug and human trafficking. And we want to make sure that there aren't just guards at official checkpoints. We want to instead make sure that the entire border is being monitored, not just official checkpoints. Because illegal migrants can simply take another path over the border. We also would promote investing in scanners at ports, among other measures. We need to take our border issues seriously.
Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to Statistics Canada, total sexual assaults have risen 74.83%, 90% of which are against women. Why, if the member could comment, why has the Liberal Party enacted policies that have done so much to hurt and damage women? Do they not respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the rights of women to live free of fear of being hurt in our society?
Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, a brief answer.
Thank you for the member's comments, question. And it is stunning because the Liberals have brought laws that essentially forces judges to release criminals on the least onerous terms and as quick as possible. And so basically it's chaos. It's not just chaos, it's dangerous. And women are feeling it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a real honor for me to rise in this House for the first time after the summer to speak to Bill C2, the Strong Borders Act. And I, of course, am speaking on behalf of the residents of my constituency of Davenport that I'm so honored to represent for the fourth time. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, the need for this legislation is as great as it was when it was introduced in June, and I look forward to helping make the case for this bill today. When we talk about strong borders, on this side of the House, we are not talking about building walls. We're talking about providing tools, tools that will protect everyone in Canada from the kinds of threats we could not have imagined not that long ago. So, think of Bill C-2 as offering a toolkit. These tools in the bill are designed to protect us from organized crime, hostile state actors, human traffickers, money launderers, and drug cartels. These are the people who are flooding our streets with fentanyl, sexually exploiting children online, smuggling people to our borders, or trying to make dirty money clean. Criminals, plain and simple, Mr. Speaker. Criminals who are using every tool of modern technology to commit crimes. Mr. Speaker, law enforcement is playing catch-up. Some call it playing whack-a-mole as criminals find new ways to exploit gaps in our system as quickly as we close the ones they were just using. We can argue over the finer points of what we should be doing, but there can be no argument at all over the need for immediate and urgent action. And we on this side of the House believe that Bill C-2 is the action we must take. Action to properly protect our borders. Action we need to move on multiple fronts. This is action that explains why this bill touches on so many areas. For example, Mr. Speaker, you might not have the Oceans Act at the very top of your list for amending when thinking of the Safe Borders Act. But by making adjustments and us including it in this act, in this bill, in our proposed legislation, if it is passed, it will allow the Coast Guard to conduct security patrols and collect, analyze, and share information and intelligence for security purposes. This will help protect our maritime borders, especially in the Arctic. Mr. Speaker, fentanyl traffickers, both inside and outside of Canada, use the mail, Canada Post, to move their lethal product. A tiny amount of fentanyl, just mere milligrams, can kill someone. It also fits neatly into an envelope, and under the current Canada Post Act, it's illegal for that envelope to be opened. But if BC2 passes, it will change that. With this bill, law enforcement can go to a judge, obtain a warrant, and then search and seize drugs, such as fentanyl, from Canada Post mail. With this change, Canada Post would be on exactly the same footing as the big courier companies, and criminals would lose an easy way for them to be shipping drugs. This is much needed policy change, Mr. Speaker, because we know for criminals, borders are something to be ignored. Borders are an inconvenience. They add to the cost of doing business. Our job is to make borders real and to make sure criminals cannot hide behind our modern communication tools to conduct their business. For Canada, it means ensuring law enforcement can properly investigate those who would do us harm. And that means creating a proper lawful access regime to allow law enforcement to respond to the challenges it faces from criminals. Changes proposed in Bill C-2 will help bring our laws and policies in line with our allies, particularly those in the Five Eyes Alliance, who have had their own versions of some of these same tools for many years. And it's important to remember that the Canadian version will be keeping with Canadian values, consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, there has been considerable public discussion about this issue since Bill C-2 was tabled, and I look forward to the debate here in this venerable House over the coming hours and days. There is one important element I do want to highlight about our proposal. Some have argued that the lawful access regime being proposed is a major attack on privacy rights. I would like to argue that it is not. It is carefully structured to calibrate law enforcement's access to information with the nature of information being sought. For the vast majority of information requests, a judicial warrant is required. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are a couple of exceptions to that, but ones I believe that all sides of this House can support. So let me give you a couple of exceptions. First, Bill C-2 clarifies the ability of law enforcement to use specific powers and see specific information without a warrant in urgent, time-sensitive circumstances. One such circumstance would be in the live and active abuse of a child. I'm sure we can all agree that stopping the abuse of a child is an appropriate exercise of police authority. The second, and the other instance, is when police are trying to find basic information about someone as part of an investigation. This typically happens in the early stages of a police investigation. What we're talking about here is basic information, essentially someone that responds to simple yes or no kind of question. So what the police would glean from the answer would allow them to go to a judge, seek a warrant, and obtain more information. Again, the object of the exercise here is to allow law enforcement to move at the same speed as the criminals that they are pursuing. Due process is maintained, but speed is also critical for police when pursuing those who use digital tools to communicate. Mr. Speaker, this bill has many more elements, and we will be discussing them over the course of the debate today. Amendments to the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Criminal Code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, among others, all add up to a complete and compelling package of reforms that modernize our laws and protect us from those who would do us harm. Bill C-2 builds on the work we began last December when we announced a $1.3 billion investment in border security. These additional investments are helping our law enforcement and intelligence agencies keep pace with transnational organized crime groups that have become more sophisticated in their use of new technologies, like drones, 3D printers, and encrypted communications to carry out cross-border crimes. Mr. Speaker, under our border plan, we are hiring more personnel and delivering more tools and resources, such as advanced technology, drones, surveillance equipment, K-9 teams, helicopters, and more. We have also listed 7 transnational organized crime groups as terrorist entities under their criminal code and are constantly monitoring to determine if more should be added. These listings allow us to take direct action against organized crime, such as freezing their assets in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to do everything we can to combat crime and to keep people safe. It is our essential duty as a government. This bill is necessary, but we make no claims to perfection. The Minister of Public Safety has made it clear that the government is open to constructive amendments. I look forward to an equally constructive debate today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are so many elements of this speech from the member opposite that I could address, including why Canadians should trust the same old liberal government who created the crisis to fix the crisis. She even referenced that it was the same government in part of her speech. But the part that I think that I'm most interested in is what she said about Canada Post opening mail. She said, and I quote, law enforcement can go to a judge and get a warrant. I wonder if the member opposite could read the portion of this bill that describes clearly that the judge and the warrant will be required.
For Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I'll say to you that the Strong Borders Act makes critical amendments to legislation that will advance our government's priorities to keep Canadians safe and secure through strengthening our border and to making some additional changes, including the changes that she has referenced to the Canada Post Act. I will say to you, the way crime is conducted these days has absolutely changed, and so government has to modernize its legislation to be able to go after the perpetrators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? La députée de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And she spoke, among others, about the issue of criminal gangs and security at the border. But I'd like to bring her back to this fact that this is an issue that the Bloc Québécois has raised a number of times and which culminated with the tabling of a bill from my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord, which would cut off funding to criminal organizations and cut off their sources of revenue. And it talks about seizing goods and assets from those who are associated with criminal gangs. We also called for the creation of a list of organizations so that we could better fight organized crime. So on the principle, we'd like to go back to committee to study Bill C-2, particularly so that we can improve it in a constructive way. But I'd like to ask my colleague, is she familiar with the bill that my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord presented last fall, and does she think that those measures should be considered as we move forward?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question, and I want to thank her and the other members of the Bloc Québécois for being very passionate about this issue. Make no doubt about it, Bill C-2 is about taking more decisive action to crack down on crime, and that absolutely means that we will be cracking down on money laundering and terrorist financing. And I want to assure the member that any ideas that they have should be brought to committee, which is where this bill will go. We will take all the best ideas to make sure that this is the strongest bill possible moving forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first like to welcome my colleague back to the House of Commons and thank her for her very reflective thoughts that she shared. We have listened to the House of Commons today about many comments that our colleagues have made about this bill, and we know that Canadians sent us here with a mandate to collaborate. Canadian voters want us to take action on the borders, including Conservative voters. Can the member talk about ways that we can cooperate, collaborate, and even take this bill to committees and make sure that many amendments are taken into consideration and bring this bill to pass?
The member for Davenport.
I want to thank the honourable member for her excellent question. Indeed, I think that it is nonpartisan, that it is absolutely important for us to be ensuring that we continue to have updated legislation that allows our government to take strong action to prevent crime, to ensure that our law enforcement officers at all levels have the tools that they need to disrupt any type of crime and to hold those to account to criminal activity. So I will tell you, we will take the best suggestions. We will work with all members of every party in this House to ensure that we have the strongest law both now and moving forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Question and comments. You have time for a short one. The member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the member misrepresented what this bill really does. What this bill really does is expands surveillance and data collection from individuals without receiving a judicial warrant. And she said it would require one. And could she clarify her comments, because that is not what the bill says?
The member for Davenport, a short answer.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Look, I will say to the member, first of all, I think that if he has some concerns around privacy, I think that we've spent quite a bit of time addressing those issues here in this House. But I will tell you, if there's any concerns on his part that for some reason we need to make some adjustments around the privacy concerns that he might have, that I would ask him to bring it to committee. Thanks so much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's an honor to rise today on behalf of the hardworking residents of Oshawa. When I return from my city to this chamber, I always carry the voices of our workers in Oshawa who build our economy, of families who keep our neighborhoods strong, and of young people who deserve the chance to build a future in the city they call home. They are the strength of Oshawa, and they deserve a government as strong as they are and as hardworking as they are. Every family in Oshawa deserves and wants the same thing. Safe streets, where children can walk without fear, secure borders that stop drugs and guns from entering our neighborhoods, and a government that protects their rights while holding criminals accountable. Bill C-2 claims to deliver these things, but a closer look shows it offers more rhetoric than it does results. It mixes a few measures worth supporting with many that leave Canadians feeling less free and less safe and less confident in their government. The fentanyl crisis has devastated many Canadian communities, including my own in Oshawa and our downtown core. Too many lives have been cut short. Too many parents have stood in sorrow at vigils for their sons and their daughters. First responders race from calls to call, fighting to save lives from overdose after overdose, reflecting the depth of a crisis that continues to grip our city, including the human cost. Liberals create a crisis and somehow expect Canadians to trust that they are the ones to fix it. It is not enough to ban chemicals. Traffickers must face justice. Yet this bill allows many dealers to serve sentences from home. Families in Oshawa do not believe a fentanyl dealer should be sitting on a couch. They believe the dealer should be behind bars. The dealers are not small-time offenders. These are people whose actions have ended lives, destroyed families, and terrorized our communities. For 10 years, this Liberal government has failed to secure Canada's borders. Our officers do their best with the tools they have, but the tools are not enough. Illegal drugs, stolen vehicles, and firearms flow in while Canadians pay the price. Throughout that time, Conservatives have consistently called for stronger border security, more CBSA agents, high-powered scanners at land crossing and ports, and systems to track departures of deportees. These are practical steps that would stop threats before they hit our streets. Cracking down on money laundering is essential. Of course, Oshawa families work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules. Criminal gangs should not be able to wash their profits through loopholes. Yet Part 11 of Bill C-2 takes a wrong turn. It opposes a blanket ban on cash transactions over $10,000. While gangsters have used cash to launder money, this sweeping ban will punish law-abiding citizens, such as seniors who rely on cash, tradespeople, and small businesses. Without evidence, it will stop organized crime at all. What I find even more troubling, though, Mr. Speaker, is that access to cash can be crucial for women and individuals trying to escape abusive relationships because financial independence can be a lifeline. I can't tell you how many times I've encountered victims of intimate partner violence who feel stuck and trapped. Without control over money, it becomes much easier for an abuser to maintain power and control, trapping the person in a cycle of dependence and making it harder to safely escape. Taking away cash as a safe option leaves some of the most vulnerable Canadians with fewer tools to protect themselves. Perhaps the most concerning factors of C-2 are the sections that undermine civil liberties. The Supreme Court has affirmed that Canadians have a right to privacy in their internet records. Bill C-2 seeks to undo that, allowing officials to obtain subscriber information without a warrant in so-called urgent circumstances. Shockingly, the bill even gives Canada Post new powers to open and inspect personal mail. Canadians should be confident that what they send through the mail will remain private and confidential. Allowing the government to rifle through letters and packages is a dangerous intrusion into everyday life. Exactly the kind of invasion of privacy I came to expect as normal when I lived in communist China as a young teacher. Part 15 goes further, compelling companies to build backdoors into their systems. Once built, those backdoors can be accessed without judicial oversight. In a bid to win trade concessions from the U.S., the Prime Minister has put our rights and values on the bargaining table. Bill C-2's lawful access provisions would erode a last line of defense to ensure people can have safe experiences on and offline. International human rights bodies have recognized the importance of encryption to protect the safety and privacy of people. Encryption ensures people have safe lines of communication online when they need it most. For survivors of intimate partner violence, encryption is a lifeline that secures confidential communication about escape plans, and protecting victims, including children, from abusers. Many families in Oshawa include newcomers who fled regimes that spied on their citizens, and they came to Canada for freedom. They should not see those same shadows falling over their lives here. Canadians who remember 2022, when this government froze bank accounts of individuals it disagreed with politically. Under Bill C-2, banks could collect and use personal information without consent, and accounts could be frozen on suspicion alone. Ordinary Canadians should never face this risk. We learn from experience. When Liberals are given too much power, we can be certain they will abuse it. Bill C-2 is over 100 pages long, amending 14 acts, yet it omits reforms Canadians have been crying out for. Bail reform is absent. Catch and release remains in place. There are no mandatory prison terms for fentanyl traffickers or violent gangsters. So families in Oshawa now are afraid to let their kids walk downtown. Shopkeepers are exhausted from repeat thefts. Police officers see the same criminals return to the streets, and Canadians do not want gestures. It is time for action. Canadians wonder, how did our streets reach this point? Some claim we need bail reform, but in fact we already have it, and it's making things worse. The Liberals' Bill C-75 rewrote the rules so that judges are instructed to let offenders out at the first chance under the weakest conditions possible. That wasn't an accident, it was a deliberate policy. The results are plain to see in Vancouver. We know, it's been said today, the same 40 habitual offenders have been cycled through our system over 6,000 times. That is about 150 arrests each in a single year. A shocking figure that tells the story of a system that has collapsed. Arrest, release, repeat. Arrest, release, repeat. That is the reality across Canada. Conservatives have been warning for years that this is a revolving door and it endangers our neighbourhoods. And what has the Prime Minister done? Instead of fixing the law, he closed Parliament, spent his summer globe-trotting, and left Canadians to deal with the consequences. Imagine instead of chasing headlines abroad, he had repealed Bill C-75 months ago. How many break-ins, assaults, or violent crimes could have been avoided? We've offered practical solutions. Conservatives have for many years. The Minister of Public Safety already admitted the true purpose of this bill, removing irritants for the United States. Canadian security for this minister has become secondary. With Bill C-2, this government risks surrendering Canadians' privacy, financial freedoms, and safety, all for political convenience. This is not leadership, this is appeasement. Conservatives do not oppose all of Bill C-2. Some measures deserve to be studied and improved, but we will not give the government a blank check to erode the freedoms of Canadians. Individuals should never be asked to choose between safety and liberty. They deserve both. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments. I'm wondering if my colleague is open to taking this to committee. We've heard a lot of comments that obviously they want to discuss this bill further, and this bill will be going to committee. And will the members support this bill to go to committee so that we can look at it further and make sure that it represents the desires and the thoughts of Canadians who voted for us, Mr. Speaker, to cooperate and to make sure that we're working together in bringing legislation that makes sense for Canada?
The member for Oshawa.
I think most conservative members of this House have said that there are elements of this bill that are good and that are strong. There are so many elements that are concerning that we have to look a lot closer. There are so many things like bail reform and sentencing provisions that are just simply not addressed. I don't know if that's something that can be changed by amendments in committee, but we'll have to see.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention today. And of course, as the Bloc Québécois Status of Women critic, I heard about what she had to say about violence against women What I've heard this morning is that it's being mentioned from time to time, but the reality is that this is a subject that requires many solutions from many angles. For example, we need shelters that can bring women out of a cycle of violence. She talked about poverty that maintains women sometimes in a dangerous situation. We need to be able to give them shelter and housing. It's essential and important. This summer, we heard monies that were retained by the federal government to the CMHC. There are projects that were delayed because of this money being held back. What does she think about that? We need to make sure that shelters and houses are built so that we can protect women.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, and I appreciate very much the Bloc members' comments. A day doesn't go by in our communities where we're faced with sad stories and difficult situations, and I agree that things need to change, and in this bill in particular, this is an attack on women who cannot escape homes without access to sometimes hiding away large amounts of cash in order to escape. I will add here, it's a good time to mention the wonderful community organizations in Oshawa who support women and folks with intimate partner violence and who shelter them, including Denise House. So thank you.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. The member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated the comments from my colleague because over and over again in my mind I ask, why are Canadians so apprehensive as to the intent of this government with this bill? And the truth of the matter is they are very concerned about their privacies, and rightly so. She mentioned already the abuse of Canadians' rights and freedoms when the warrantless surveillance by this government, along with their use of the banks as a third party, froze everyday Canadians' bank accounts, and that put that element of mistrust in this government at a whole new level. So just her comments on that and how in the world they could expect a bill of this size and magnitude with so many good things mixed in with those that are not should be something that Canadians would give them that opportunity to regain trust.
The member for Oshawa.
I do think a majority of Canadians struggle with trusting this government with their lives. You know, to whom much is given, much shall be required, right? When history has shown that this Liberal government will always take advantage of its powers and will take away the rights of law-abiding Canadians, and it is something that concerns us all greatly on this side of the House. It seems on some of the NDP members have expressed some of the same concerns, and I'm happy to see that, and I hope that we will, on that point, stand together. Thank you.
We have time for a short question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy House Leader.
Yes, very short, Mr. Speaker. Can the member indicate, she talked about lawful access and spreading or talking about or sharing information. The Canadian Chief of Police Association is the one that's actually supported. Does she support the Chief of Police statement in support of that aspect of the legislation?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member, short answer.
Well, I'm a very strong supporter in our police services and our police associations, and I can tell you that I support all of the things that they need, and I tell you what they're talking about most, and it's bail reform. That is their biggest concern today.
Reprise de débat, le député de...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be back to speak to Bill C2, a fulsome and complex bill that touches border security, that talks about fighting organised crime and the illegal funding thereof. It also touches IRCC and immigration. Perhaps I'll focus on that today. I won't be surprising anyone when I say that, like my colleague said from the Bloc Québécois, the Bloc Québécois will be supporting this at second reading, but as we've always done, with a cautious approach. If you remember, Mr. Speaker, for a while now, the Bloc Québécois has been calling for better border control. My former colleague, Christian Michaud, had raised a number of questions in that regard, especially with regards to stolen vehicles and with regards to fentanyl trafficking and money laundering. So the Bloc Québécois wasn't waiting for the pressure from the Trump administration to raise the actual issues that are in this bill. This bill represents an important step forward in some respects, but it's also very lengthy. It includes many new powers that could raise concerns among civil rights advocates. I think that this has been abundantly raised already this morning, and that is the reason for which we will have to do thorough and rigorous work at committee to study certain aspects more deeply. One major issue remains, however, and that's the lack of staffing at the Canada Border Services agencies and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, so CBSA and RCMP. You know that the government seems to be in austerity mode, if I may, when it comes to budget. So I'm looking forward to seeing what solutions will be proposed for these two agencies. Mr. Speaker, let us talk about considerations regarding IRCC. In Part 6 to Part 9 of the bill, we have proposals that match issues that we've raised before, and I would like to highlight this because it seems important to do so, that in this House, partisanship has been used against us when we, the Bloc Québécois, talked about issues of immigration. The Conservatives and the Liberals accused us, the Bloc Québécois, of being partisan when it comes to immigration. And I'd like to come back on the matter, Mr. Speaker, because we have noted over the last few weeks what partisan use of immigration can look like. I won't go too far into what the leader of the official opposition said about temporary foreign workers, but I would like to say that in my region, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, people noted this comment and were shocked because there are so many people in my riding who make use of the temporary foreign workers program. Some people have perhaps a unfortunate view of the issues that affect us. We have to make a difference between temporary foreign workers that are essential in certain activity sectors, perhaps less in other sectors. Perhaps it's not the same reality in my area than it is in big urban centers. We do have to differentiate it, but we also have to differentiate the types of immigration. An asylum seeker doesn't have the same status as a temporary foreign worker. What was damaging to Quebec is the influx of asylum requests, which led to a pressure on social services, housing, healthcare, education. And when the Bloc Québécois raised these issues in the last parliament, the government really wasn't listening to us. So I'd like to have a debate or a series of debates in the next few weeks and months, some more serene debates on immigration. Because if I judge what we have seen since 2019, well, it hasn't always been rosy. The Bloc Québécois has many times denounced what has been transpiring at Roxham Road, denouncing the original response from the government. We denounced a broken and shattered immigration system. Our riding officers are kind of have become like immigration officers, and I think it's the case for all of us. We are picking up the slack given the failures of IRCC. I mention this because there are a number of solutions that could be interesting in this bill. Part 6, for example, which seeks to amend, or rather share, personal information. This could meet respond to certain issues that we've seen in the past. My colleague for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verts this morning mentioned or rather asked, that an investigation be started with regards to the drivers, temporary foreign workers that ask for a temporary foreign worker permit to do bulk transport without necessarily meeting our rules and regulations. And we saw in the media not too long ago that they are the cause of accidents, of deadly accidents, because perhaps they don't follow all the road safety rules, and perhaps they don't follow all rules when it comes to writing things down in one's logbook. And perhaps they don't have the right equipment, safe equipment to do their job. This might be a dimension that should be studied within this bill. I know that my colleague for Pierre Boucher-Verchères Les Patriotes already has documentation ready to go, so at committee this might be something that we could discuss. There's also the work that will be done on Part 7 of the bill, on asylum claims. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if you've seen this in your riding, but we have a significant issue right now with regards to temporary foreign students. There was a huge influx of temporary students that came with fake letters of admission and who used that to make an asylum claim. What did this lead to? And I'm telling you what especially happened in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area. This created huge pressure on universities and colleges. In the last few years, they had to process a number of requests, sometimes outlandish requests, without federal government support for the most part. There's the Université du Québec à Chicoutimi that have a protected group of students, so Francophone students from abroad. But these students' requests were delayed because the situation is very fragile when it comes to processing temporary foreign student files. I see that, I believe that Part 7 could not fix the issue, but make it better. It could improve the reputation of our universities. Universities are working tooth and nail to recruit foreign students. It's a very competitive industry. In my riding in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, the University of Quebec in Chicoutimi had a strategy, and has had a strategy for the last 20 years, to become a welcoming university for foreign students. But unfortunately for them, this great reputation that they slowly built up was scrapped. Was scrapped, and I don't use the term lightly, by a poor intervention by the IRCC, by IRCC. This intervention and response is because there weren't statutes to better deal with students who come under false pretenses. I don't have time left, so I'm now happy to answer any questions my colleagues may have.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I can appreciate is that the members, in particular from the bloc, understand that there are aspects of the legislation in which it's good to be able to see advanced, which is really encouraging to see. But before we could even get it into that committee stage, we have to finish the debate that's taking place here, and we have to be at least aware of that. And I'm wondering if the member would not agree that there are many different stakeholders. I cited one in my last question, Chief of Police. Certain aspects of the legislation, very, very supportive. And a good way to continue the debate and make those potential amendments is by seeing it go to committee. I wonder if he can just provide his thoughts on the important role that standing committees also play in the House.
Député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Yes, I rarely agree with the member for Winnipeg North, so things are starting out well in this parliamentary session. I do believe that we need to continue this work, but what I was hoping that someone might take away from my speech is that politically, at times we need an adult in the room. Previously in this House, when we debated immigration, we were wrongly accused of politicizing the matter for ideological reasons. And what's a bit funny here is that when I look at this bill, especially in Section 7.8, about people illegally crossing the border, well, when the Bloc Québécois raised this, the same member for Winnipeg North would get up and say that it was completely wrong. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I carefully listened to my colleague's speech, especially when he was talking about what we need to do for our constituents and what we need to do at our riding offices to help people who are having issues with immigration, temporary foreign workers, or other topics. Does my colleague think that this government should cause even more people to come to our offices, or that it should instead help us hire more people so that we can process these situations more quickly? Our waiting lists are very long. Our wait lists are very long. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, I think we all seem to agree, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a good idea, and I think most members in this House want to do things well, but they're struggling because there are so many IRCC, very complex situations. Currently, we're disappointing people. People come to our offices and they're hoping for solutions in this broken immigration system. And unfortunately, it can be very difficult for the people in our offices to help. And this is entirely the government's responsibility. The government doesn't seem to understand what the scope of this immigration crisis is. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Jonquière for his excellent speech. And I'd like to thank him for referring to a number of files that I'm currently working on. I have a question about Bill C-2. He referred to the immigration crisis, and I think that's the right word. It is a crisis. We're seeing that in our offices and all over the place. Perhaps my colleague could tell us more about the consequences that that is having on our resources in Quebec, and the unfairness it's creating in regard to how asylum claimants are being spread out over the country. Is there anything in C2 that would help with this crisis? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. That's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything in C2. I don't think there's anything that will fix the unfairness suffered by Quebec in this area. Quebec had to spend a great deal in order to handle far more than its fair share of asylum claimants. That, as we've said many times, has had an impact on the education and health systems, on housing. And all of this was caused by the former government due to its adherence to the Century Initiative. Now, what we're seeing here is that this bill is trying to fix problems that the Liberal government itself created. But the problem that is not being fixed is the matter of fairness towards the government of Quebec, that paid more than its fair share because of the government's mistakes.
The member for Miramichi Grand Lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be back. I want to welcome you and all our colleagues back for another session. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have spent the summer back home in my constituency, Miramichi Grand Lake. I spent the past few months connecting with friends, neighbours, constituents, and listening to their concerns. Just last week, I attended a standing room only public meeting called by Downtown Newcastle Business District in response to a public safety crisis in the heart of our small town. The situation in downtown Newcastle is an emergency. Anyone who attended the meeting recognizes that. All you have to do is take a drive through our community to see it. But the emergency in Newcastle is not one of a kind. From speaking with and listening to my colleagues here in this House, nearly every community across this country faces the same serious challenges. There is a very real public safety crisis in our communities and across this nation. Drug use and addiction, crime and vandalism, aggressive behavior and harassment, and home invasions. A good many Canadians don't feel safe walking our streets, and they don't even feel safe at home with their doors locked. I would hope that no member in this House thinks that this job is a well-done job. I would hope that we can all agree something needs to change. But this Liberal government would like Canadians to rest easy. This government was re-elected on promises to axe the carbon tax and negotiate a trade deal with Prime Minister's good friend Donald Trump. But they have done neither. And from where I'm standing, it doesn't look like they have a real plan to honor their promises to Canadians. What is the Liberal Party's solution to the public safety crisis in this country? They want to make it harder for you to get money from a bank machine and easier for the government to open your mail. This Bill C-2 does little to address the very real problems facing our nation, but it will get this government recognition with the World Economic Forum. Tone deaf doesn't even begin to describe it. It is no wonder that Liberal government has failed to get a trade deal with our largest and best trading partner, the United States. This Liberal government has not addressed the very legitimate concerns that the United States government has raised over crime in this country and its export across our border to them. It is in this bill in black and white, the Liberal government's response to the flow of illegal drugs and weapons across our border is to make it easier, more streamlined, for asylum seekers to enter their country and avoid the proper means of legitimate immigration. This bill even provides asylum seekers with government support to navigate our system. But the bill goes on to allow government to keep a closer eye on our internet search history. For 10 years now, Conservatives have warned that Liberal soft-on-crime policies put Canadians in danger. We warned that fentanyl would rip through our towns. They did not listen. Now crime is up, drug deaths are up, and the Liberals are doubling down. This is one Canadian who is starting to think that when it comes to the complex challenges faced by our country, the Prime Minister doesn't even know whether to sit or wind his watch. You have to wonder, Mr. Speaker, if this government doesn't know what they are doing, or do they know exactly what they are doing? It is becoming more difficult to give the Liberal Party the benefit of the doubt. Are they making well-intentioned bad decisions? Could they make this many bad decisions in a row? Or does the bill reveal the vile contempt that the urban elite have for hard-working rural Canadians? The same contempt voiced by Ruth Marshall from the University of Toronto last week, which blocked this House from observing a moment of silence for a young father murdered in Utah last week for believing in God and encouraging others to do the same. In June, the Liberals rushed this bill into the House and dressed it up with a tough name, the Strong Borders Act. The name is strong, but the bill is not. It is weak where it must be strong, and even worse, it is heavy-handed where it ought to respect the freedom of ordinary Canadians. Conservatives believe in real law and order, common sense law and order, and that is why we oppose this bill. We will back any measure that truly stops drugs, guns, and violence from infecting our communities. But I will not support legislation that unnecessarily tramples on the rights of law-abiding citizens. Where is bail reform? This bill does nothing to stop the catch and release of criminals in our communities. I can tell you what my constituents think, Mr. Speaker. In Renews, Doketown, Negawac, Chipman, or Minto, if you sell poison to our kids, you belong behind bars or in the ground. If the government does not quickly address the crisis situation, things will only get worse. There are no mandatory jail terms for fentanyl traffickers in this bill. No new mandatory sentences for criminals who use guns. This bill does not demonstrate strength, it embraces weakness. And while it fails to get tough on real criminals, it reaches too far into the lives of ordinary people. It lets government agencies open your mail. It forces internet companies to hand over your Google search engines without a warrant. It even takes aim at the cash in your pockets. Canadians need to know that Conservatives believe in the free market. Cash means choice, and choice means freedom. It is not for Ottawa to decide how a grandmother in Red Bank buys her groceries, but this is how this Liberal government works. And it is why I was elected by my constituents, so I would speak about it in this House. This Liberal government ignores a problem until it explodes. Then instead of a simple fix directed at the problem, they use legislative tricks to further a globalist agenda at the expense of Canadians' freedoms. To my mind, this bill is just more of the downtown Toronto crowd telling rural Canadians how to live, without the faintest idea of life, where a handshake is still a deal and a man is measured by his word. I, for one, will not support this bill. I will fight for Canada that is safe and free and it does appear that I have a fight on my hands. I believe that criminals should face real consequences, and law-abiding people should keep the freedoms that our grandfathers fought and died for on beaches. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for his comments. I also would like to echo the same comments that my colleague from Winnipeg North has mentioned around cooperation and making sure that we're listening to our constituents and the people who send us to this House. He mentioned earlier that we promised to Canadians that we were going to remove the carbon tax, and he said that we didn't. And that's misleading, and that's not cooperation. And Canadian voters, including Conservative voters, they want us to cooperate. They want the House to function for the business of Canadians. Can the member comment on how he's going to commit to make sure that we move on the things that Canadians sent us to do in this House?
Hear, hear. The member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
I would like to thank the member opposite for the question. It's no small wonder why the crisis in our communities and across our nation is getting worse. I mentioned last week that there was an emergency meeting in my riding called Downtown Newcastle Business District. In addition to myself were provincial members, the mayor, and the chief of police. No one in the crowd or on the stage suggested if the government could just search our internet history, the crisis would improve. No one suggested if anyone had less cash in our pockets that there would be less drugs on the street. The government is so blind to its own ideology agenda, it is punishing law-abiding Canadians and doing nothing that is actually required to fix the problems that have broken for a decade of Liberal agenda.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Pierre Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, my question was that during the spring parliamentary session, I was surprised because normally the Conservatives are very aggressive against the government, and yet in the spring session they actually helped the government. They acted as enforcers for C5, which meant that there was a gag order and we barely had time to study it at committee. And there's been all sorts of consequences of this bill, which has now been adopted, C5. So will the Conservatives be doing the same thing here as they did with C5? Or will they instead act like responsible parliamentarians, like the Bloc Québécois, and appropriately study this bill instead of just working for the Liberals?
For Miramichi-Grand Lake.
Conservatives have laid out real solutions. You don't need to hire a team of university professors to sort this out. All the Liberals need to do is listen, dig the dirt out of their ears, hire thousands more border agents, give CBSA power to patrol our entire border, not just official crossings, install high-powered scanners at every crossing and shipping port to catch drugs, guns, and stolen cars before they ever reach the streets. Track who leaves the country so deportees can simply disappear. End catch and release bail and house arrest for violent offenders, scrap the so-called multi-murder discount in sentencing, and do it all while protecting the privacy and freedoms of everyday Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. And before I begin, I want to give a shout out to someone who's given me a great deal of help, and that's George Marco. Thank you, George, for everything. Now, to my honourable colleague, one thing that I've been struck by, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals seem to be tripping over their own agenda. They say we want to strengthen our border, and then they put all these superfluous things in this bill, things that don't seem to be constitutional or at least are marginal at best. I wonder if my colleague would agree that if the Liberals really wanted to get something done quickly, they would look at what is reasonable, balancing law and order and balancing human rights, civil rights, as our Charter guarantees.
The member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, we will back any part of this bill that truly protects our borders and helps police do their jobs. But we will not sign a blank check for a government that confuses heavy-handed intrusion with real security. Safety without freedom is not safety at all. Common sense says we can keep our borders tight and our streets safe without Ottawa dictating how to pay for your groceries and at the farmers market. This is common sense. If the Liberals don't understand it, then they can hold my beer and let us get to work.
We have time for a short question. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, just very quickly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of misleading information, I want to pick up on it. You listen to Conservatives, and the Conservatives give you the impression that letter carriers can walk around and start opening up Canadians' mail. It's just not true through this legislation. That's not true. In fact, it puts a requirement to get a warrant. It will deal with the mailing fentanyl to communities. Is that not a good thing?
The Honourable Member, short answer. Where is it in the legislation, Mr. Speaker? It says suspicious. Suspicious is an open-ended word. Without a warrant, it makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I look across Saskatoon West, past the shop fronts along 22nd Street, the family homes and the small businesses that built the west end of Saskatoon, I see the real cost of 10 years of Liberal failures on crime, drugs, and immigration. The government broke these systems, and Bill C-2 is their frantic omnibus attempt to look tough at a podium while ducking accountability at home. It stuffs sweeping surveillance powers and a de facto war on cash into a border bill, and then dares ordinary people to swallow that lot. That might work for Ottawa insiders, but it doesn't work for folks in Confederation Park, Meadow Green, Mount Royal, Montgomery, and every neighborhood in Saskatoon West who want safe streets and a fair shot. Mr. Speaker, let's start where my constituents live today, local safety. In our city, there were 13 homicides in 2023, 14 in 2024. And by Labor Day this year, only 2/3 of the way through the year, there were already 6 people slain. Those are not statistics. There are families reeling and a community on edge. Assaults are up this year. Sexual assaults and violations are up. Most alarming, there have been 818 weapons charges brought the first 8 months of this year. These aren't isolated spikes. They reflect a Saskatchewan trendline that has gone the wrong way under a Liberal government. Since 2015, violent firearms offences in Saskatchewan are up 206%. Extortion is up over 600%. Even motor vehicle theft is higher than it was. And these crimes, more often than not, are committed by repeat offenders out on bail or who have had their sentences severely reduced. Saskatoon Police Chief McBride sums it up this way. He said, "All of the intervention work that police tried to accomplish through holding them accountable, utilizing legislation, is for naught. It's a struggle every day for us with repeat offenders." That's what families in Saskatoon West feel every day, on their communities, in their driveways, and outside their corner stores. That whatever happens, the revolving door of criminals will keep going due to the Liberal soft-on-crime agenda. And while we fight to keep our streets safe, the opioid disaster continues to devastate our province. The Saskatchewan Coroner Service recorded 8 deaths by fentanyl poisoning in 2016. That number peaked at 272 in 2021 and was still 252 in 2023. But last year, it spiked again to 383 deaths, making last year a record year, even outstripping the COVID years. What is it in the first 8 months of 2025? A whopping 330 deaths already, well on pace to have the most deaths in the history of our province. These numbers are not elsewhere or in theory. They're our neighbours, our co-workers, and our kids. If you want a picture of what Ottawa's failed approach looks like on the ground, you can find Health Canada's safe supply warnings taped outside a pharmacy on 22nd Street, right in our riding. That's how close the crisis is. But there is hope. The solutions are obvious by now. Repeal Bills C5 and C75 to ensure repeat offenders get jail and not bail. Focus our care on a recovery model rather than keeping people in a perpetual state of addiction. Is that what we're debating today? Sadly, no. So what exactly is Bill C2? The bill has elements to improve border tools, compelling export-side cooperation with CBSA, authorizing security patrols, and improving interdiction of contraband in the mail. Conservatives can work with that. We all want to stop guns, drugs, and stolen cars. But the bill also veers into bundled surveillance powers, a cash crackdown, and a political rewrite of asylum rules. C2 slaps on a blanket cap for cash transactions over $10,000 without offering evidence for why a federal ban rather than record keeping is needed. In Saskatoon West, seniors, small contractors, and family-run shops still use cash for perfectly legitimate reasons. Yes, there are abuses of cash transactions as well, but instead of banning cash, we need better tools to stop crimes with cash. Otherwise, this government overreach will hit hardest on the little guy in places like Saskatoon. And then there's the privacy hit. The bill creates new pathways for information demands and cross-border data grabs, lowering thresholds for access to subscriber and transmission data. The Supreme Court has recognized a reasonable expectation of privacy in subscriber information and IP addresses, yet this government buries a workaround in a border bill and tells Saskatoon families to trust them. This legislation creates a warrantless runaround for the police to invade our fiber optic networks, something they hid deep, deep in this 140-page omnibus bill. And on immigration, the Liberals broke a system that used to work. You know, Canada's system was the envy of the world. We had countries would come to Canada to see how we do our system so that they might implement it in their countries. In the last 10 years, this Liberal government has broken almost our entire immigration system to the point where those people are no longer coming to see how we did it, but they rather to see how not to do it so they don't wreck their own. And this, of course, is not the fault of immigrants. Immigrants just used the system that was given to them. This was purely the government's fault. The good news, though, is it can be fixed, and we know how to fix it. The Liberals didn't think there should be limits on temporary residence, and guess what? The number of temporary residents exploded to over 3 million people, nearly 7.5% of our total population. This rapid, uncontrolled population growth led to obvious shortages of housing and jobs and put enormous strains on our healthcare and education systems. And employers turned to the temporary foreign worker program into a wage suppression crutch. It was supposed to be for hard-to-fill agricultural jobs, but ballooned into restaurants, hotels, and just about everywhere else. We propose restoring it back to ag-only policy because in the first 6 months of this year alone, the Liberals issued 105,000 temporary foreign worker permits, despite promising a cap of 82,000, flooding entry-level markets while Saskatoon students struggled to find summer jobs. And that's not compassion, it's a policy that leaves local youth and newcomers alike worse off. Folks in Saskatoon West feel this on both ends. Employers beg for skilled trades and reliable workers, and at the same time, high school grads and Polytech students in Saskatoon West tell me they can't get their first job because Liberals allowed a temporary program to become a permanent substitute for Canadian labour. That's on this government. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear about what C2 misses and what Saskatoon West needs. First, on bail and sentencing. The Liberals' catch and release approach failed. They repealed mandatory prison time for serious gun crimes and drug trafficking, and instead expanded house arrest for offenses like sexual assault and kidnapping. So instead of jail for serious offenses, criminals are told to stay at home. And seriously, how often can police check up on criminals at home? You can bet that these thugs are coming and going as normal while they serve out their sentence. The results are obvious, and in the stats and on our streets. It's time to bring back jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders and restore mandatory prison time for the worst crimes. The second big issue is fentanyl. C2 tweaks the current law around drug precursors. That's fine. But it does nothing about the cartel-level producers and traffickers who treat Canadian penalties as just the cost of doing business. Common sense conservatives will propose targeted constitutional life sentence provisions for those producing or trafficking fentanyl. That is what a real deterrent looks like, and that is what Saskatoon West deserves. The third issue is border competence without civil liberties overreach. We must upgrade scanners at crossings and ports, extend CBSA powers along the entire border, and track departures so that deportees don't disappear. These are real tools with real results, all while protecting the privacy rights of law-abiding Saskatoon families and small businesses. Mr. Speaker, here's our common sense solution to deal with these issues. Number one, fix the border. Implement border and enforcement tools that actually help CBSA and police, but stay away from the surveillance backdoor and cash bans. Number two, jail and not bail. End the catch and release for repeat violent offenders, restore mandatory prison for serious gun and hard drug crimes, and end house arrest for violent offenses. Our community deserves nothing less. We also need to hammer fentanyl kingpins. Life sentences for organized crime production and trafficking with a clear 40 milligram trafficking threshold. Flood the zone with treatment and recovery, not failed safe supply experiments. And last, we must secure fair immigration that puts Canadians first. End the wage-suppressing temporary foreign worker scheme, but keep a narrow-focused agricultural stream. Clear the backlogs. Put Saskatoon youth and Canadian workers first in line for Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, the government will say C2 is about strong borders. But for people in Saskatoon West, strong borders means less fentanyl on our streets, not more surveillance in their inbox. More CBSA capacity, not more Ottawa control over family finances. And an immigration system that works for Canada, not for corporate lobbyists and political theatre in Washington. I like some elements of this bill, which are basically the Liberals trying desperately to undo ideas that they themselves implemented. But the bill is a large omnibus bill that includes typical Liberal overreach that I cannot support. I want to see immediate help for the front lines, CBSA officers, Saskatoon Police, and community safety partners, while I fight the government's overreach and demand real sentencing reform. At the end of the day, my job is to deliver for families along 22nd Street, for the seniors in Montgomery, for the small shops and churches and Little League teams all across Saskatoon. And that means a Conservative government that will strengthen our borders, protect civil liberties, destroy the scourge of fentanyl, and keep our streets safe by keeping criminals in jail. We can make that happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the member spent a good deal of his time talking about an issue in which was a part of the Liberal Party's platform. During the election, just 5 months ago, we got a new Prime Minister. We had more new Liberal MPs elected than any other political party inside the House. At the end of the day, we've accomplished a great deal over the last 5 months, whether it's tax breaks, whether it's building one Canadian economy, and so forth. The bail legislation is a part of our platform, and the Prime Minister has been very clear, and that is that he will be introducing the legislation as early as this fall for at least a couple of parts of it. My question to the member is, can we anticipate that the Conservative Party will actually cooperate and try to get some of this legislation, whether it's bail or today's, into a committee?
The member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you. I appreciate the question, and it's great, Mr. Speaker, it's great to hear that the Liberals finally are actually listening to what Canadians have been telling them for 10 years. However, we've seen this over and over again, where there's a lot of talk, a lot of ideas, but the action is not there. And so, you know, maybe they will introduce something. I don't know. We've not seen it, and this has been a pattern that we have grown very used to on this side of the House over the last 10 years. And I might note that most of the members on that side in positions of authority are still the same. And so it's the same government. It's the same track record as before. And so we're happy to work with anything that makes sense, that we can support, but I want to see some real action from this government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to ask a question to one of my colleagues earlier today, and I'd like to reiterate that question again because I didn't get a clear answer to that question. I said already a few times today that there is a very high number of asylum seekers who make their requests in Quebec, very high compared to other provinces. And it's in the context of an immigration, housing, and resource crisis. And so far, unfortunately, this government has not done anything meaningful to ensure that there's a fair share of asylum seekers throughout other provinces. So what's the Conservative Party's opinion on this? Should asylum seekers be spread out in a fair way amongst all the provinces, or should Quebec continue to have a higher share?
West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. It's a good question. I think the most important thing we need to do as a country is to make sure that we have the best controls we can on asylum seekers so that we aren't attracting people. You know, this government, the former Prime Minister Trudeau famously said, Canada's open, come on to Canada. And guess what? People came. Of course they did. So I think it's really important that we make sure that we have systems in place that can quickly process people. We don't do things that unnecessarily draw people to Canada that shouldn't be coming here because they have perfectly good places to live. And yes, we can handle real asylum seekers and have a system that can absorb them, and they should be absorbed right across the country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On another front, in dealing with the issue of individuals that are in Canada, let's say for an extended period of time on temporary visas, does the member have any thoughts of his own in regards to whether or not someone, let's say, for example, has been here for over a year, being able to claim refugee if they were here visiting student or whatever else it might be?
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague bringing up the issue of temporary residence in Canada, because this is a major issue right now in our country, and the data from his own party shows that we're well over 7% of the population right now is temporary. And this is totally caused by the government's lack of attention to this area and how they encouraged people to come to Canada with absolutely no oversight, with absolutely no controls, no limits. And so, of course, people came. People will use the system that's given to them. And so now all of a sudden we have a problem that the government's finally waking up to. This is something that was entirely the fault of this Liberal government, something that should have been completely preventable and should have allowed Canadians who live here to have access to their health care, to their housing, and to the jobs. And so that's something that has to be corrected, and this government is fully at fault for that.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, September 5th, the RCMP seized over 120 grams of fentanyl, nearly 50 grams of methamphetamine, over 150 grams of crack cocaine, and a loaded prohibitive handgun in a family neighborhood in my home of Campbell River. Police executed the search and seizure after a lengthy drug trafficking investigation, and Inspector Jeff Preston, the officer in charge, said, quote, Campbell River is experiencing one of the highest rates of overdose deaths in the province, and we're doing everything we can to remove these toxic deaths from our streets. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is true that the RCMP in my riding are doing everything that they can to remove dangerous drugs from our streets, but 10 years of Liberal government have made it harder for them to do their job. Instead, this government has made it easier for drugs and illegal guns to be trafficked across the Canada-US border, and they have emboldened criminals by entrenching Liberal catch-and-release revolving door policies throughout Canada's justice system. Today, this House is considering Bill C-2, a piece of legislation that the Liberal minister responsible has said its purpose is to, among other things, quote, combat organized crime and fentanyl. An admirable goal, and one, as parliamentarians, we could all get behind. Unfortunately, however, this bill does not address the many reasons we've had such massive increases in violent crime and overdose deaths under this Liberal government over the past 10 years. First, on the issue of crime. Every week there's a new story about someone, forget the major cities like Vancouver or Toronto, but just in my riding, whether it's Campbell River or Powell River or Courtenay, of someone being shot or stabbed or having to fend off a home invasion or having their business broken into. Crime is getting worse, and here are the facts to back it up. Since 2015, violent crime has increased by 50%. Homicides have increased by 27%, 34% of which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, were committed by a criminal on some sort of release like bail. And we have to be clear, this dramatic increase we've seen in crime and disorder isn't the result of a bill like C-2 not yet being passed, but rather it is due directly to legislation passed by the Liberals and supported by the NDP over the past decade. Legislation like Bills C-75 and Bill C-5 that have reduced jail time for serious offenders and granted near automatic bail for career criminals. Now, we've all heard the stories as a result of these policies. Violent, random offenders released from custody only to commit more violence on our streets. Part of a tragic miscarriage of justice happening right across this country. But it hits a little different, Mr. Speaker, when it happens in your own backyard. Lewis Park is a popular gathering place for residents of the Comox Valley. Kids play in the water park, seniors go to classes at the community center, and apparently repeat violent offenders prey on an unsuspecting public. At least that's the story of Serge Melancon, who came to Lewis Park with his wife, a 64-year-old double amputee, to use a handicap shower during their road trip vacation in the middle of the day. But as Serge was about to leave the driveway, there was a knock on his window. It was an unknown man who proceeded to concoct a story about why he needed to borrow Serge's phone. This before suddenly opening the door to Serge's vehicle and punching him repeatedly in the head. The assault was so vicious, so unexpected, Serge was hardly able to fight back, leaving him with sustained injuries to his face. As Serge was then dragged out of the car and laid on the ground, the assailant fled with his phone, and a crowd began to gather. The police arrived on the scene, later identifying the attacker as Melvin Tagay, a trained boxer. Unsurprisingly, Serge was then told by police the attacker was already known to them. In other words, a repeat violent offender. Unfortunately, the story of surge is one that is all too common in both big cities and small towns right across Canada. In fact, I've kind of noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the only people who seem to be punished under this government are those who actually work for a living and follow the law. And there's no better example than the law-abiding firearm owners who have been demonized and targeted by their own government, while at the same time the Liberals have reduced prison sentences for those convicted of illegally smuggling firearms across the border from the United States. The very same border, I might add, they now claim they want to desperately secure. And now the Liberal government also claims they want to get tough on fentanyl and other illegal drugs with this bill. Well, let's look at their record on this. Since 2015, more than 50,000 Canadians have died from drug overdoses in Canada. That's more Canadians dead than who died in all of World War II. These are mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, sons and daughters who have all had their lives tragically cut short. And what has their policy been when it's come to deadly opioids like fentanyl that have wreaked so much havoc and caused so much death? Well, first, in my province of BC, they decriminalized hard drugs, including crystal meth, crack cocaine, and yes, even fentanyl, a policy that remains in place to this day. Which means at the same time they are claiming they want to take the fentanyl situation seriously, which we all do, their own policy that recklessly decriminalized that very drug remains in place. They then use taxpayer money to flood the streets with a highly addictive and deadly opioid called hydromorphone or Dilaudid, while marketing it to our young people as safe supply, all part of their plan known as harm reduction. This bill leaves all of those policies in place as well. And you know, they say the definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, right? And it's a phrase I have to use, unfortunately, all too often with this government. So if we actually want to solve the addictions crisis, if we actually want to combat the scourge of fentanyl and other hard drugs, how about instead of handing them out for free, we use that money to get these people into treatment, we get them into recovery, and we return them to being healthy, productive members of our society once again. And for those who are trafficking these drugs, who are trafficking fentanyl, I think it's time we treat them like the mass murderers that they are, with mandatory life sentences for those profiting off the death and misery of so many of our fellow Canadians. But instead of dealing with these substantive issues, the Liberals are scrambling with an omnibus bill that not only falls short of protecting Canadians, but infringes on their unassailable individual freedoms. Look, the Conservatives have always advocated for a secure border with greater investments in resources and personnel for the CBSA, the Canadian Border Services Agency, to prevent the flow of illegal drugs and guns across the border and into Canada. That's just common sense. We know that securing the border means increased border agents, patrol equipment, and enhanced security measures and technology. The major concerns that I have with this bill, Mr. Speaker, aside from the failure to address the real issues and the root problems driving the violent crime and addictions crises in this country, are surrounding privacy infringements involving the warrantless search of the mail of Canadians and digital government overreach. First, Bill C-2 amends the Canada Post Corporation Act to permit the search, seizure, detention, or retention of any post items and empowers Canada Post to open all mail. This is directly against Canadians' right to privacy and allows Canada Post to open mail without proper oversight, while also removing, and this is actually kind of hard to believe, any liability from those who abuse this newly granted authority. Here's the truth. Canadians do not want government looking into their private parcels and letters, and to permit such action would be a gross violation of the individual freedoms that so many Canadians, that all Canadians, have come to expect. Now, this same pattern of erosion of civil liberties is repeated in parts 14, 15, and 16 of this legislation. Bill C-2 allows the government to create backdoors for government bodies to access the private data of Canadians, again, without warrants. In Part 16, the bill opens the door for the government to supply financial institutions with personal information, and banks would be authorized to collect and use that personal information without an individual's knowledge or consent. All this based merely on government suspicion. This is essentially the same power the government granted to itself using the Emergencies Act during the COVID-19 protests back in 2022 that they then proceeded to immediately and dangerously abuse. All told, as it stands, Bill C-2 will accomplish virtually nothing on the major issues of crime and fentanyl which it purports to address. The failed Liberal policies of Bill C-5 and C-75 and drug decriminalization all will remain in place, while new infringements on individual freedoms of Canadians have been thoughtlessly introduced. As of today, it is a poorly written bill, and without significant changes and revisions, it will accomplish little toward the safety and security of Canadians, while further eroding the freedoms and privacy that Canadians hold dear.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, there's a number of comments that I would take exception to, especially dealing with the issue of fentanyl that's put into envelopes and then mailed, and there's a legal obligation for Canada Post to actually deliver that mail. I think that when you talk about dealing with drugs like fentanyl and how Canada Post is being utilized, I think it's a responsible clauses that we put in the legislation that will, in fact, make a difference. Now, I would ultimately argue that the legislation as a whole, I believe, has the merit to go to committee where members opposite could actually evaluate, debate, and propose amendments. Does the member believe that there's aspects of the legislation that he would support, therefore seeing it ultimately go to a committee?
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable member for his question. First, on the issue of fentanyl, I find it a little bit rich that this government is claiming these new infringements on the individual freedoms of Canadians are all about combating the scourge of fentanyl in society. This is a government that funds the handing out of fentanyl for free. This is a government that decriminalized fentanyl in my home province of British Columbia. This is a government that has overseen the largest increase of overdose deaths in the history of this country. As I said in my opening remarks, more than 50,000 Canadians, more than the Canadians that died in all of the Second World War. If we want to get tough on fentanyl, if we want to get tough on hard drugs in this country, we don't have to do it by infringing on the freedoms of Canadians, and there's lots of different options to doing that. It is a large bill, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there are elements in it that are good, but there's so much that is cause for concern.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Prince George, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thanks to the member for making that great speech. He's been an advocate of getting hard drugs off the streets. He's been to my local riding in Fort St. John specifically to talk about this really challenging issue for our communities in BC. This Liberal government, I'll ask the member, this Liberal government has been in its 11th year of governing this country. They've attacked law-abiding firearms owners on a regular basis, as he mentioned. They've also allowed drugs to flow onto the streets, which he's mentioned has killed thousands of Canadians as a result of those overdoses. Is the member confident that this Liberal government, in its 11th year governing Canada, is about to change its ways? Thank you.
Honourable Member.
I thank my colleague for the question. I am definitely not confident this government is going to change its ways. As he pointed out, it seems that under the Liberals and previously supported by the NDP, the only one that ever gets punished are those who actually work for a living, pay their taxes, and follow the law. And as he pointed out, law-abiding firearm owners are the perfect example of that. They're getting their private property. First of all, they're using taxpayer money to confiscate the private property of these Canadians who have never committed a crime, who are statistically some of the least likely Canadians to ever commit a crime, while at the same time reducing sentences for those who are illegally smuggling firearms across the border from the United States, the very same border this government now claims they're so desperate to secure.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my first opportunity to address the new member for North Island, Powell River, and the Conservatives who had backed the Liberal measures through May and June seem to have decided that now's the time to draw the line. I'm glad it's on Bill C-2, because I think C-2 should be completely withdrawn and rethought. But I'd like to ask the honourable member if he thinks the Conservative Party would ever again backup programming motions such as the one used on C5 that denied us a chance to properly study the bill.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I can't speak to future legislation. I know we're just going to look at these issues one by one, and obviously with Bill C2, there are very, very serious concerns that we see as it involves the infringement on the individual freedoms of all Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's the first time I rise in the House after the summer recess. And as always, I want to thank the constituents of Niagara West for sending me to Ottawa to be their voice in this incredible place. I'm humbled that after more than 21 years, I was once again granted the honor of their trust. Today, we're discussing the government's Bill C2. For my constituents who may be watching, Bill C2's formal name is the Act Respecting Certain Measures Relating to the Security of the Border between Canada and the United States and Respecting Other Related Security Measures. The short title of this bill is the Strong Borders Act. But does this bill really live up to its name? It sure has generated a lot of attention from many corners of academia, civil society groups, and other stakeholders. Let's delve into it a little bit and look at some recent history to understand what the Liberals are trying to do with it. First and foremost, I believe my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would agree, it's the Conservatives believe in law and order. We've always stood up for common sense measures to keep Canadians safe. I don't think there's much debate from any party when it comes to this issue. It's simple. Conservatives care about Canadians and their safety. We would like to see legislation to that end, whether it's presented from our side or otherwise. What's important here is to inform those watching us today that for the past decade, Conservatives have been urging the Liberal government to reverse their failed policies and restore safety to our communities. Most people who were paying attention to media coverage during the last campaign know that crime was a big topic. Countless examples were seen on TV and firsthand in our communities show us that things have gotten much worse over the last decade. So much that many Canadians are afraid for their safety just walking in their neighbourhoods. Whether Liberals admit it or not, with respect to crime, things have gotten out of control. Speaking of campaigns and crime, I think more than 4 million people saw my post on what happened in Grimsby during the last campaign. Armed robbers rammed a pickup truck through the doors of a jewelry store in the middle of the day in downtown Grimsby. Once quiet, small community where things like this just don't happen. But what's even more shocking is that this armed robbery wasn't the first. In fact, it was the third time in just 3 months targeting the same jewelry store. Imagine that. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is Grimsby we're talking about. The crime wave has shaken our small community to the core and has opened a lot of conversations about what's taken place under the Liberals for the last 10 long years. I can say honestly that this issue was a major factor in the high voter turnout in our riding just days later on Election Day. People have had enough, not just in Niagara West, but through all quarters of this country. The Liberals are attempting to respond with this bill, but it seems incomplete. They seem rushed to do something they haven't really thought it through. It seems like they're scrambling to introduce a bill, any bill, just to say that they're doing something. The bill is too wide-ranging, and in the end, it falls short of protecting Canadians while overreaching in other areas. Like other recent government legislation, we'll support some parts of it, but it needs work. When something makes sense, we'll acknowledge it, and we'll work collaboratively to fix the flaws and make it even better. And we're willing to do that with all parties, not just the Liberals. Allow me to mention the parts of the bill that concern me, and many of my colleagues as well. First, the bill doesn't address bail reform. We've seen the consequences of catch-and-release system that cause havoc in many communities throughout our country. Criminals are arrested for what is usually not their first, second, or even their third crime, but they're right back on the street the same day. They reoffend shortly after, and the cycle continues. Let me tell you what happened in Welland recently. Welland is a small community just outside of my riding. As a matter of fact, my colleague here in the House from Niagara South actually represents this community. A horrific crime took place, something out of a nightmare. In fact, it's probably any parent's nightmare. A few weeks ago, Daniel Senegal, a dangerous pedophile, was charged with sexual assault of a 3-year-old girl. He broke into the home after the family fell asleep and committed this horrendous crime against a 3-year-old toddler. Senegal was charged with aggravated sexual assault of a minor, choking, breaking and entering, and sexual interference. I'll spare you the details of the injuries this monster inflicted upon this poor child. Daniel Senegal is a despicable pedophile who should never see freedom again. He destroyed the life of a little girl, her family, and many others. However, the story doesn't end there. This monster recently got out from a one-year stint in jail for sexually assaulting a 12-year-old boy just 4 years ago. He got 18 months but got out early for sexually assaulting a little boy. When I read this for the first time, I couldn't believe it. I had to go to another news source to verify that this sentence was actually written correct as it was in the first article. And it was. Total shock, disappointment, and outrage. The 12-year-old boy's mother was also outraged that the person charged in the attack on this 3-year-old girl only served 1 year and now lived a short distance away. Are we noticing a pattern of crime here? A pattern of lax criminal laws? Are we addressing this with Bill C-2? My colleague from Niagara South has started a petition, and I encourage you to reach out to him at his office, his constituency office, so you can get more details on this petition and maybe sign this petition as well. So we're not. In addition to the idiotic leniency for monsters, we also still have a catch and release scheme that's alive and well for drug dealers and traffickers. It's alive and well for criminals who traffic in fentanyl and firearms, using our porous border to victimize Canadians. What most Canadians would be shocked to hear, and I hope if they're watching they'll remember this, it's not there are still no mandatory times for fentanyl traffickers. Fentanyl is an awful drug. We see devastating and frightening effects just a few blocks from this place. Just 2 grams, which is about the size of a grain of salt, can kill a person. That's why our Conservative team wants to impose mandatory life sentences on anyone involved in the trafficking, production, and distribution of over 40 milligrams of fentanyl. 40 milligrams could kill 20 people. That's called mass murder. If someone is willing to traffic and distribute this poison, they should never see freedom again. C2 doesn't address this issue, and it should. We need to fix it so it does. C2 also provides no new mandatory prison times for gangsters who use guns to commit crimes. Just turn on the news and you'll see what's going on with home invasions, carjackings, who use guns to commit crimes. Just turn on, it's happening daily, and the most brazen ways that one can even think of. Once again, C2 doesn't address this issue, and we need to fix it. C2 also doesn't address the sentencing for serious offenses. House arrest is still permissible under the current system for some of the most serious offenses. How can we, in good conscience, allow this to continue when we see the devastation it causes so many folks around the country? We need to fix it, and we need to fix it now. On another theme now, let's talk about the topic that's top of mind for many constituents, and that's the consistent government attacks on our civil liberties. It was a frequent issue at the doors during the campaign. I received emails and phone calls of folks worried about the bill's effect on our civil liberties. They're deeply concerned that it allows authorities to open mail without oversight. This is a major violation of privacy that my constituents consider unacceptable. C2 also compels internet companies to hand over private information and grants authorities warrantless searches, another violation of privacy. I can't tell you how many discussions I've had about this, and people are worried. People are also alarmed by the government's efforts to limit the use of cash. Cash remains a critical part of our economy. Many seniors in Niagara West, rural communities like mine, and small businesses rely on using cash. All I can say to folks who are emailing and phoning us worried about this bill is that it seems to fit the pattern of Liberal unquenchable thirst for more government control and further government overreach. Now is a good time to bring up our Conservative record on this issue. We have consistently fought for practical, effective policies that secure our borders, protect communities, and uphold Canadians' fundamental rights and freedoms. We proposed adding thousands of border agents. We proposed extending CBSA powers along the entire border, not just at crossings. We proposed installing border surveillance towers, as well as truck-mounted drone systems to spot border incursions. We've forwarded a plan to install high-powered scanners at all major land crossing and shipping ports. By the way, for those that don't know, these scanners can see through walls of containers of vehicles to spot drugs, guns, and stolen cars. We've also proposed a plan to track departures so government officials know which deportees are in Canada illegally. We've also put a plan in place forward to toughen penalties for repeat violent offenders, which the Liberals are resisting. I have no idea why they're resisting this. It's such a common sense policy, yet here we are. Our plan also includes ending catch and release bail and house arrest for violent criminals, other common sense policies the Liberals are against. We want to eliminate the multiple murder discount when sentencing offenders. We propose prioritizing treatment over government drug distribution to support battling addictions. And last but not least, we've been champions of rights and freedoms of speech, and fearlessly defending Canadians' civil liberties. Our plan is one of pragmatism. We will always put Canadians first by taking public safety issues seriously and protecting Canadians' rights. Mr. Speaker, it's time the Liberals admit they've had the majority they've screwed up in the last 10 years when it comes to protecting Canadians. As our leader said, please copy our plan. We don't mind. We all care about Canadians and their safety. We want people to once again feel safe in their communities, so let's make it happen. Let's work on this together. Let's fix this bill. Let's make it better, and let's work towards a safer Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-2 does not deal with the issue of bail reform, the commitment that the Prime Minister made. In fact, if it dealt with bail reform, we'd have criticism from across the way saying that it should have been separate legislation. The good news is, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be seeing that separate legislation this fall. Members should know that by now. The member also made the assertion that, well, you know, the Conservative Party always believed in strong borders. In reality, when their leader, the leader of the Conservative Party, sat around the cabinet table, they cut, Mr. Speaker.
I have a point of order from the member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm new to the chamber. I thought there was supposed to be a question, and the comment was to the member that gave the...
I thank the member. I believe the Parliamentary Secretary was getting to his question. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, when the leader of the Conservative Party was in government, sat around the cabinet table, literally cut money out of the budget for border controls. Contrast that to this government, where we've invested well over $1 billion. I think it's close to $1.3 billion. Hundreds of new border and RCMP officers. It seems to be interesting contrast. Does the member not see any hypocrisy in some of the statements that have been made?
The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague. Thank you for the question. You know, one of the things that we seem to notice over and over again, and my colleague just mentioned in the last speech, is that there seems to be this whole issue of not being tough on crime, which is also not being tough on borders and making sure it's porous. You know, we hear over and over again about how illegal guns flow from the border, and yet this government spends most of their time going after law-abiding gun owners, hunters, fishermen. My good colleague right in front of me here has been a champion for the sports shooting community, and something this government has always been. We realize that it's violent, repeat offenders that cause the majority of issues in this country, and this is just indicative. Bail and borders, all the things are the same.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks of the following. This is a 130-page bill to strengthen border security. But this government is continuing to ignore a request from the Border Officers Union. The union is asking not even for a legislative change, but simply for a regulatory change that would enable these officers to circulate. Why is the government refusing to offer more flexibility to these people, which could cut down all sorts of different kinds of trafficking?
For Niagara West.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, when it comes to providing resources for our border security, this is something that's very, very important. It was our government under Harper that actually provided firearms for a majority of the border services people. So any chance that we can to give them more ability to do their job is always something that our Conservative Party will do.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Niagara West for that intervention. I've noticed a trend with this Liberal government where they identify a legitimate problem, but their solution only targets the people who are not perpetuating that problem. An example, money laundering. No argument from us. This is the real issue. But banning law-abiding citizens from transacting in cash is not the answer. Gun crime, a huge issue. In fact, even bigger after 10 years of Liberal soft soft on crime policies, but going after law-abiding gun owners is the Liberals' resolution. So I'd like my honourable colleague to expand on why only the law-abiding seem to be in the crosshairs of this Liberal government on firearms, on cash, and on many other things.
West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And although he's new here, he's catching on very quickly. I mean, he's a very good question. You know, I think that one of the challenges is right in the premise of the question: law-abiding. That says it all. I think the government feels that it's an easy target to go after people that actually follow the law, that actually take the time to do the safety courses, that actually take the time to register their guns and to make sure that they're doing all the things they need to do within their power. The funny thing is that criminals don't actually register their guns. That's a crazy thing. And so, you know, it seems that they can make a whole lot of noise about going after law-abiding citizens because it takes absolutely zero effort. All the law-abiding citizens have already given them the information they need. They've taken the courses. They've done what's required from them. They've joined the clubs. They participate in safety. All those types of things. I have not yet seen one criminal that actually registers their gun.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. The government is here to ask Parliament to grant Canada Post permission to open letters, mail that Canadians send one another without a warrant, to protect us from a drug crisis of their own making. Bill C-2 will exempt Canada Post, a Crown agency, from judicial oversight. Section 8 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees our right to be secured against unreasonable search and seizure. In 1993, in a case called Plant, the Supreme Court held that such protection is required for the very functioning of our democracy. That the values underlying Section 8 are integrity, dignity, and autonomy, values that are most precious to humanity. The court held that Section 8 protects the individual autonomy where people have the right to be let alone. A right, quote, on which the state cannot intrude without permission, close quote. This is not some conservative MP saying that. This is what the Supreme Court of Canada said 3 blocks away. When the Supreme Court speaks, Parliament must listen. To conduct a search, the search must be reasonable. In R.V. Collins, the Supreme Court of Canada, God bless their hearts, held that a search is reasonable when it is authorized by law. Unless there are exigent circumstances, Section 8 requires authorization for a search. Warrantless searches are presumed to be unreasonable. Now, Speaker, there may be exigent circumstances where you may search without a warrant. For instance, there's an emergency and it's impractical to obtain a warrant, to preserve evidence when it may disappear, or when a police officer's safety is at risk. The need to open and inspect inside of envelopes sent by Canada Post does not amount to exigent circumstances. Losing custody of the envelope is of no concern. Canada Post is holding on to the envelope. Urgency is of no concern. The damn thing is in the mail. I get mail sent to me a month ago without a labor disruption. You want to open my mail, go ahead, but please get permission. You see, Speaker, it is the custody of the envelope and the lack of urgency that precludes the Crown from proving exigent circumstances. Opening the envelope without judicial oversight cannot be constitutional. Do we have a charter violation when a Crown corporation or a peace officer are invited by the Crown corporation to open the envelope? 100%. On to Section 1. Can the violation survive? Can the Crown prove on balance of probabilities that the constitutional infringement is demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society? The verdict is no. Of course they can't. Canada Post can hold on to the envelope, swear an affidavit, and go see a justice of the peace. And if their worship says yes, then open the envelope. But until then, stay out of the business of Canadians. Speaker, for years I've been urging Canadians to realize that this Liberal government is engaged in an assault on our civil rights. New boss, same like the old boss. Maybe this one's even worse. An assault on our legal right guaranteed by the Charter is an assault on democracy. It's an assault on this House. It's an assault on the court. Opening mail without judicial oversight is an assault on all Canadians. I don't understand what is happening to our country. I don't understand how is it that in the last few years, freedom has become a dirty word. The Liberals are chipping away. They're chipping away at values that our country was founded on. The state broadcaster, the communications arm of the Liberal Party, gets $1.5 billion of our money from the Liberals. First, they mock anyone who defends basic civil rights. Then they call them crazy or fringe or right-wing. When that doesn't work, they call them dangerous. I was born in the former Soviet Union. This is precisely what the Soviet communists did for almost 70 years. Mock the opposition, then call them crazy, then demonize them. And do you know how it ends? It ends with labor camps, or re-education camps, or prison. Ronald Reagan once said that the loss of freedom is only one generation away. He was wrong. The loss of freedom is only one government away. And just when you think it can't get any worse, along comes the same Liberal government, just with a new Liberal Prime Minister. And they want Parliament to pass a law that a Crown Corporation can open your letter, your Christmas card, your bill, without a warrant. Speaker, this drug crisis is a national tragedy the Liberals created. Speaker, when I was 20 years old, I lost a friend to heroin overdose. Simon Woods came back from rehab and he relapsed. I'm going to send a shout out to my boys. We were his pallbearers. I met countless people throughout my career, lawyers, politicians who struggled with addiction. I wish I could bring Simon back. I wish I could bring all of them back. But this legislation will not bring back any of them. And this legislation will not change anything except amount to an assault on the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Put the envelope aside. Go see a justice of the peace. There is no rush. You will still be able to save Simon's life while preserving the integrity of our democracy. Respect hundreds of years of the common law. If there is no urgency, no exigent circumstances, please obtain a warrant. Please remove this thing, remove it from this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if someone puts some fentanyl in a size 10 envelope and mails it in a post office, Canada Post has a legal obligation to deliver that letter. The legislation will enable a law enforcement officer, not the letter carriers, a law enforcement officer, as long as they have been given the warrant to do so, to be able to open the letter. Will the member not agree with the principle of what I've stated as being a good thing, whether he believes it's in the bill or not? Would he believe that the principle of what I said is a good thing and in the best interest of Canadians?
Member for York Centre.
We're not here to debate the fact that there's a lot of trafficking and distribution going through the mail. We'll agree to that. The principle of search and seizure must still conform to the Charter, and that means that unless there are exigent circumstances, unless there's urgency, unless the evidence can disappear, unless a police officer can get hurt, then you have to go and seek judicial authorization. And that's what this member fails to understand. We agree on the need. We disagree on the fact that you need to abridge constitutional rights to accomplish that need.
Here, here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if he heard the question. I'd ask him to listen very carefully. If, in principle, would the member not agree that if there is a warrant that is issued so a law enforcement officer can open that letter, would he not support that in principle? Based on what he's saying, I would have assumed the answer would have been yes. So it's kind of like a yes and no question. If the warrant is actually issued so that the police or the law enforcement agency can open the letter, would he not agree that that would be a good thing? If he's serious about fentanyl and trafficking up north and other areas and using Canada Post as a means to get fentanyl to homes, why wouldn't he agree to that?
Honourable member for York Centre.
That's not what's happening in this bill, Speaker. Again, I don't understand why this member fails to comprehend that this side of the House is in agreement with the fact that there is a national crisis, in fact, that the Liberals created. You can go ahead and open my mail if a justice of the peace says so. That's the only difference. There is no warrant requirement under this legislation, and that's what we fundamentally object to, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. La députée de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a quick question. We may be getting into the weeds, and in fact, that's why my party wishes to further study this ad committee. We've been talking about the matter of public safety, and there's the issue of theft. If we don't have the ability to search each container, how can we be sure that these new measures will really address the causes of theft instead of being purely symbolic?
For York Centre.
I appreciate my friend's question. Indeed, we on the side of the House want to be reasonable with the government. There are some elements of this bill that we sincerely agree with, but we will not sit idly by when we believe that the Liberal government is abridging constitutional rights without cause. We don't need to rush and seize and search when we can hold on to the evidence, secure the evidence, not worry about the evidence being lost or damaged. Put it aside, maintain the chain of custody, and go ask for judicial oversight. This is something that I believe every member of this House who's sworn to preserve our democracy should agree on.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kenora Kiwatinug.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague from York Centre, and he spoke a lot about how this government is moving forward very heavy-handedly, and this is something I think we've seen as a pattern with this Liberal government, trampling on liberties and freedoms of Canadians on a number of instances, and I would like to know if the member would like to speak about that more, and further about how we see a pattern of this government of being soft on crime, whether it's this legislation, the bail system. I'd like to know if the member has any other further comments. Thank you.
The member for York Centre, a short response.
Absolutely. This morning in the city of Toronto, in the city that I come from and blessed to represent one of its ridings in this House, this morning a gentleman was riding away from another gentleman and eventually shot. This is a daily occurrence. As I like to say, the Liberals turned the streets of Toronto into Grand Theft Auto Real Life Edition. This is more of the same. This is disregard for the rule of law. And it's not just by way of abridgment of constitutional rights, it's failure to defend the rights of Canadians.
I have to interrupt the member. His time is to an end. Before we resume debate, I have to remind the member at the beginning of his speech, not the Q's and A's, at the beginning of the speech, he used a word that a veteran member reminded me would be considered unparliamentary. So just caution members, it's the second day back. Sometimes we get a lot of passions, or we write down things that can be written but cannot be said. So just a friendly reminder to members. Resuming debate, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands has about 6 minutes, and then she'll be interrupted for question period and standing order 31 statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise here as we resume Parliament to talk to a bill for the first time I've had an opportunity to address in this place. It was tabled June 3rd. I won't forget, because I used to practice law myself, and I practice law on behalf of refugees. So I was reading a bill that I understood to be called a Strong Borders Act, and wondered, what are all these sections about changes to the Immigration Act? Why are we making it harder for people to claim refugee status? Will this in fact violate our international obligations under the treaties to protect the rights of refugees? Well, let me back up. Given that, as you just said, Mr. Speaker, I have roughly 6 minutes at this time, and I will be able to return to this after a number of other routine events in this place, none of which are routine anymore. Let me just say that this is, for viewers, for fellow parliamentarians, offensive on a number of levels. It's a long time, and you get tired keeping track of Liberal election promises, and maybe the promise from 2015 never meant anything anyway because it's been abused so much. But I find it offensive to face omnibus bills. Omnibus bills, by definition, should be focused on the same, to be legitimate. An omnibus bill should focus on the same legislative purpose, not multiple legislative purposes. This bill, in short form, deals with the following separate pieces of legislation: the Customs Act, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Canada Post Act, the Oceans Act, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Proceedings of Crime Act, and a number of information sharing pieces of legislation that appear to be aimed towards preparing Canadian law to allow greater access to U.S. security and U.S. law enforcement agencies to have access to Canadians' private information. So as I read it at the time on June 3rd, I was alarmed and I began to dig into it. Since then, there are over 300 civil society organizations dealing with civil liberties, refugee protection, questions of basic privacy protection, groups like Open Media, Canadian Civil Liberties Association, and so on, have raised deep concerns and called on this government to withdraw this legislation. It's not that I think our government is anything like Donald Trump's government, but this legislation is Trumpian, and therefore we need to stop, think, reflect, and withdraw this legislation so that we can focus on the title, its alleged purpose, Strong Borders Act. I think a lot of Canadians want strong borders dealing with the United States. We know that illegal guns come across the U.S. border into Canada. We know illegal drugs come in to Canada from the U.S. Fentanyl is not flooding in to the U.S. from Canada, as the U.S. president would like at least his own citizens to believe. That's a complete fiction at the level of being a fraud. Canadian border services agents need the resources to be amplified so they can ensure that illegal guns and dangerous drugs are not coming across the Canada-U.S. border, flowing from the U.S. into Canada. Refugees, people who legitimately need to have a place to claim refugee status, must not be barred before they get any chance to even put forward their claim for refugee status. Refugee status is, as someone who used to work in this area of law, as I said, it's a very steep hill to climb. And we don't have a system within this country that tends to support refugees who just say, hey, I'm a refugee. You have to prove it. You have to have substantial evidence that you have a legitimate fear of being sent back to your country of origin. This bill, if passed as is, will expedite deportations for people without them having a chance, which they have a right to under Canadian law, make the case for why they fear being sent back to a country of origin, where they fear, legitimate fears, that they may be killed if they're sent back to their country of origin. Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal that needs to be said about this, and the more we can deal with it without partisanship, the better. It's an odd experience here to hear the Conservatives decry that the Liberals are soft on crime when I look at this legislation and think, what happened to our respect for the Charter? Now, I have read, and the Minister of Justice has released the analysis from the Department of Justice recognizing that Bill C-2 is going to raise many concerns about whether it's Charter compliant. And even having read this, and I'll address this more fully, Mr. Speaker, when we resume to this after we have question period and member statements, and I don't want to risk impeding and encroaching on that time. I know I won't have a chance, I'll get cut off anyway. But the reality of it is, this Charter statement from the Department of Justice does not assuage my concerns. It says we can access this information, but we won't be using it in ways that could result in a prosecution. We'll be taking your private information for benign purposes, so don't worry about us opening your mail with a very low threshold for when you're allowed to open mail, or accessing information about your internet supplier or what information they may have about you. Don't worry about that. We won't be taking it in ways that could hurt you in the course of protecting your charter rights. Mr. Speaker, I don't buy it. I don't think many MPs.
The honourable member will have 4 minutes and 4 seconds when the House resumes after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Edmund Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I have had flights delayed longer than it took this Liberal government to attack the rights of workers in this country. Over and over and over again, the Liberals have used Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code to have back-to-work legislation by another name. They used it against Air Canada flight attendants. They've used it against postal workers who have been asking for years for a fair contract. They used it against port workers across the country. And every time, Liberals told workers that their right to stand up for themselves did not matter to this government. Every time, employers are rewarded for refusing to bargain in good faith. Good, free, collective bargaining is a fundamental right. Section 107 is a backdoor way of kneecapping that right. It tips the scales against workers, it tips the scales against fairness and against democracy itself. Anyone who cares about workers, good jobs, safe workplaces, and has respect for working people will repeal 107.
I can't. It is a bit of a distance from here, but I think I see a button. I've been told that the member has a button that may be considered a prop, so I would ask members to avoid that in future. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On September the 23rd, the 42nd International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, assembly will convene in Montreal. Yet Taiwan, which manages the busy and strategically vital Taipei Flight Information Region, remains excluded. Taiwan's absence undermines global aviation safety and contradicts the spirit of the Chicago Convention. As tensions rise over the Taiwan Strait and concerns grow around China's use of the M503 flight path, Taiwan's participation is more critical than ever. Taiwan has a strong record in air traffic safety and deserves a voice at ICAO. Exclusion not only risks aviation coordination, but has broader geopolitical implications, including for global trade and Canada's economic interests in the Indo-Pacific. Excluding Taiwan from ICAO deliberations undermines our collective mission because aviation safety knows no borders. Let us stand for safety.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize exceptional philanthropy in Kamloops Thompson Nicola. First, the Gur Singh Memorial Golf Tournament raises thousands for the Kamloops Brain Injury Association. This year, I joined Dr. Singh's wife and son, who, with all involved, so many volunteers, have given so much to the community. Next, I highlight the work of Zainab Oladipo of Afrofusion Kamloops for her cooking marathon, which broke a world record. All food prepared was donated to the community. Zainab shattered the previous record of 140 hours, 11 minutes, and 11 seconds. Congratulations, well done. Last, I am grateful for the work of Rotary Daybreak for putting on the annual Rib Fest since 2012. So many volunteers have made immeasurable contributions, like Danica Wilson, always helping out, or Bryce Herman, present since 2012, the first Rib Fest. Thank you for over a decade of service.
The honourable member for Orleans.
It is an honor to rise today to pay tribute to a remarkable man and a dear friend our Orleans community has lost, Vaughn Patrick Martin. A proud Canadian, a devoted public servant, Vaughn served as Director of Protocol at Global Affairs Canada, a role he called the best job in government. He played a key role in organizing major international events, including G7, NATO, Commonwealth Summit, Trade Mission, and States Visit. Vaughn was also an active member of the Orléans Lions Club, always bringing his warm and good humor to community events. And all who knew Vaughn could count on him to share an incredible story. Having known him personally for over 10 years, he had a different story for every occasion, and they never ceased to amaze. Although Vaughn's journey has ended, his stories and adventures live on. My heartfelt condolences to his wife Audrey, his son Patrick, his beloved grandchildren, and to all of his family and friends.
The honourable member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Great time to connect with the people we represent, and there was no better way to do that than the 8th Annual Community Barbecue hosted by myself and my good friend MPP Minister Andrea Khanjin that took place on August 16th in Stroud. The event saw an incredible turnout, our biggest ever, with more than 1,500 people attending. And on behalf of Andrea and I want to thank our invaluable community partners who helped make this event the biggest one yet. Town of Innisfil, Sobeys in Alcona, Foodland Stroud, South Simcoe Police, Innisfil Fire Department, Cool FM Rock 95, Canadian Musicians Cooperative, Georgian College, RVH Keep Life Wild Campaign, Dream Parties, Innisfil Backyard Bounce, Barry Tent and Awning, The Flag Store, Allegra Marketing, Syncor, and Dave Shalout from Domino's Pizza. Finally, a barbecue this large would not be possible without an incredible team of our staff and volunteers. And I want to thank Al Gilchrist and the team that he put together. Over 75 people gave of their time on a Saturday in August to help bring our communities together, and did so knowing the importance of connecting people.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to mark the 50th anniversary of the Société du Patrimoine et Histoire de Terrebonne, PHT, Heritage and History Society of Terrebonne, founded in 1975 by Mr. Aimé Despatie and his colleagues. For decades, PHT has been the guardian of Terrebonne's collective memory and heritage. I would like to thank Mr. Raymond Paquin, President, and Ms. Cassandra Smith, Director, for their exemplary dedication. Thanks to their efforts, PHT builds bridges between generations and promotes our history through exhibitions, research, educational activities, and publications. I wish the entire team a happy 50th anniversary. I hope they will be around and continue their great work for a long time to come.
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
I rise today not only as a member of Parliament for Vancouver Island, but as a veteran who understands the quiet weight of service. I stand here in honor of Warrant Officer George Hull, who tragically passed while deployed in Latvia on Opry Assurance. His body returned to Canadian soil on just Friday. George served with distinction for nearly 20 years. His commitment to duty touched not only the Canadian Armed Forces, but all Canadians who value quiet courage. This summer, I visited CFB Edmonton, where George served. I witnessed the honor and excellence our soldiers carry. George embodied that spirit. To his wife, Michelle, his comrades, and the defense community, we stand with you, we mourn with you, and we honor him. Let us remember Warrant Officer Hull, not only for his service, but for the values he lived: duty, honor, and sacrifice. Fair winds, Warrant Officer Hull.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of Mahsa Amini's death in Iran. Her name became a symbol of courage, and her story touched the hearts of Canadians, including the Iranian community of my riding. They carry her memory with resilience and hope. Last year, Port Moody's Art Shuffle featured Coquitlam artist Galriz Resmani and her Women Life Freedom series, Zen Zendegi Azadi. These powerful works gave voice to Mahsa's sacrifice and to the women who risked their lives every day. On the anniversary of Mahsa's death, Canadians stand united for women's rights and for human rights. Mahsa's life and legacy will not be forgotten. Merci.
L'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that Canadians would judge him by the price of food at the grocery store. The judgment is clear. He failed. The latest food inflation data does not lie. Canadians' experience at the grocery store is getting worse and worse. Food prices have risen by 3.5%, which is 70% above the inflation target. For beef, that's a 33% increase. For canned soup, a 26% increase, and for coffee, a 22% increase. Mr. Speaker, in Liberal Canada, all indicators are flashing red. Putting food on the table should never be a luxury for Canadian families. Since the Liberals came to power, food inflation has risen by 40% overall. Yet another issue. Rather than making things less expensive, they've become more expensive. Yet another broken Liberal promise. More deceit from the Liberals. Only the Conservatives will bring back affordable groceries. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, our under-19 team displayed all its talent at the ball hockey 3-on-3 World Championship in Slovakia. At the finals, the Quebec team beat another team 9-7, and guess which team? Canada's team. The Équipe Québec Foundation and its president, Stéphane Allinger-Cormier, are making a real difference for young Quebecers by giving them the opportunity to represent our province and our fleur de lis. Mr. Speaker, just like Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, and Greenland, Quebec should have the right to represent and wear its colors in various international athletic competitions. This is important because too often we are discriminated against. Our athletes do not belong on Canadian teams. In closing, I want to caution this House against the Commission on the Future of Sport in Canada's desire to merge the various provincial and territorial athletic associations with the national federations. Yet again, we see Canada's desire to merge the various provincial and territorial sports associations with national federations. They're meddling with our provincial jurisdictions. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you about an inspiring woman who has had an incredibly positive impact on her town. Marie-Hélène Ross has devoted herself to the social, cultural, and economic development of Beauport for many years. A lawyer by profession, she has always combined her expertise with deep desire to build a stronger, more united community. As president of the Maison des Jeunes and Trip Jeunesse, she has supported generations of young people by providing them with opportunities for personal development and civic engagement. She's a community builder. She promoted the idea of a public market in Vieux Beauport, Old Beauport. Today, that public market has become a successful nonprofit organization. The market promotes buying local, helping each other, and respecting the environment, all while creating a unique gathering place for local residents and producers. Her career exemplifies leadership through listening, action, and vision. Through her tireless involvement, she has breathed new life into Beauport. She is a model of determination, generosity, and perseverance. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government promised nation-building projects, including building the Green Energy Corridor. They have all the tools required, yet nothing was built in the past 6 months, and the only projects announced are the ones already underway. Mr. Speaker, the people of Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador want to see action from this Liberal government, that an energy corridor will connect Labrador to the rest of the country without other provinces taking the icing and the cake and leaving my province with the crumbs. The government won't repeal C-69, C-48, the production caps, or the industrial carbon tax, and they won't even commit to their own promise of building an energy corridor from sea to sea. It's time for this Liberal government to get out of its own way, stop breaking their promises, use the tools they have, because it's time to get to work.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Mr. Speaker, every September the streets of downtown Toronto and my riding of Spadina Harbourfront come alive with the magic of cinema. The Toronto International Film Festival is the world's largest public film festival, showcasing over 300 films and drawing hundreds of thousands of visitors from Canada and around the globe. This year, TIFF celebrated its 50th anniversary. I was honored to attend the premiere of John Candy, I Like Me, a moving tribute to one of Canada's most beloved comedians. I'm proud that our Liberal government is supercharging TIFF's global impact with an historic $23 million federal investment in its new content market, an industry initiative where international film, series, and innovation series sectors converge. This industry is a proven economic engine, contributing over $60 billion to GDP and employing more than 600,000 Canadians. By investing in arts and culture, we safeguard our values, foster national unity, and help strengthen a key pillar to Canada's economy. Happy 50th anniversary, TIFF. Here's to the next 50 years of storytelling.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
After nearly 10 years of fiscal and economic vandalism, these Liberals claimed that they are ready to rein in out-of-control inflationary spending that piles on debt for future generations and drives up the cost of living. But since this Prime Minister took office, the federal spending has gone up 8.4% based on the estimates tabled in Parliament. He's boosted consultants by 37% from 19 to 26 billion. He boosted the bureaucracy 6% from 59 billion to 63 billion. Justin Trudeau left a deficit of $42 billion, but this Prime Minister's big spending election platform raised it to $62 billion. And in July, the Bank of Montreal estimated the deficit could be as high as $80 billion, and in August, the C.D. Howe Institute estimated it as high as $92 billion. Food and housing remain unaffordable while unemployment is rising, and this government still has no plan and no budget. They may have pushed Justin Trudeau out, but the fiscal ineptitude remains.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil.
Saint-Lazare célèbre son 150e anniversaire.
The town of Saint-Lazare is celebrating its 150th anniversary. It's a remarkable milestone for our community. From its humble beginnings as a small farming village, Saint-Lazare has grown into a vibrant town thanks to its beautiful natural surroundings, equestrian traditions, and strong community spirit.
9 months, Saint-Lazarians have been treated to parades, celebrations of founding families, barbecues, music, local food, a hockey game featuring former Montreal Canadiens players, and even a Cirque du Soleil show. Tout cela a été rendu possible.
Mr. Speaker, all of this was made possible thanks to the dedication and vision of Paul Levine and the members of the 150th Anniversary Organizing Committee, including Mayor Geneviève Lachance, the municipal councillors of the town of Saint-Lazare, and hundreds of volunteers.
Mr. Speaker truly captured the spirit and heart of Saint-Lazare, a community where both long-term and new residents come together to share traditions, create memories, and look forward to a future with optimism and pride. Happy 150th Saint-Lazare. Cheers to the next one.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. Well, tell that to every out-of-work young couple living in the worst unemployment and immigration crisis Canada has known. He said Canadians could judge him by grocery prices. Tell that to Robin in Calgary watching food costs rise faster than when he took office 6 months ago. He promised to cap and control spending. Tell that to the taxpayers expected to pay for him doubling the deficit. He promised nation-building projects. Tell that to any resource worker, project builder still waiting for a single permit. He promised safe communities. Tell that to the Hamiltonians who survived 80 rounds, to the 3-year-old girl and her broken-hearted family in Welland, to the family of Abdul Alim Farouki in Vaughan, to the Jewish woman stabbed in the kosher section of the Ottawa Loblaws, to the communities of Calgary, Surrey, and Halifax. It's time to stop the broken promises. It's time to stop the bait and switch. It's time for him to do his job.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a reminder of the power of continued investment in Canada's rural communities. I recently had the opportunity to stand alongside dairy farmers of Nova Scotia and Taste of Nova Scotia to announce this government's financial support for the Nova Scotia Cheese Trail. This initiative creates real opportunities for family farms and local cheesemakers to prosper. The trail connects people from all backgrounds to the stories behind their food and the communities that make it possible. This isn't just economic development, it's community building. It's about ensuring that no matter your postal code, you can experience the spirit of agricultural excellence that makes our country stronger, safer, and more resilient. Sounds like a pretty good idea to me.
Oh. Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Now we're halfway through the fiscal year, and the Prime Minister hasn't even presented a budget, despite the fact that he managed to double the deficit. It's now twice as high as that of Trudeau. What an accomplishment. And now we have inflation at a rate that is 50 times higher. And for food, it's up 70%. There are more people relying on food banks now. The Prime Minister said that we could judge him by grocery prices. So, what's the verdict? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, Canadians made a choice at the last election. They chose a government that will focus on the economy and on change, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what we're doing. What we said is that we will be rigorous in our spending, to be ambitious in our investment, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians understand that if we want to build a strong economy in the 21st century, we have to invest. We're here for Canadians. We're going to build the most resilient economy in the G7 and for the future, and we're going to build a Canada that all Canadians can be proud of. Canadians, well, many of them can't even eat. The Prime Minister promised to spend less, but the deficit is twice as high. He promised that grocery prices would go down, but they're up 70% higher than what the Bank of Canada had said. There's more poverty now. Does the Prime Minister recognize that his empty promises have led to empty stomachs? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we obviously recognize the situation of many Canadians, and that is why during the last election, Canadians chose a Liberal government, a government that stands up for them. And the first measure that we implemented was to reduce taxes for 22 million Canadians, exactly to help families across our country. And we can be proud of this, and that's something that's the Conservatives should celebrate. And exactly this type of measures we're going to take. We're going to help the middle class and families and build a Canada that all Canadians can be proud of.
Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised that he would spend less, yet his deficit spending is 100% more than even Justin Trudeau. And what is the real human consequence of that? Food price inflation is rising 70% faster than the Bank of Canada's target. And today, the CEO of the major food bank network in Toronto says that there has been a 400% increase in food bank use there. Does the Prime Minister understand that his empty promises lead to empty stomachs?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's reassuring to hear the Leader of the Opposition that listened to the Prime Minister during the summer. I'm glad to see that he retained that we're going to spend less so we can invest more, Mr. Speaker, and investing more in Canadians. Like, for example, reducing the taxes for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Like making sure that people who want a first-time home, buy a first-time home, will pay less in GST, Mr. Speaker. Making sure that we eliminate the consumer carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. I think the leaders should celebrate that this government is there for families across Canada to build a stronger and more...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he wants us to celebrate his failures, including failures that are leading to real human suffering. Let me quote the CEO of Daily Bread Food Bank, Neil Hetherington. So giving you some context, previously before the pandemic, we were at 600,000 for the year visits to the food bank. And so it took 38 years to get 1 million visits per year, and then only 1 year to get 2 million visits, another year to get 3 million. Now we are at 4 million visits. Food bank lineups are growing and growing at an accelerating rate under this Prime Minister. Does he realize the very real human consequences of his broken Liberal promises?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to announce some good news. Last night, Canada and British Columbia approved the new Silesome LNG export terminal in northern British Columbia. It's with the Nisga'a Nation. It will be the second largest private sector investment in the history of this country. The second largest in the history of this country. It will employ thousands of Canadians. We would love the Conservatives to help us build Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was not about re-announcing a previously approved project. It was about the cost of food. And frankly, it is insulting. We have asked 10 questions about the cost of food in the last 2 days, and not a single Liberal minister will get up and answer it. Maybe that's because the inflation rate on food is 70% above the target. Maybe it's because there are now 4 times as many visits to Toronto food banks as there were 3.5 years ago. Maybe it's because they broke their promise to stabilize food prices. Maybe it's because the Prime Minister promised that he could be judged on the price of food. Speaking of which, what's the verdict?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, well, I know we're all in this House concerned about the price of food, and we're also concerned about our farmers. The #1 cost of living in Canada is related to housing, Mr. Speaker, and as I mentioned yesterday, people are concerned about housing prices. This government is taking action to make housing more affordable. With Build Canada Homes, with tax cuts, with the first-time home buyers tax cuts, we're making a difference for people in their pocketbooks.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was about food prices.
Right. Yeah.
And he stood up to announce that he's going to be feeding some of his friends who are going to populate this latest $13 billion bureaucracy, a bureaucracy that will build no homes and that will only reward Liberal insiders who, like him, have a record of actually doubling housing costs.
Right.
But back to food, the stuff that needs to go on people's dinner table. We have a record number of people at food banks after the Prime Minister promised to make food more affordable. Doesn't he realize that his promises have real costs for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State's report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a little rich coming from the guy who voted against the National School Food Program, Mr. Speaker. But I would like to say that Food Banks Canada does exceptional work, and they also make good recommendations for government. 1, they suggest we build up Canada's social safety net. 2, they say we should solve the affordable housing crisis, and we should help lower-income workers make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, all of those things are things that Conservative leader votes against time and time in this House.
The Honourable Member for Balaye-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I went to Washington not to talk against the Canadian government, but to contribute to establishing favorable conditions with respect to trade and tariffs. And yesterday, when I asked the Prime Minister a serious question, he responded that the relationship was going really well with Mr. Trump, and the proof is that they were sending each other text messages on their cell phones. I would like to know who on that side of the House can explain this.
Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Leader of the Bloc for this question. I'm not at all shy to remind members on this that we are in discussions, important discussions with the United States on 2 fronts. First, how to improve in the short term our trade relationship, obviously focused on strategic sectors, steel, aluminum, cars, and softwood lumber. And at the same time, we're preparing for the overhaul of the trade deal between our 3 countries. We're working with the Mexicans and the U.S. on this. The Honourable Member for Balaye-Chambly. What I heard in Washington, Mr. Speaker, was that people were disappointed in the absence of the Prime Minister, even though the ministers visited, and people think that there's a lack of respect in the government's attitude that says this privileged relationship is finished with the U.S. So I asked the Prime Minister to correct this yesterday. Is the government not concerned that the United States legitimately, before negotiation, be concerned with the attitude from the Canadian government? The Honourable Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade Relations. Mr. Speaker, in our discussions with our American counterparts, obviously, we always talk about the importance of having trade deals that benefit both of our economies. And I agree with the Leader of the Bloc in terms of the fact that the U.S. will always remain our main neighbor and an essential economic partner. The President has said that our trade relationship is changing, and that's we have to work to determine what the best way to protect Canadians is. The Honourable Member for Balaye-Chambly. I'd like to remind the Minister and the government that 80% of our exports, and that's not going to change, go to the biggest economy in the world and the largest military power. Whether we agree with that government's philosophy, we have to treat them with respect. And the Prime Minister will go to Mexico soon, to Malaysia, South Korea, and maybe even to Brazil. And during all this, will he speak to the U.S. President or go to Washington? The Honourable Minister for Canada-U.S. Trade. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the first part of that question from the Bloc leader. Obviously, we have to treat our relationship and conversations with our American counterparts with great respect, like we treat Americans with respect. They are the biggest economy in the world. Right now, we are facing the best circumstances in all of, in terms of the other trading partners. But we also said we have to diversify our trade and go to other markets and partners. And the good news, we can do both at the same time.
Honourable member for Calgary East.
Believe it or not, this Prime Minister admits he'll outspend Trudeau. Large Liberal deficits made in core inflation 50% over target and food prices 75% over target. No wonder everything is so expensive in this country. And listen to these stats. Beef up 33%, soup 24%, and coffee 22%. Now inflation's up, deficits are up, and borrowing costs are up, while the economy's down, Canadians are down because this Prime Minister's elbows are down. Why doesn't he put his head down and stop spending so much so grocery prices can come down?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the situation of many families in this country, and that's why this Prime Minister has been key in acting to make sure to make life more affordable for Canadians. But the real question that people are asking at home today, Mr. Speaker, many are looking, why would the Conservative voted against childcare, Mr. Speaker? Why did the Conservative voted against pharmacare, Mr. Speaker? Why would the Conservative voted against the dental care program, Mr. Speaker? Why would the Conservative stand up in this House asking these questions when they voted against helping Canadians? On this side of the House, we'll always be on the side of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
About a $90 tax cut. That's not even enough to get a bunch of bananas in the week, but Liberal policies are bananas. It's always about promises that they might do something. It's fantasy finance and pretend promises. At this rate, the next budget might as well come out with a box of crayons and a coloring book. This Prime Minister said, judge them by the price of groceries. Grocery prices are up. He said he would deliver the fastest growing economy in the G7. We have the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 and the second highest unemployment rate. Since this Prime Minister doesn't do his own groceries and he admits that, will he at least commit to not making Canadian groceries more expensive?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, every time the Conservatives have a chance to help make it easier for families, they vote against these measures. For example, Mr. Speaker, the National School Food Program, which is actually putting food in children's bellies and helping alleviate families with the cost of feeding their families, these Conservatives voted against that too, Mr. Speaker. Every time they have a chance to help bring down costs for Canadian families, like supporting the National Child Care Program, they vote against it. So they should look hard in the mirror about who's standing up for Canadian families.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindempore.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister claims to be different. Instead, 6 months in, Canadians are now learning that this Prime Minister is no different than the last guy, as Liberals increase spending on their well-connected consulting friends by 37%. Every day, Canadians pay more and more for gas and for food. Butter is up 64%, apples are up 60%, and rice is up 74%. So here's a lesson for my Liberal friends. A deficit that doubles isn't different, is it?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
I have a lot of respect for my colleague. I would like to remind her that we already cut taxes on the middle class and on first-time home buyers.
That's true.
And as many Conservatives have asked us to do, we cut also the carbon tax. So all that to say, over the summer we also took a very strong action to bring down costs for broadband services and to increase competition in the telecom sector. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to be there for Canadians and to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told Canadians that he was the man with the plan. Yet 6 months later, his budget is nowhere to be seen. And experts now project that his deficit will be double what Trudeau already created. This Prime Minister is proving one thing, that Liberals, no matter how they brand themselves, cannot be trusted to handle our finances. Canadians expect and deserve a government that will work for them on the issues that matter the most. Yet 60% of Canadians say that cost of living keeps them up at night. So when will the Liberals start acting like it?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, we spent the summer listening to Canadians. And you know what Canadians have told this House? They said act with respect to the cost of living, Mr. Speaker, and it's exactly what we've done with respect to reducing tax for 22 million Canadians, reducing the rebate for having a rebate for GST for first-time home buyer. The second thing they said, Mr. Speaker, is make homes more affordable, Mr. Speaker. That's why you've seen recently we launched Build Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives should be celebrating today instead of talking down Canada and the Canadian economy. Let's work together to build the strongest nation, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bukidnon.
Speaker, we know that the out-of-control spending of these Liberals has driven up inflation 50%. The Prime Minister's deficit is projected to be double that of Justin Trudeau. Canadians are paying the price, especially at the grocery store. Soup up 20%, coffee up 22%, groceries overall up 70%. The Prime Minister said he should be judged on the price of groceries. He has broken his promise to cut the food costs for Canadians and shown he's just another bait-and-switch Liberal. When will he cut Liberal deficits to bring the cost of food down?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians chose in the last election a Prime Minister that could drive forward an agenda to grow the strongest economy in the G7, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. But let's take a look at the past. The Conservatives, every time they have the chance, vote against families. The National School Food Program, for example, Mr. Speaker, puts food in bellies of children so that they can learn and grow, and, by the way, saves Canadian families $800 a year. Voted against. What kind of help for families is that?
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned, Mr. Speaker. My Conservative colleagues are as well. And Canadians are concerned of the broken promises from the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are spending blindly without a budget. And this is going to be devastating when they'll table their budget one day. This isn't a joke. Justin Trudeau seems to be nothing compared to the current program. It'll be double the spending. Out of respect for Canadians, they need to table a responsible budget right now. The Honourable Minister of Industry. I would like to remind my colleague and reassure him that we did reduce taxes for the middle class. Second, we reduced taxes for first-time homebuyers. And we got rid of the price on carbon. Also, what we did this summer, we cut internet prices for Quebecers and Canadians. And we increased competition in the telecom sector. So they should be supporting the government in its agenda to cut costs for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has announced spending without having a budget. After these broken promises to deceive Canadians, they'll be the one paying the prices. Inflation is up. Grocery prices are up, 70% above the inflation target. And I would ask the Prime Minister to go do his groceries, to buy fruits and vegetables and meat. And we'll see how he responds to Canadians. He's doubled the deficit, and unemployment is up. Prices will continue to rise. And does this sound like everything's A-OK? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Obviously, according to what I said earlier, our objective is to keep costs down for Canadians, and we are taking action, and my colleagues should note this. At the same time, the government is also doing everything to create jobs, because right now, while there are tariffs on some sectors, we have created a very important strategic initiative, $5 million in his riding. There are companies that are going to be affected. I'd be happy to work with him as the Minister in charge of Economic Development for Quebec to find solutions. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, in January, the Liberals appointed Robert Leckie as a judge to the Superior Court of Quebec. However, Mr. Leckie only had 7 years of experience at the Quebec Bar versus the 10 years that are required. He did not meet the legal criteria, but he did meet the Liberal criteria because in addition to being a Liberal donor, Justice Leckie is a fervent activist against Bills 21 and 96. He is an opponent of secularism and the Charter of the French languages and Quebec identity. Will the Minister of Justice finally revoke this partisan appointment? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This judge was appointed to the Superior Court of Quebec. The process for appointment is very rigorous and amongst the best in the world, and we intend to keep it. It is one of the cornerstones of our democracy, and it's essential to our rule of law. This is one of the very principles that we'll always defend. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. In the midst of the challenge to Bill 96, Mr. Leckie took the microphone at demonstrations to oppose it. In the midst of the challenge to Bill 21, Mr. Leckie argued that the court should prevent the provinces from using the notwithstanding clause, which is in the Constitution. And this enemy of Quebec's laws was appointed judge in Quebec by the Liberals. We call this packing the room, except in this case, the room is the courtroom, and it's the public's confidence in the entire justice system that is compromised by these partisan appointments. How come the minister has not yet cancelled this appointment? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
It's very important that we come to understand the process by which we nominate judges is benefits from the independent advice of those who are expert in assessing the quality of those that are elevated to the bench. It is extremely important that we maintain the independence of the judiciary if we're going to count on our democracy to serve future generations of Canadians. To characterize those who've been appointed as enemies of the state is dangerous, and I would encourage my colleagues on all sides of the House to advocate for an independent judiciary to defend our democracy for years to come.
The Honourable Member for Newt-Tecumseh-Gwillimbury.
The Prime Minister said Canadians should judge him by the cost at the grocery store. Well, they have, and his record is aged like an expired yogurt on a hot day in July. Food prices are up another 3.5% because his out-of-control spending keeps driving up inflation. This spending doesn't just show up on the government books. It shows up on the grocery bill of every Canadian family. Will the Liberals admit that the doubling of the deficit will only make food inflation worse?
That's right. The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that Canadians can rely on the services that the federal government has put into place to make life more affordable, Mr. Speaker. Things like a national dental care program, Mr. Speaker. I have heard from so many people in my riding about how programs that the federal government have put into place to make life more affordable are changing their lives, Mr. Speaker. These are the kinds of things Conservatives would cut if they'd had a chance, and we won't stand for that.
The Honourable Member for Newt-Tecumseh-Gwillimbury.
If Liberal excuses could fill a shopping cart, no one in this country would go hungry. But families can't eat the word salad these ministers keep dishing out. Today, 25% of households can't afford food. Many are having to skip meals for days. This hardship is the direct result of this Liberal government's reckless spending. Every dollar the Liberals add to the deficit feeds inflation, but it doesn't feed hungry families. Will the Prime Minister finally admit his broken promises and reckless spending are hurting Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians clearly understand the difference between investment and cuts. That's why they chose us in the last election, because they know that we're going to create these jobs that are going to ensure that they and their our children have the bright futures that all Canadians deserve. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit delivers over $7,700 per child into Canadians' bank accounts every year. Mr. Speaker, this is a game changer for families, and Canadians knew that these kinds of things were at risk with Conservatives that cut.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said Canadians would judge him by the cost at the grocery store. Well, Canadians are indeed judging, and 25% of Canadian households are struggling to afford food, and food bank use since the pandemic is up from 600,000 to 4 million at Canada's largest food bank in Toronto. Another Liberal broken promise. Does the Prime Minister understand that the country is facing a cost of living crisis? And will he admit that doubling his deficit will pour gas on the fire of food inflation?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Mr. Speaker, just a short while ago, Canadians had a choice. They could choose in Conservatives that were promising to cut their way to growth, something that Canadians know is impossible, and instead they chose a Prime Minister who would invest in them, invest in their families, invest in the growth that Canada and Canadians deserve. That was the result of this election. The Conservatives know that they have stood against families every time they had a chance to support them.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, despite the attempt to distract from the real issue, the reality is everywhere I go in my riding, I hear the same concern. People are stretched thin. Families are struggling to put food on the table. This is a national crisis. A new report from Food Banks Canada gives this Liberal government a failing grade on food insecurity. Beef is up 33%, basics like sugar and potatoes are climbing by double digits, and food banks are stretched way beyond their limits. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that doubling the deficit will only make food inflation worse?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, on that side, what Conservatives want to do are cut the things that Canadians rely on. But on this side, we're cutting taxes. We've cut taxes for the middle class. 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that are benefiting. We cut the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, reducing the cost of gasoline and other oils for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we're investing in jobs, in creation of jobs, in skills training, in ensuring Canadians and their children have the best chance at success. And you, the Conservatives across the aisle, Mr. Speaker, voted against all of that work.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I will remind you that the Liberals cut the carbon tax after we put pressure on them. We know that the Prime Minister had said Canadians should judge him by the cost at the grocery store. Well, parents across the country are trying to fill lunch kits with nutritious food, but prices keep climbing. According to the CEO of Canada's largest food banks, visits increased to 2 million under Trudeau and now jumped to 4 million under this Prime Minister. Another broken Liberal promise. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister admit to Canadians now that doubling the deficit will only make food inflation worse?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Mr. Speaker, a place where I can agree with the opposite member. In fact, Canadian families are relying on the government to ensure that their children get a nutritious school lunch. And that's why we have a brand new, in partnership with provinces and territories, school food nutrition program. So, Mr. Speaker, a program and an approach that the Conservatives voted against. These Conservatives, every time they have a chance to help Canadian families, they vote against it.
The honourable member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians gave this government a clear mandate to build an economy that stands up for our workers and industries and to make life more affordable. We've reduced taxes for 22 million Canadians, eliminated GST for first-time home buyers, removed the consumer carbon tax, fought for our steel and aluminum sectors, and created one strong economy instead of 13. Could the Minister of Finance please update the House on the next steps to building the strongest economy in the G7?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great question indeed. We're going to present a great budget in this House on the 4th of November, Mr. Speaker. This is going to be a generational investment in our future. We're going to build this country, Mr. Speaker. We're going to protect our communities. We're going to empower Canadians. We're going to build the strongest economy in the G7. We're going to build this country like never before. We're going to build the Canada of the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, we are the true north, strong and free.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
The Prime Minister promised he would double housing starts. He looked at Canadians in the face and promised. They're down 16%. His plan is a $13 billion bureaucracy that might someday build 4,000 homes. 4,000 homes. Canada had 245,000 new home starts last year. Even if they hit 4,000 homes, it's 1.6% increase. Please, for the sake of Canadians trying to buy a house, tell me this isn't the plan.
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the math is difficult for the Conservatives, but
can you help them?
We can help you. We can help you with this. We're looking at investing $13 billion in affordable housing across the country. Mr. Speaker, those initial 4,000 homes will be on Canada lands in 6 cities across the country. That's getting a quick start on building affordable homes. We're going to see tens of thousands of homes built across Canada in all of our communities. We count on the support across the House. Thank you.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
$13 billion for 4,000 homes is $3.2 million per home. That's not affordable. It's all starting to make sense where this scheme was cooked up. You've got a housing minister who oversaw the doubling of rent and the doubling of housing prices when he was mayor of Vancouver. The head of this new agency came from the city of Toronto that increased the cost of building by 700%. It's almost like the interview process for these positions was, are you incompetent? Were you fired from your last job? Once again, for the sake of Canadians begging to buy a home, please tell me this isn't the plan.
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I know it's difficult for the Conservatives to evolve and focus on supporting us to build affordable housing across Canada. That is what we are focused on doing at an unprecedented level. When I was mayor, I had no support from a Conservative government to build affordable housing in Vancouver. I know it was the same in Toronto. We are going to support our local governments. We are going to build in Montreal 20,000 homes on the Namur Ipo, on the site, middle of the city. We are going to see remarkable progress on this front, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
The dream of home ownership is becoming a nightmare in Canada. The Prime Minister promised to double the pace of home construction. Now they're spending $13 billion to build just 4,000 homes. And yes, the math is $3.2 million per home. This will blow up the deficit and not impact housing starts, which are actually down 16%. Taxpayers can't afford to build $3.2 million homes, but we know this minister can afford to live in one. So will these new homes be as luxurious as his condos?
Yeah!
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the member opposite. Again, $13 billion. $13 billion will be invested across Canada, in communities across Canada. We're looking at partnerships with provinces, territories, communities of all shapes and sizes, Indigenous nations. We will empower the private sector to build tens of thousands of homes. We are looking forward to rolling out the most aggressive housing program in Canadian history. We look forward to your support.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. The Prime Minister promised to double housing starts, but what we're seeing instead is a 13% decrease. No wonder he's surrounded himself with the former mayor of Vancouver, on whose watch home prices rose by 150%, and a former Toronto City Councillor who increased residential construction taxes by 700%. Does the Prime Minister realize it's hardly surprising that construction is down and costs are up with this kind of leaders around him, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. what we're doing about the housing crisis is cooperating with municipalities and provinces and people in the field. Unlike what the Conservative Party is proposing, the leader repeatedly insulted mayors in Quebec City and Montreal and all across the country. The Minister for Housing and Infrastructure has announced 20,000 new units just recently. And we're talking about affordable and community housing. That's how we're going to get through this crisis, not by doing what the Conservatives propose. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Chemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has added to the problem with a new Crown Corporation that will further hamper housing construction. He's giving them $13 billion to build 4,000 homes. That's $3.2 million per home. It seems to me it was worth the effort to crunch those numbers. Eh? This can't happen, Mr. Speaker. This is the same spendthrift government, mired in bureaucracy and tied up in its own red tape. Why doesn't the Prime Minister change the formula that has been failing for 10 years? The Honourable Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture. Mr. Speaker, unlike what the members opposite are saying, we are working cooperatively, and in order to get these projects across the line, you have to work together. The Conservative recipe doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's not how you build housing. And you can't just leave it all up to the private sector, especially when it comes to affordable and social housing. This federal government is working in partnership with the provinces and municipalities and community groups to help the entire population have access to decent housing.
The question is to the Immigration Minister. There are a staggering 300,000 people in Canada with pending asylum claims. Many of these will be bogus. And new data we obtained today shows the profound cost of this failure. Since 2016, the Liberals have increased the cost of the interim federal health program, which includes support for benefits for people who have likely made bogus claims, by nearly 1,200%. This includes massive spending on benefits Canadians aren't eligible for. Can the Minister explain why?
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. We just ran a campaign on restoring sustainability to our immigration system to ease pressure on housing and social services, something the Conservatives also voted for. Our immigration levels plan reduced targets for permanent and resident. That plan is working. New student and temporary worker admissions are down more than 60%. Asylum claims are down 1/3, and new permanent residents will be down 20% at the end of the year. With Bill C-2, we can even do more, and I urge parliamentarians to support it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The Minister just said that the Liberals' immigration plan is, quote, working. The Liberals are spending at least $800 million this year because they allowed the asylum backlog to mushroom to nearly 300,000 people. And these are people, many of whom have bogus claims, and they allow them to stay in the country for years and years. That's why they had to increase that program to that level. This strains healthcare, it strains housing, and it makes a mockery of our once compassionate asylum system. Is this really what the Minister defines as an immigration system that's working? Come on.
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the campaign we led a few months ago, among other things, was about restoring the vitality of our immigration system to alleviate the housing and service crisis, and it's working. The number of new student and temporary foreign worker visas has gone down by 60%, and asylum claims have gone down by 1/3. The number of new residents will be reduced by 20%, and with Bill C-2, we will be doing more. I would invite all parliamentarians to join with us in this effort.
For Newmarket, Aurora.
This summer, I sat with agencies in Newmarket and learned of the urgent need for mental health counseling, yet the funds are never enough. But today we obtained new data that shows that the Liberals have increased funding for services like mental health counseling for a group that includes bogus asylum claimants by nearly 1,200%. 1,200% increase in funding. There are many Canadians who have paid taxes their whole life and cannot afford counseling services. Canadians are compassionate people, but why isn't this minister stopping asylum system abuse?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out that there is legislation before this Parliament right now that would give the legal authority to my colleague, the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship, the ability to deal more efficiently with the issue of asylum seekers. We know that the migratory pressures are going to continue around the world. We know we want to have secure, meaningful borders. We know we want to have the legislative powers to be able to deal with this situation in an orderly way. The only thing we don't know is where the Conservatives are going to stand on this. Will they let this legislation through Parliament, pass it, and help us fix it?
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
This question is to the Immigration Minister. Seniors in Greater Toronto Area are having to choose between heating and eating. But now we know that over the past decade, the Liberals spend more on providing benefits to a group that includes bogus asylum claimants than on their platform promise to spend on upgrading long-term care facilities. Canadian seniors are suffering. So why did the Liberals allow Canada's once compassionate asylum system to be abused into a system that fails everyone?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, our new government continues to build a strong system for Canada's seniors. We know that seniors deserve to retire with dignity, and we work closely with our provincial counterparts to ensure that they have access to long-term care beds, as well as other forms of housing, and are able to age in place. We are working really closely with the Minister of Housing to ensure that seniors are housed, but also we are ensuring that they retire with dignity with access to old age security, which we increased by 10% in July of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Les Pays d'en Haut. Mr. Speaker, Canada and Quebec are at a crossroads. The global trading system has been upended, supply chains disrupted, and new technologies like AI are going to radically transform the way we live and do business. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have given this government an ambitious mandate to tackle this crisis, and the upcoming federal budget will outline the government's plan to build a bold and strong Canadian economy, the strongest in the G7. Can the Minister of Finance inform the House of the next steps in this crucial process? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. We will be tabling an excellent budget on November 4th in this House, Mr. Speaker. It will be a generational investment in our future, Mr. Speaker. It will be a budget to build our country, a budget to protect our communities, a budget to build a stronger economy, Mr. Speaker. We are going to build the most resilient economy in the G7. We're going to build the Canada of the 21st century. Vive le Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Expectations for this Prime Minister were low, but holy smokes, he's been Prime Minister for 6 months and we still haven't seen a budget. The Prime Minister said he would spend less than Trudeau, but his deficit is projected to be almost double the number that forced the former Finance Minister to resign the first time around. This is another broken Liberal promise. It's a Liberal bait and switch. This massive deficit spending is driving up inflation and sending the price of groceries sky high. When will this Prime Minister admit that his broken promises are breaking the bank for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, now that our Conservative colleagues know the date of the budget, I hope they're prepared to go back in their writing to explain to Canadians this generational investment in our collective future, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure they're going to be proud to go back in their writing to say, we're building this country, Mr. Speaker, that this budget is going to protect their community, Mr. Speaker, that this budget is going to empower Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that this budget is going to build the strongest economy in the G7. I hope all the a Conservative and all member of this House will go out and tell Canadians, together we'll make it. We're the true North.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Speaker, the latest food inflation numbers are out, and it's more sticker shock for Canadians. Groceries are up a whopping 70% above the Liberal inflation target. Since the Liberals took office, food costs have risen by 40%, driving millions more Canadians to the food bank every single month. The Prime Minister said he would be judged by prices at the grocery store. Well, the verdict is in. It's another Liberal broken promise, another Liberal bait and switch. When will the Prime Minister admit that doubling the Liberal deficit is just going to send these record high food prices even higher?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy from the Conservative side today is just astonishing. They haven't listened to any of the recommendations from the Food Bank's report. But what gets me going even worse, Mr. Speaker, is earlier this year when the leader of the Conservative Party lost his job, he didn't lose his house. That's because he lives in government-subsidized, non-market housing. But every time he's had the chance to vote for government-subsidized, non-market housing, he votes against it. And worse still, he stigmatizes it, calling it Soviet-style housing, Mr. Speaker. Get a grip.
The honourable member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Speaker, that Prime Minister is just another bait and switch Liberal. He's broken promise.
All of the conciliatory.
I couldn't hear the member. If the honourable member would like to take it from the top, then.
Mr. Speaker, that Prime Minister is just another bait and switch Liberal. He's broken promise after promise after promise, and it's hurting Canadians. His massive Liberal deficits are leading to an even worse cost of living crisis than we had under Justin Trudeau. Canadians can barely afford even a can of soup, especially because inflation has driven up the cost of a can of soup 26%, or a can of tuna, which is also up 19%. Isn't it true that that Prime Minister is just another Liberal only good at one thing, breaking promises?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want to take advice on the economy from a party whose leader has never worked in it. We have cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We have cut the consumer carbon tax. We have cut tax for first-time homebuyers. We are going to build homes at a scale not seen since World War II. Mr. Speaker, we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7. I ask the Conservatives to get on board. Thank you.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, access to safe and affordable housing is a basic need and a shared jurisdiction. Canadians expect concrete progress, building homes cheaper and faster, so young people, families, vulnerable individuals, and people at all stages of life have access to housing that meets their needs. Can the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure inform the House about the government's recently announced plan to improve housing affordability and access across the country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche for his question. Our government recently launched Build Canada Homes, a new agency dedicated to tackling the housing crisis. This new agency will focus on building affordable housing on a large scale and quickly all across the country. And this is just the beginning. The Honourable Member for Côte du Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Karaskomik-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister still hasn't tabled a budget, and the forecast deficit is double what the Liberals themselves had announced. Meanwhile, inflation is 50% above target, and this inflation is being paid for by Canadian families every week at the grocery store. Canadians are getting deeper into debt just to feed themselves. When will the Prime Minister stop raising deficits and impoverishing Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the government will be tabling its budget on November 4th, But, Mr. Speaker, that's where we'll see the true colors of the Conservatives. Will they support a plan, a generational investment in the Canadian economy? Will they support Canadian families? Will they be there to support the Canadian economy? Will they be there to support Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker? The last time we tabled steps to help Canadian families, they voted against it. And we'll find out where they stand when the next budget is tabled, because we expect everyone to support it to build a strong country. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. On August 17th, Air Canada flight attendants went on strike to demand payment for what they do, the work they do before flights. That same day, just a few hours later, the Minister of Employment invoked Section 107 of the Labour Code to put an end to pressure tactics. This was a major assault on workers' rights and on free bargaining. It was a gift to the company, who admitted they were just waiting for the government to intervene. And the Liberals have used this weapon 8 times over the past 2 years. Will the Liberals support workers and scrap Section 107?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, we seek a balance between labor and owners.
Both parties, unions and employers, to find balance, to make sure that we uphold the collective rights for labor action, but that we also maintain industrial peace. Canadians expect us to get this balance right, and that's exactly what we've done.
The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems that elbows up has been replaced with checkbooks out. The Canadian Nuclear Laboratories Partnership is primarily U.S. corporations, private sector, and involved with the nuclear weapons industry. They have now done a deal with our old friend at SNC-Lavalin, called AtkinsRéalis now, that operate the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. Canada is giving them the biggest federal contract we've ever issued, $24 billion. The deal's being reviewed by the Competition Bureau. When will it go to national security for a review, or do we just write checks to Trump now?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's nuclear expertise is a significant part of what we will enable to become an energy superpower. The process to select the new contractor to manage Canadian Nuclear Laboratories was done independently of the government by AECL. More than 95% of the funding will be spent in Canada, employing Canadians at Canadian facilities. All of the senior management will be based in Canada. Wow. We have looked after this, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes today's question period.
The point of order, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I know you've talked about decorum in this place, and the member from Chilliwack Hope, I may not agree with his policies, but he asked a straight question to the government. And my friend, the Minister of Sport, and I do call him a friend because I consider him that, he responded with "get a grip." And I think there's a point in here that there has to be respect on both sides of this place. And I hope that the Minister will take this and maybe they'll refrain in the future. Thank you.
Didn't hear that comment, but obviously we want to keep the language respectful in this place. Are there any other points of order?
Mr. Vancouver Kingsway.
Vancouver. Oh, yes, sorry. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But
standing order.
Too much noise, so if the member could wait for just a moment, we'll allow the room to empty to the extent that it wishes to empty, and we'll get to his point of order. Looks like we have some quiet. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Standing Order 158 speaks to the conduct of visitors to our galleries. I received a notice during question period that Air Canada flight attendants who were in the gallery, they were wearing their red T-shirts that said "Unpaid work doesn't fly." They advised that they sent a picture of their shirt to the Sergeant-at-Arms or whoever controls admission to the gallery and received explicit permission to be in the gallery with those shirts. 20 minutes into question period, they were asked to leave, and they were advised that some member on the government side expressed that they were uncomfortable with that T-shirt. And I'm just wondering if you could rule on that and ask if members of the government are allowed to kick out Canadians who are watching the People's Business in their House of Commons because they're wearing T-shirts that have been approved for wearing by the House of Commons.
I was not aware of the backstory here, but I will look into it and get back to the House. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to speak on the question of privilege that was raised yesterday by my colleague Frank Caputo, Shadow Minister for Public Safety. For my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety. It's my responsibility to ensure the well-being of Canadians, including those behind prison walls. So why was I stymied from entering the Fraser Valley Women's Prison freely this past summer? What are they hiding behind those walls? As their representative of Parliament, it's my duty, not a courtesy, not a request, but a duty, to verify firsthand that incarcerated women, many of whom are dealing with mental illness, abuse, and trauma, are being treated humanely and with dignity. Parliament gives me this responsibility because oversight matters. It's one of the few safeguards we have to ensure the state doesn't abuse its power behind locked doors. When I'm blocked from fulfilling my role, it's not just an inconvenience, it's an abuse of power. It strips vulnerable women of their voice and strips the public of their right to know what's being done in their name with their tax dollars under the banner of justice. Denying elected officials access to see how inmates are treated without the filter of management is a serious breach of trust. If I can be shut out, then so can accountability. And when transparency dies, abuse thrives. I rise today to bring to the attention of this House this very serious breach of privilege by Corrections Canada. On July 28, I attended the Fraser Valley Institution, a women's prison in the Abbotsford region, with the intention of fulfilling what I feel is my most important duty as a Member of Parliament, to ensure that all Canadians, including those in federal custody, are treated with dignity, care, and humanity. Unfortunately, that oversight was aggressively and intentionally obstructed. When I arrived with my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Public Safety, we were told that our tour would be accompanied by Mr. Chris Saffron, the Assistant Warden of Management Services. My colleague and I clearly explained that we wished to tour with uniformed correctional officers only, so that both inmates and staff would feel free to speak openly with us. We made it clear that the presence of senior management would inhibit transparency and hinder trust. But Mr. Saffron refused. He insisted on joining the tour, dismissing our concerns by saying, "No one will know who I am. I'm just a guy in a polo shirt." I disagreed. Inmates and staff definitely know who the assistant warden is. So we asked who had instructed him to impose this condition, and he claimed it came from the warden directly. We then asked to speak with the warden ourselves, but were told that she was unavailable. Surprise. We asked for a phone call. We were refused. We asked if our safety was at risk. He said no. We asked again if we could proceed with the uniformed officers already present. Again, he said no. And all the while, his tone was aggressive. His posture was intimidating, and his behavior was wholly inappropriate. Mr. Speaker, the correctional officers who accompanied us appeared shocked, and I don't blame them, because what occurred that day was an intentional act to prevent members of Parliament from doing their job. The message from Mr. Saffron, and by extension his superiors, was chillingly clear. You are not welcome to conduct oversight here. I left that day with deep concern, not only for the staff and inmates who may be subjected to this kind of culture of intimidation, but also for the integrity of our role as parliamentarians. When management closes ranks and bars elected officials from seeing behind those doors, the natural question is, what are they trying to hide? Mr. Speaker, as a woman, I was particularly taken aback by the condescension and lack of respect shown to me throughout this encounter. But more than that, I was outraged on behalf of the women inside that facility. Women who may not have anyone else to speak for them and who are now being denied even that. So in summary, the assistant warden of Fraser Valley Institution, under direct instruction from the warden, obstructed and interfered with my ability to carry out my duty as a parliamentarian. That, Mr. Speaker, amounts to a breach of the established privilege to be free from obstruction, interference, and intimidation. My colleague, who explained yesterday how this behavior interfered with his parliamentary work in the House and in committee this autumn, has already proposed a motion to refer this to the Committee of Procedure and House Affairs. I add my voice to that call. Our duty as members of Parliament was clear. We do not turn a blind eye. We don't look the other way. We show up and we insist on accountability, even behind prison walls. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. Obviously, her input will be taken into consideration, along with that from the member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear, I would like to reserve the opportunity to be able to come back and address after being able to review both comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been noted. I would like to inform the House that the volume on the earpieces will now be reset. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills.
Second reading of Bill C2, Strong Borders Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands had about 4 minutes and 4 seconds left, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's about right, 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Look, Bill C2, as I was saying, is an omnibus bill. It changes multiple pieces of legislation, and it really doesn't address the issue of strong borders. But when you're addressing as many different bills as this does, and you attract the attention of, I'm going to repeat this, I mentioned it earlier, 300 different non-government organizations across Canada in a coalition, groups with very different interests of looking at our positions and civil society, protection of charter rights. I've looked through the government's tabling, through the Minister of Justice, the charter statement to say, is this bill charter compliant? And it really comes down to a series of statements of an analysis that, yes, this could attract challenges under Section 8 of the Charter. Yes, this does involve intrusions in privacy, but it's all going to be okay because trust us. At this point, we're looking at intrusions in our civil liberties, which other members of Parliament have mentioned, with a very low threshold to be able to open our mail. Yes, it's true, as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary said, that a small envelope with a small amount of fentanyl can kill many people. But this doesn't try to categorize in any way or create any kind of threshold for reasonable suspicion that this is conveying drugs. This is a very different way of approaching protection of Canadians, because what it's really about when you look at it in the current political context is what can we do to convince Donald Trump that we're going to sacrifice the civil liberties of Canadians to meet the talking points of a deranged U.S. president. It's just not acceptable. I urge all members of Parliament in this place, all parties, to take the time it takes. Yes, this bill will get second reading. I think it's unlikely we can stop it. That would be great. The Liberals do not have a majority in this place. Maybe we can stop it from going to second reading. In the meantime, it's likely to go to second reading. It needs in committee to have thorough study, and particularly from experts, from the charter compliant questions. There's no point passing a law that will be very soon struck down by the courts as violating our charter rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I have very little time left, and I hope I'll have time in questions and comments to expand on some of these points. C2 should be rejected. It will be much easier to start over and have a bill that starts from the premise it's about borders, not about trying to appease the White House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
CI Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I disagree with the overall assessment that's coming from the leader of the Green Party. This bill is indeed a reflection that comes out of the last election. That's the reason why it was introduced back in June, because it reflects in terms of the desire of what Canadians were wanting to see in regards to building one stronger economy, dealing with specific border issues. It complements significant hundreds of millions of dollars in investment in beefing up our borders. And this is something in which Canadians were told about in the last election. The privacy-related issues, I would question that. This is a party that brought in the Charter of Rights. We're very much aware of civil rights. My question to the member very specifically is, I agree with her, at least let's get it to committee and see what happens with amendment.
The Honourable Member, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
If I wasn't clear, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to get it to committee. Let it die here at the end of first reading and fail at second reading. This bill attracts a number of concerns, and there was never any campaign discussion that it was important to deny people rights that they'd ordinarily have to ask for refugee protection in this country. They'll be denied those rights without a hearing, and that's unprecedented.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
On that particular point, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the member, does she not see the difference between individuals that would be coming to Canada under a temporary visa, being in Canada for over a year, and you're talking about many people, whether it's back in 2010, halfway through, or today. And the issue is in ensuring that the refugee process is not being abused. There is a political responsibility. We saw that today in question period, Mr. Speaker. Why wouldn't the leader of the Green Party recognize there is value to that?
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps because I've represented refugees in the past in my work in private practice of law, that I know the laws around international status of refugee protection. And when we have someone in Canada who has a reasonable expectation that they can stay in this country, and then they find they have to leave, and the door that was once open until Bill C-2 passes, that door is open for them to make a claim if they have legitimate grounds. We're shutting that door when they don't have a chance. It's a catch-22 being imposed on people who are potentially legitimate refugees. That means we're violating our international treaty obligations to protect refugee rights.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to ride on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, and I know that my honourable colleague also has a legal background, so this has been a critical point, one that I'd love her point of view on this, both as a former lawyer and as a parliamentarian. And it says, this is at Part 4 of the Act, under inspection of mail. It says, quote, "The corporation may open any mail if it has reasonable grounds to suspect that." So, and then it goes on, and the legislation is the exact same. So a warrant is obtained generally on reasonable grounds to believe. This is on reasonable grounds to suspect, which is a lower legal threshold. I don't see any requirement for a warrant here. I wonder if she would agree, because again, perhaps I'm missing something here. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
And thank you to my fellow British Columbia and the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola. And again, I mentioned in my speech, it is unprecedented to take away Canadians' right to the privacy of mail delivery. The amendments to the Canada Post Act, as he mentions in Part 4, are warrantless. And the threshold is lower. And this should be a source of concern to all Canadians, that we're creating a law that says we can open the mail if we have reason to suspect. And on top of that, the sharing of information could mean that this open information of more Canadian privacy information goes to U.S. authorities.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I move to the matter at hand, I just want to say what a privilege it is to be back here in Ottawa to fight for the people of Cambridge and North Dumfries. It's been nearly 3 months since members of Parliament have been in this place to debate issues of importance and hold the government accountable for their actions. It's almost like the government didn't want anybody to hold them accountable, or maybe they wanted a long, lazy summer vacation. Whatever it was, it certainly was no vacation for me and my team. Every day we were out in the community, attending events, helping constituents with casework, and listening to all the things that are on our neighbors' minds. And what did they have to say? They told me, overwhelmingly, that a decade of Liberal government has made life harder. Finding a good-paying job, or any kind of job, is harder. Affording a home or even apartment is harder. Affording the necessity of life, just the basics like groceries, is harder. I'm always going to stand up for these fundamental issues and be a champion for common sense and the Canadian dream that hard work can pay off. Life is also harder for the most vulnerable in our community. The exploding number of homeless encampments and people experiencing homelessness is an incredibly visibly and heart-wrenching concern for all of us. It's hard to take a walk through downtown Cambridge without seeing one of our neighbors in distress. People who don't have a warm place to sleep, a warm meal to eat, or a chance at getting back on their feet. What used to be a peaceful area has now been transformed into ground zero of a tent city disaster unfolding right before our eyes. The Liberal manufactured housing crisis, which has caused home prices to double in less than a decade, is a big part of why there are so many people sleeping on our streets. But another huge reason is the wave of addiction and the opioid epidemic that has flooded our communities, big and small. The Liberal government fanned the flames of that program, offering free drugs and a quick high instead of hope and recovery for the people who needed it most. And they left our borders vulnerable and open to international gangs and smugglers to use our country as a dumping ground for drugs like fentanyl. Those drugs end up on the streets in cities like mine, and even just a tiny amount can literally kill you. Now they put forward a new bill, Bill C-2, that's supposed to address the problem of fentanyl on our streets and narcotics being smuggled across our border. In all seriousness, that's like the person who set your house on fire showing up with a bucket to put out the flames. It just doesn't make sense. The same people who broke it cannot and should not be trusted to fix it. Mr. Speaker, fentanyl isn't just another drug. It is a lethal poison that is tearing apart families in Cambridge, North Dumfries, and every community across Canada. A few grains can end a life. Paramedics in my riding respond to overdose calls daily, and our hospitals are overwhelmed with patients fighting for their lives. Parents tell me they are terrified their child will be the next obituary. That's the human cost, not statistics, but loved ones lost. Drug smugglers don't operate alone. They are tied to organized crime, violent gangs, and international cartels that see Canada as an easy target. When border controls are weak, those criminals walk right through the cracks. Bill C-2 talks about tightening enforcement, but without tougher bail conditions and mandatory jail time, the same gang members will be back on our streets within days. Canadians deserve laws that protect victims, not revolving doors for offenders. The government can pat itself on the back for introducing Bill C-2, but here's the truth. There are many parts of this legislation that fall far too short. There are no new tools for prosecutors to keep traffickers behind bars. There are no real investments in treatment and recovery that offer people hope instead of despair. And there are no guarantees that the flow of precursor chemicals, the ingredients for fentanyl, will actually be stopped at the border. So for all the government's talk, there's no guarantee that this bill will actually end the opioid epidemic. Far from it. Conservatives believe in strong borders, serious sentences for smugglers, and a pathway to recovery for those trapped in addiction. That's what real leadership looks like. Let me be clear. I'm ready to work with anybody from any party who wants to help fix our borders, stop the drugs, and get people in my community the help that they need. But we simply can't afford more of the same things from the same Liberal government. More talk and more empty platitudes with devastating consequences for Canadians. And that's what this bill is all about. It doesn't implement bail reform for violent gang members and smugglers who make drugs, transport drugs, sell drugs, and destroy the lives of people who live in my riding and hundreds of thousands of people across this country. So that means the people who are driving the crisis get to keep walking through the Liberal revolving door of no consequences, free to keep flooding our streets with narcotics. And if you do happen to be put behind bars, this bill doesn't implement stricter sentencing provisions. We still have no mandatory prison time for fentanyl traffickers, no mandatory prison time for gangsters who commit violent crimes with guns. We need to stop the smugglers, put the bad guys in jail, and end the Liberal regime of endless free drugs for everyone. Instead of cracking down on the drug traffickers and gangs that fuel this crisis, the Liberals are trying to hide the problem by shuffling people into senior housing without safeguards. Individuals dealing with drugs and creating disorder are being placed in the same apartment buildings as vulnerable seniors. The result is theft, fear, and seniors who feel like prisoners in their own homes. I hear this every week from seniors in my community. They worked hard all their lives and they should feel safe in their homes, but many of them no longer do. Bill C-2 does nothing to change that. It goes after paperwork, not the predators. It leaves the real criminals free while vulnerable Canadians live in fear. When the government isn't using this bill to keep letting criminals roam free on our streets, they're taking massive new steps to give themselves more power to control the everyday lives of Canadians. For instance, they want to impose a massive new restriction on the use of cash in private transactions, limiting cash payments of $10,000 or more. Our multinational banker and economist prime minister should realize this. Seniors, farmers, and small businesses often rely on cash for larger purchases or sales. Restricting those transactions won't stop organized crime. It just makes life harder for people who follow the rules. Now let's talk about what this bill does do. Bill C-2 will give the government the power to open mail without oversight, force internet companies to hand over their data, and give themselves more opportunities to perform warrantless searches. Canadians need to know that Bill C-2 goes well beyond border measures. It also introduces new surveillance powers that deserve a full and separate debate. If the government believes these powers are necessary, they should be studied carefully in their own bill with the proper scrutiny of Parliament. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but to me, this looks like the Liberal government is focusing on giving themselves more powers at the cost of law-abiding Canadian civil liberties, instead of actually going after the dangerous criminals that threaten the safety of not just the people of Cambridge, but of all Canadians. These measures are wrong and must be fixed, because we know that when Ottawa gets more powers, it never, ever gives them up. We wouldn't have even needed to introduce a bill like this in the first place if the Liberal government hadn't broken what they inherited from Stephen Harper: a strong border, a functioning criminal justice system, and a safe and secure immigration process that was the envy of the world. Instead, after 10 years of an incompetent and out-of-touch government, drugs and guns, criminals and contraband flow across our borders with impunity. Those criminals often get more rights than their victims, while getting a slap on the wrist and paying no price whatsoever. And that's not to mention an immigration system that nobody, not even immigrants themselves, trust to work in the best interest of this country. Mr. Speaker, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that we can fix all of these problems. I still believe that Canada is the best country in the world and a place we're so blessed to call home. And I remain honored to be Cambridge's voice in this place through the good times and the bad times. But the bad news is that we can't trust this Liberal government, an overbearing, incompetent, careless government, to clean up the mess they themselves created. Bill C-2 is called the Strong Borders Act, but there is nothing strong about weak sentencing, revolving door justice, and half measures that punish honest Canadians more than criminals. If this government were serious about strong borders, they'd listen to our Conservative proposals: secure the border, end catch and release for traffickers, and give people struggling with addiction a real chance at recovery. We're calling for better. Police are calling for better. Victims and their families are calling for better. Is this government going to listen, Mr. Speaker? Only time will tell.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Madawaska.
The Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Conservative colleague is talking about the importance of border security and the Harper record, I'd like to remind her that the Conservatives during their term made significant cuts to CBSA. Over 1,000 positions were scrapped. So what they're saying today is inconsistent with their past actions. We are taking action to protect the border, to strengthen the border. Will the Conservatives work with us to make our borders safer and stronger? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cambridge.
Unlike the member opposite, I'm here to debate the safety of all Canadians, not engage in political games. My constituents are suffering more than I've ever seen in my life and need the government to focus on criminals causing this, not cracking down on the civil liberties of all Canadians. Bail reform is the biggest priority for keeping Canadians safe. So why is the Liberal government avoiding the topic instead of focusing on collecting Canadians' mail without a warrant?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to get my colleague's opinion. Something earlier the member for Winnipeg North said was that we should just take the Liberals' word for it that they believe in protecting the charter rights of Canadians for privacy because back in the 1980s they were the party that brought the charter in. Well, if we have to take the Liberals for granted on everything they campaigned on in the 1980s, they were against free trade then. So is that also why we're not getting a deal with Trump on free trade today? Because they're secretly still back in the 1980s and everything they were committed to back then. So perhaps my colleague from Cambridge can, respond to the question about whether or not we can take the Liberals' campaign platform at their word or whether we should be looking back in time to see where they really stand on these issues.
A member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his good question. And he's got a good point. A lot of people no longer trust this government after a decade of decay. And it's truly depressing to see our seniors not even feeling safe in their own homes because the Liberal government's soft on crime agenda. By letting drugs run so rampant in all communities, we are seeing drug addicts housed in senior homes rather than getting them rehab or help. We see them getting drugs from either the government or their dealers while out on bail. Seeing drug dealers and violent gang members run free while our most vulnerable, our seniors, cower in their own homes is truly depression. Just a few weeks ago, an elderly lady in Guelph was beaten, died of her injuries in broad daylight. This is not the Canada I grew up in. You wonder about trust? Look at the last 10 years.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State Combating Crime.
I've listened to the Honourable Member, and I appreciate her concern. My question, though, is as follows. We know that there's been a loophole in the code for decades, and the bad guys have been exploiting this within Canada Post. They've been shipping fentanyl and other illicit material through Canada Post. So the same rules that our national security apparatus and police force have in terms of pulling packages off of UPS and FedEx, they have not been able to do with Canada Post. We have to close that loophole. So my question to the Honourable Member is, what would you like us to do?
Order questions through the chair. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that's the purpose of a warrant, and I think that is what Canadians are looking for, is to keep their privacy in hand as well as looking after the criminals. But if this government is serious about helping Canadians, they need to separate the omnibus bill so we can come together to pass the few measures in here that will actually help and leave their power grab portions to be debated separately. They would also add the bail reform Canadians have been begging for to keep drug traffickers off our street.
Questions and comments. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member here from Cambridge, a strong female member of Parliament, and excited to be serving with her. I'd like to talk a little bit about intimate partner violence. She mentioned the effect that limiting cash under $10,000 would have on seniors. I wonder if she could comment on what that could mean for women trying to escape abuse.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your question. I also enjoy working alongside our colleague, and I appreciate her questions and concerns. As we know, just recently, there was a death out in BC that was horrendous, and a woman dies every 6 days from murder. It's a huge issue and concern, and should be for all parties. And to escape, there could be major costs involved in transactions, and so I think that we have to keep in mind all these issues and debate this separately.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity to participate in the debate on this bill. The government's greatest responsibility is to ensure the security and safety of families, children, and our communities. And that's the perspective we have to analyze this bill from. The steps that need to be taken to correct a number of shortcomings that have been found over recent years. This bill will help alleviate some of the risks to public safety that have come to light. First of all, this bill is one part of the government's plan, and that includes measures to deal with fentanyl and criminal activity. We're also planning to hire 1,000 more CBSA officers to deploy drones and helicopters and to use specialized detectors for fentanyl and, in a more general sense, better cooperation with our partners. This bill will also incorporate measures to protect our communities, like taking assault-style weapons off the streets and dealing more harshly with certain crime, including home invasions. Until recently, there have been limits in legislation that made it harder for police officers to do their job. And in many circumstances, the legislation governing the RCMP and other police was making it harder to combat crime. Meanwhile, criminals have increasingly sophisticated equipment and strategies, and so it was important to modernize the legislation governing the work of law and order so that they can more effectively deal with, among other things, transnational gangs. This all has to be done in keeping with the Charter, and the government has understood that message well, and that's why provisions in the legislation have been carefully considered. At the same time, the government is expected to act effectively and never condone any form of crime, particularly when it comes to crimes like human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, lawmaking is one thing, but it's important to enforce those laws too. And this government is determined to enforce its laws. It's a question of equity. And in this country, we will not tolerate the idea that crime might pay. That is what our constituents expect of us. And when there are reasonable doubts about the commission of a crime, officers should be able to better investigate and communicate with the service providers without a warrant. And no personal data should be violated here. It's more a question of whether or not the service provider gave access to services that may have allowed them to get access to personal information. And if an officer wishes to go any further, well, then they would absolutely have to require a warrant. And this is an expression of our desire to allow officers to be able to effectively investigate while at the same time protecting personal information and privacy. I would like to ensure Canadians that this bill is charter compliant and in keeping with the Boone decision of the Newfoundland Court as well as the Supreme Court of Canada decisions in this area. The bill also covers proceeds of crime issues and the use of personal information by banks when there's reason to believe that money laundering is going on. And when transactions are made more difficult to track, it's more difficult to, when these transactions are more difficult to pull off, it makes it harder for organized crime. So we want to make life harder for organized crime and transnational gangs in a number of ways. The bill would restrict the flow of fentanyl as well, both within and from, into and out of Canada. And the bill will provide the means to stop the export of drugs through the mail. This will be very useful in places like the Northwest Territories and rural communities where drug trafficking has often been perpetrated through the mail system. Up to today, letters could not be opened to inspect for drugs, and this bill will make it easier to inspect packages and mail. And the bill will also make it more difficult to bring drugs into Canada. It will be easier for the department to screen new products because we've been intercepting more and more fentanyl. And in order to facilitate this work, we need an up-to-date registry. We need to be able to identify the contents of products, and the overdose crisis is continuing to have impacts on our families and communities all across the country. The ravages of fentanyl can be seen in every downtown area, and so action is necessary. And even when death is not the ultimate outcome, there are still serious impacts for the most vulnerable people and communities. We need to attack this problem head on. As a doctor, I know full well about the problems of drug addiction. I know that they're complex and there's no magic bullet to solve this problem. But this is something, the need for this action is something that no one should question. There are also problems like car theft and car smuggling. And from now on, the government will be taking stronger action to ensure that the main action for stolen vehicles abroad is to make sure that that market is less feasible. We are also adding new responsibilities, and Coast Guard will be able to patrol more effectively in future to intercept illegal trade. Also, there are measures to deal with child pornography, internet child pornography, and working more closely with our international partners. The government is aware that these measures are necessary. Many organizations are working on the same problems, whether it's the International Police Association, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the youth protection agencies. And we have to do more to facilitate the work of police officers when they're working on internet crime. C2 will strengthen Canadian security by making significant changes to prevent irregular movements of people and to protect the Canadian immigration process. Mr. Speaker, our absolute priority is protecting our communities and prosperity. We want to have strong borders, and this can't happen without rigorous steps to fight crime. That's why I would invite all members to support this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Montmorency-Charlevoix.
Yes, thank you, Mr. I'd like to thank the member for La Prairie, Ataken, for his speech. We all agree that our borders need to be safe and protected. And I'm glad that we agree on that because there are a lot of stories in the news. Canadians expect us to do more, and our southern neighbors obviously are calling on us to do more. After 10 years, is this something that's just dawning on? Why has it taken so long for this to dawn on the Liberals that this kind of thing was needed? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank the member for his excellent question. What needs to be understood is that crime is constantly changing. Criminals' methods are changing. Their organizations are growing. They're now trans-border gangs. And so new steps needed to be taken versus what used to be enough. And our forces of law and order have let us know, and the courts have let us know when things were going too far or when not enough was being done. And so I hope that the members opposite will support us in this effort. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski Matapedia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understood from my colleague's speech that the Liberals' priority is border safety and the safety of our constituents. During the election campaign, we called for 1,000 new CBSA officers and also for more RCMP officers to be hired. So my question is, since those announcements were made by the Liberals to hire more people, what have they done in terms of hiring more people, more CBSA officers and more RCMP officers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, hiring is underway. I don't know the exact numbers, but I'd be happy to get those for you. And we are on track to make up for those shortfalls. Obviously, these are steps that will take time, and it will be gradual. But I will be attending a graduation next month, and so there will be new hires, new graduates, in order to better protect Canadians. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his excellent speech on Bill C-2. I'm very happy to work with him. We're a team that's determined to strengthen border security and to crack down on vehicle thefts and fentanyl trafficking. My question is, what does this mean for his beautiful riding of La Prairie Ataken? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you. Yes, my riding is very beautiful, the riding of La Prairie Ataken. We're not unlike other ridings that have also had problems, and economic growth will go hand in hand with border security and with our constituents' safety. There are a number of challenges currently for our constituents, whether it's in terms of mental health, physical health, or security and safety, and I am happy to contribute to this goal, this noble goal, to make life even better for my constituents.
We have time for a brief question. The member for Oshawa.
Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety. He seems to admit that there is a serious fentanyl crisis. However, his own department's 2025-2026 plan, the word fentanyl doesn't even appear once. I'm sure he's had conversations with the minister on this. Can he explain why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief response.
The border measures are working. We have just this month reduced half a kilo almost that was seized at the Canadian border. So the efforts are paying off, and we will continue the fight against fentanyl trafficking, and we'll have to keep working all across the country to deal with, as I said, drug addiction is a complex problem without a simple solution, but we will continue to invest in Canadians' health and safety. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kapuskasing Timmins.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about a region that is often overlooked in national conversation, but is in truth central to the future of Ontario and Canada. The history of the Kapuskasing Timmins Mushkegowuk riding, one of the largest in Canada, is a story of resilience, hard work, and vibrant cultural heritage, forged by people who built not just industries, but lives, families, and futures in the North. The riding is not simply a geographic expanse in Northern Ontario. It is a living and working landscape that tells the story of Canada's development. It is its natural wealth, linguistic diversity, and enduring relationship with its resources. This is not a region on the margins. It is a region that has long delivered for the country and stands ready to lead again. Monsieur le Président, la circonscription de Kapuskasing-Timmins-Mushkegowuk est une terre d'endurance, de fierté et de solidarité. Elle a été façonnée par des...
It was shaped by generations of workers and families, northern families, who built not only industries, but strong communities and a good lasting future for their children. It is a unique region where language, tradition, and identity are visible every day. French is not a second language for us. It is a language we work in, we live in, and we feel in our hearts. That's a strong part of our identity and future. We must protect French. We must recognize it as an asset for Ontario and Canada. Our riding was important. For decades, we carried the country's economy, and we will continue to play a very important role.
The largest population of approximately 95,000, diverse and multinational, has lived and worked, producing astounding economic outputs that I will outline shortly. But first, it is important to appreciate some history of this great riding. Visionaries defined corridors into our region, followed by the main building projects we know today as the Canadian National Railway, joined by the Ontario Northland Railway, with connections to the Canadian Pacific Railway via the Algoma Central Railway. In building this infrastructure, our forebears discovered the sheer vastness of the riding, stretching from Atlantic to Arctic watershed, blessed with healthy boreal forest. Soon it became clear that the riding's 5 major river basins could thunderously generate over 4 gigawatts of sustainable hydroelectric power. Approximately 850 megawatts of that power has supported forestry, mining, industry, local communities. Most importantly, these basins continue to provide renewable, pollution-free energy. As the railroad advanced, farms and communities developed along the lines, supplying and servicing an industrious population. Prospectors followed, discovering an extraordinary wealth of minerals. 3 major paper mills supplied U.S. markets, including the New York Times, with newsprint, and even America's first Kleenex, which was produced in Kapuskasing. Peu de temps après, grâce à l'appui.
Shortly after, thanks to government support, the Trans-Canada Road made it possible to travel through the riding. That project, the construction project, it started in the 50s, but it has not yet been completed. It needs to be completed and modernized in order to make it a safer road. That said, the Trans-Canada Corridor has led to other innovation. For instance, energy transportation, pipelines, communications or logistics of the supply chain, which have been developed all throughout the route.
Guidance of the First Nations, the vision of risk-taking entrepreneurs, the dedication of multinational Canadians, and the support of responsive governments. Over the years, our region has hosted more than 50 mines and 2 of the largest staking rushes in world history, helping to build the Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver stock exchanges. The wealth generated supported major national projects such as the financing of the construction of the Maple Leaf Gardens and produced NHL greats who became household names. Indeed, titans of the industry of the day, including the Thompsons, Eaton, Bronfman, Massey, Brookfield empires, can trace their fortunes to our region, as did the capital that spurred oil exploration across Canada. The mining sector alone has been extraordinary. Mines in our riding have produced over 110 million ounces of gold, 215 million ounces of silver, 6 million tons of zinc, 4 million tons of copper, 330,000 tons of lead, 50,000 tons of nickel, and 200,000 tons of talc, with an economic value of $580 billion in today's money, and will continue to produce. Exploration continues to this day. Current projects have identified over 5 billion tons of nickel, of precious metals, of critical metals, or reserves worth over $1 trillion, with a further 12 billion tons of reserve under review, positioning our region as a cornerstone for Canada's future manufacturing needs. These developments, extracted using cutting-edge carbon capture techniques, will contribute to reducing atmospheric carbon dioxide well into the next century. Our forests, too, have long sustainably been managed properly, with an average annual harvest of 4.5 million cubic meters from 12 operating sawmills. Modern practices and improved tree species could potentially double this harvest, aligning with Canada's climate goal and growing demand for recyclable products. For example, replacing plastic bags with paper could revive pulp production and put another line of pulp at the cap paper in Kapuskasing. Agriculture is also thriving to the tune of $140 million per year with grain, hay, livestock, cash crop, well established in the Great Clay Belt of the northeastern Ontario, with access to transportation infrastructure which provides enormous opportunities for agribusiness. Indeed, university scholars have said that the Great Clay Belt will become Canada's next agricultural breadbasket. Mr. Speaker, I hope I have convened the scale of the economic treasure box our region represents. However, realizing its full potential requires collaboration with our 11 First Nations, by working together on infrastructure, roads, energy, railroads. We can unlock jobs, attract skilled workers, and revitalize the 46 communities of the riding. Mr. Speaker, let's make Canada's North a beacon of opportunity for all by not forgetting that 95% of our greatest resource is us, the Canadians. Our corner of Canada, one of the most linguistically and culturally distinct region in the country, while the Francophone identity runs deep, nearly half of the population has knowledge of both official language. This dual linguistic character is an asset for the future and should be supported by federal policy. Mr. Speaker, I'm excited that these social and economic development will benefit not only our riding, but every Canadian. I am committed to rising to this challenge for the benefit of my constituents and all of Canada.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I was delighted to hear about my colleague's riding. He gave a great summary of how Canada was built on great projects like the train and the Trans-Canada. How does he feel about the upcoming project for high-speed trains to connect Toronto and Montreal? Because that will lead to significant economic windfall, which is exactly what he was talking about in his speech. The Honourable Member for Kapuskasing, Timmins, Wishigawik. Thank you. I talked about how Canada was built. That's the same approach that we need to take in the future. No matter what the project is, we need projects we need to build. We need to build Canada back because currently things are not going well. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamatane, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated a part of his speech when he said that French was not a second language in Canada. In Quebec, our motto is Je me souviens. We remember. I'd like to remind my colleague that the Conservative Party, under Prime Minister Harper, named a unilingual Anglophone Auditor General, as well as Anglophone English-speaking only Supreme Court judges. I'll give my colleague the benefit of the doubt. I hope that he will insist among his Anglophone colleagues that French is not a second or secondary language in this beautiful bilingual country. Here's my question, Mr. Speaker. When the Harper government was in power, they planned to cut CBSA staff. Now, the Conservatives in the opposition, they are calling for border security. They want more staff. Why is this their priority all of a sudden in the opposition when it wasn't a priority for them as government? The Honourable Member. Thank you. First, I was talking about my riding. I said that in my riding, French is thriving and 50% of people work in both languages in my riding. Next, it's hard to protect French outside Quebec, so what we've accomplished in my riding is incredible. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauce. I congratulate my colleague, the member for Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegowuk. In my colleague's incredible speech, he talked about agriculture in his region. This week, there's been a lot of talk about food inflation and housing inflation. When it comes to agriculture, I have a question for my colleague. Can he speak to improving our food independence in Canada? The member for Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegowuk. Agriculture disappeared for a time in our riding during colonization in the 60s, 70s, 80s, but it's coming back. What's great about that is that we're feeding ourselves. We're independent. We have everything we need in our region. The Great Clay Belt is what's most important. Agriculture experts say that that region, the Great Clay Belt, will be the next major agriculture region in Canada. We can feed ourselves, and we want all of Canada to have food independence.
In about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts in regards to the bill itself. If the Conservatives wanted to be able to show goodwill in dealing with and improving border security, along with other issues related to it, they could actually allow the bill to go to a committee where it can be further debated, talked about, and amendments. And if they don't want it to go to a committee right away, would he not agree it would be advisable maybe even to share some of the possible amendments that the Conservatives have?
Member for Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegowuk.
The only thing I can answer here is the problem was created by the Liberals. And the intent of my speech today was to let Canadians give confidence, I'm speaking to them, that we have a great country with all the resources we need to survive and to be independent. Thank you.
Moving debate, la prise du débat, the Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it's my first interaction, you being in this chair, I want to congratulate you and also the constituents of yours from Perth, Wellington for electing you, and I'm very happy to have you in this chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act. This important bill will help keep Canadians safe by strengthening our borders, fighting organized crime, and protecting the fairness of our immigration system. Our government is taking strong action to deal with serious challenges like drug smuggling, auto theft, money laundering, and abuse of our asylum and visa systems. We are also giving law enforcement and border officers more tools to stop these crimes. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country that welcomes people from around the world. Immigrants and refugees have helped build our communities. As a proud immigrant myself, I know how important it is that our immigration system is fair, strong, and trusted. But we also know that Canada's immigration system is under pressure. Global conflicts are bringing more people to our borders, and sometimes the system is being misused by those who are not truly in need of the protection that they need. That is why Bill C-2 includes important changes to protect the integrity of our asylum system. One of the key changes is about who can make a refugee claim in Canada. Going forward, international students and temporary foreign workers who have been in Canada for more than 1 year will not be able to claim asylum. Let me be clear, this is not a ban on asylum. People who truly need protection will still have access to special review process before they are moved from Canada. If there is any risk of persecution or harm, Canada will not send them back. This change will stop people from staying in Canada for years as students or temporary workers and then trying to use the asylum system as a last option. Our refugee system must be used for those who need protection, not a backup plan. Mr. Speaker, these changes are fair and they will help speed up the asylum process for individuals who need safety. It will also help us reduce backlogs and focus our resources on those who need it. The bill also improves how we share immigration information with provinces and territories so that all orders of government can better manage services and public safety. Mr. Speaker, the Strong Borders Act also targets immigration fraud and abuse of our visa system. It gives our officers strong tools to catch fake documents and false claims. It also helps us to go after criminals who take advantage of newcomers through fraud and exploitation. These actions are about fairness. They protect the integrity of our system and the honest people who follow the rules. Bill C-2 also includes new steps to fight crime, drugs, and money laundering. Mr. Speaker, we are investing $1.3 billion to help border officers stop stolen vehicles, seize illegal goods, and improve inspections at rail yards and ports. This is the largest investment in border security in Canadian history. The bill also gives the Canadian Coast Guard a new role in keeping our coastlines secure. They will help stop smuggling at sea, protect our borders, and work with police to fight organized crime. Mr. Speaker, we are also taking strong action to protect children by improving the way we share information about sex offenders with police in Canada and around the world. This will help stop child exploitation and trafficking. We are cracking down on money laundering and terrorist financing. This will make it harder for criminals to hide their money and easier for police to get the financial information they need to stop crime. We are also limiting large cash deposits and banning third-party cash deposits to help prevent criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, one of the most serious threats facing Canada is the rise of lethal drugs such as fentanyl. This deadly drug is killing thousands of people across the country. That is why this Bill C-2 gives new powers to law enforcement to stop the flow of chemicals used to make fentanyl. It also allows officers to search suspicious packages in mail with a warrant and to shut down illegal drug operations more quickly. These actions will help save lives and make our communities safer. As part of our effort to stop auto theft, bill allows border officers to access railways and shipping ports where many stolen cars are smuggled out of the country. This is a growing problem that affects many cities throughout Canada. These new powers will help us recover more stolen vehicles and break up international crime rings. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not only about stronger laws, but also about building a safer Canada. A Canada where people feel safe in their homes, in their workplaces, and in their communities. A Canada where newcomers are welcomed, but also expected to follow the rules. A Canada where our immigration system is protected and our borders are secure. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect a strong, fair system that puts safety and honesty first. We are keeping our doors open to people in need, but we are closing the doors to fraud, abuse, and crime. Others may worry that this will hurt people who are vulnerable, but I want to be very clear. Canada's humanitarian efforts will remain strong. We will continue to protect those who are at risk, and our refugee system will continue to be fair and compassionate. But we must protect the system itself so it can continue to serve those who truly need it. The Strong Borders Act is a smart, balanced, and responsible plan. It gives our law enforcement and border officers the tools that they need. It protects our economy, our communities, and our values. And most importantly, it protects Canada's future. Mr. Speaker, I know that I was talking to the colleagues here in the House, and particularly in BC, we heard the support at a policing summit in BC in August for this Bill C2, because those are the people that are the first responders. We should be listening to the people that are there to save our lives and save our communities. So I urge all members across the political stripes in this House to join me in supporting Bill C2. Let's stand together for safer communities, stronger borders, and a fairer immigration system for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Surrey on outlining some of the key provisions in Bill C2. One aspect of the law or bill that that he did not touch upon was the access to online data and the impact this will have on privacy regulation in Canada and the fundamental right that our party believes that all Canadians have access to, and that's a fundamental right to privacy. I believe this bill will undermine that fundamental right. Does the member opposite agree that this bill goes too far in giving powers to authorities in respect to access to information?
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member from Mission, Matsqui, and Abbotsford, if I'm correct. And Mr. Speaker, if we listen to the experts, even organizations like Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, they are also telling us that they need these tools, that they need these resources to protect Canadians. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that there's no such thing in this bill that will take the charter or the rights of those liberties away, but it will make sure that criminals are punished.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about border security. That's all well and good. But we've got here after 10 years of Liberal negligence. But people who do protect our borders, their unions, tell us that we'll need up to 3 additional border officers. While the government, well, it wasn't even in the throne speech, and we haven't hired even 1 officer. So now there's 2 aspects. First, I'd like to know how come the Prime Minister had time to announce for funding, has gone around the world 4 times, has bought submarines, but why he hasn't had the time to hire these 2,000 to 4,000 officers that are necessary. And second, I'd like to know why in this bill there are no elements that allow us, the officers, to do patrols between the different points, even though we have one of the longest militarized, non-militarized borders in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I personally believe that the honourable member from Miraval was talking about the Conservative government. You know, when they were in power, they took 1,000 officers away from the job. In fact, it is the Liberal government that brought in 1,000 new police officers and CBSA officers to make sure that our borders are protected with utmost urgency.
Comments, the honourable member for Richmond East Seafton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there's any member in this House that doesn't have a story they can share from their community that's been touched on the issues of fentanyl, opioids, and the flow of precursors, like the family, the Tablotny family in Richmond, who I had the opportunity to table a petition for, where they were asking for a national sustainable national ad campaign to raise awareness of this at all times. And I've spoken to police officers and who've shown us data of some of these chemicals that they're finding on the street. So my question, of course, to the member from Surrey Newton, who's been a strong advocate on public safety measures, if you can let us know what's the pathway to stop these precursors from coming into Canada.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton, less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the honourable member from Richmond East Stevenson for all the great work that he does and the support that he provides when we need to make sure that British Columbians are safe when it comes to fentanyl. This is why we are bringing in Bill C-2, so as we are able to stop the flow of fentanyl across borders and bringing in, searching the mail and other options that we are bringing in this bill to stop it.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I had a different beginning to my speech, but just after hearing all of these long-serving Liberal MPs get up and talk about how great it is that they've finally discovered that our border is an issue, and they're finally, after 10 years in government, taking some action with this piece of legislation, and that they should be congratulated for it, is a bit of an astounding proposition at the beginning of this fall session. They waited so long to take any action that fentanyl and other drugs are rampant throughout the country, stemming not just in the big urban spaces, but into the smallest of the small communities across my riding, in rural southwestern Manitoba, and in every other riding across the country. So I don't know that they're going to get as much sympathy and applause from Canadians as they expect based on their speeches today by the fact that they let this go on for 10 years without taking any recognizable action to stop the flow of illegal substances from other countries into this country, and now they think it's just wonderful that they finally come up with a half-decent but very problematic in some instances proposal as to how to address this situation. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, I'll get back to my speech and more to say on that as we proceed. Certainly, Brandon Souris, if you, in the context of the country, is a border riding. I have 9 ports of entry in my constituency alone, a number of which actually have just had reduced hours, which is impacting trade with our American counterparts, plus Lake Metigoshe, which is a lake that sits right on the border, is shared half Canadian, half American, and is policed by both entities. One of the few where you can actually get on your boat on the Canadian side and drive it across without having to be, go through a port of entry per se. One of very few examples where that exists in the country. The part of the border that is all accessible, unlike other parts of the country like Alberta and British Columbia, 226 kilometers of border between Manitoba and North Dakota in my constituency, 302 if you take the highway. We also have the Peace Gardens at the second largest border crossing, Boissevain in Manitoba, or the Peace Gardens border crossing if you're coming in from the American side, which shares, of course, a monument to peace that both of our countries share and maintain, that also shares a cross-border airport. You can actually land on the North Dakota side and the American side and taxi onto Canadian soil and then disembark, one of the few instances where that takes place in the country as well. So certainly my riding shares the border. It is a border constituency, and our economic ties with our immediate partners to the south, North Dakota, and further south into the Midwest states are significant, and they are close. I remember growing up, and Minot, North Dakota was just as close for me and my family to my hometown as to go to Winnipeg, our major city in Manitoba, and we would often spend family vacations, special birthdays or anniversaries traveling to Minot rather than Winnipeg to share in our collective relationship with the Americans. So to talk about border issues, we know that Manitobans, and certainly southwestern Manitobans, deal, work, live, and play crossing that border on a regular basis. And my constituents believe in law and order and a strong border. They've made that very clear to me during my election, and over the course of the summer I held a number of community barbecues along the number 3 highway, which is Manitoba's southernmost major highway that runs parallel to the American-Canadian border. Community barbecues in Melita, in Boissevain, in Manitou, all border towns. In fact, the Boissevain local hockey team is called the Boissevain Border Kings. That's how close our relationship is in my constituency to the border and its impact on Manitoba's economy. So these are conversations that are ongoing on a regular basis. People are living the challenges with the border and the relationship that is ongoing between our two countries. For the past decade, we've been urging, as Conservatives, the Liberal government to reverse their failed policies and restore safety to our communities. My communities are on the forefront of the influx of weak border and weak criminal justice policy from this Liberal government that have seen an influx of crime and drugs infesting our small communities in southwestern Manitoba and further up into my colleague for Riding Mountains constituency and further north into northern Manitoba, communities that are collectively calling for better action from this government and calling out their failure to deliver safety and a solution to the influx of drugs coming into our communities. Instead, the Liberals, as we know, have let the situation get out of control. And now they're scrambling and have put forward this omnibus bill that falls well short of protecting Canadians while overreaching in other areas. And while we're prepared to support elements of this bill, we are very concerned with others. The bill fails to address bail reform, which is a topic that comes up often in this Parliament. Catch and release is alive and well for those who are trafficking fentanyl and firearms across our border. Illegal firearms, mind you, not the legally held firearms that so many of my constituents have taken the courses, have trained, and responsibly own and use, using our porous border to victimize Canadians. Sentencing provisions. There is no mention of sentencing provisions. There are still no mandatory prison times for fentanyl traffickers who are profiting from this weak, porous border that the Liberals have created, and there are still no new mandatory prison times for gangsters who use guns and commit crimes, despite the Liberals' campaign against legal firearms owners, as I mentioned, and house arrest is still permissible to some of the most serious offenders in these areas. We are deeply concerned by the Liberals' further restrictions on Canadian civil liberties, including the ability to open mail without oversight and to compel internet companies to hand over private information and warrantless searches. I'd just like to pause here for a minute. I don't know that anybody in my riding, even the Canada Post workers that I represent, think it's a great idea for them to just be able to open up mail at will. And that is what the Liberals, despite what some of them have said today, that is what they're proposing in this piece of legislation. Nobody thinks that's a good idea. Even the Canada Post workers that I've talked to in my constituency, when we knew this bill would be coming up, it's way overboard. They have no reason for it to be done. RCMP officers think it's ridiculous. There's no question that there needs to be a solution and a proposal put forward to deal with trafficking of illegal substances through Canada Post. But it makes perfect sense for these systems to be operated through the court system and with trained investigators and police officers opening up this mail, searching for illegal substances, because if they actually find some, they're the ones that are trained to handle it, not Canada Post workers. So again, this is the Liberals making a mountain where they should have taken a scalpel in terms of how to deal with these serious, prolific traffickers that are utilizing Canada Post. It needs to be referred to the proper justice officials, not to our everyday postal workers and the folks working in their distribution centres. So while Conservatives have been ignored by this Liberal government and their failures, we have consistently fought for practical, effective policies that secure our borders, protect our communities, and uphold Canadians' rights, including adding thousands of border agents, extending CBSA powers along the entire border, not just crossings, installing border surveillance towers, as well as truck-mounted drone systems to spot border incursions. This is huge in my riding that is all very accessible along a very rural area that does not have high levels of population. These scanners can also see through walls of containers or vehicles to spot drugs, guns, and stolen cars, tracking departures so government officials know which deportees are in Canada illegally, toughening penalties for repeat violent offenders, ending catch and release bail and house arrest for violent criminals, and the list goes on. So for the Liberals again, which I've heard already today, have gotten up and said, oh, the Conservatives, they have no solutions. We have been proposing these solutions for 10 years. And there has been no action from this Liberal government to implement a single one of them. So while some of these provisions they've finally got right after a decade of failing Canadians on protecting them and securing the border, now they're saying, oh, just trust us. Well, gosh, I mean, they've had 10 years to fix the immigration system. That's been a disaster. They've had 10 years to fix the criminal justice system. That's been a disaster. So why should Canadians believe today that this Liberal government's record is going to be any different in fixing the problems that they created on Canada's border? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This summer I got the opportunity to attend the summit of the Chiefs of Police, and I got to be able to sit down with the President, and he had rave reviews for C2. One of the provisions in C2 of lawful access changes the requirement from reasonable grounds to believe and instead makes it reasonable grounds to suspect. This is going to help in so many different child exploitation investigations for the police. I have a slew of different examples that the police have given me where cases were not investigated, thrown out. Examples like a father who catches his 12-year-old daughter speaking to someone that says they're a teenager but ends up being an adult. He has the IP address, takes it to the police. The police are today not able to do anything about that IP address, but now with C2, we'll be able to take it one step forward and lay charges.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I don't think I heard a question there from the Parliamentary Secretary, but nonetheless, I think I too have met with I too have met with chiefs of police in my home province. And while, again, as I said in my speech, there are some provisions that the Liberals, you know, that whole thing about a blind squirrel finds a nut, you know, every once in a while. They did get a few things right in this bill, but they also got lots wrong. And so while we are going to propose constructive criticism and propose amendments to this piece of legislation, we're also going to call them out where they got it wrong. That was the premise of my speech today. We hope the Liberals are going to correct it where they got it wrong and actually do a better job of fixing a system that they broke, just like countless other systems across the federal government.
Question et commentaire. Questions, comment. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech and thank him for it. There's one thing about C2, and that is that border officers aren't able to patrol in certain areas, and so there's a lack of effectiveness there. So does my colleague agree that that should be improved so that officers who are already not, there aren't that many of them, but shouldn't it be made possible for them to patrol between border crossings? The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question, and certainly that is the case. I mean, obviously we know many areas of Eastern Canada as well as further west of me are very inaccessible along our border. Even in Manitoba, the area is so large it's accessible, but the RCMP are far too short-staffed to be able to patrol all of that area at any given time. So absolutely, we believe in expanding jurisdiction there. We think that's an important provision in this piece of, in the solution to solving part of the issue with Canada's border.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Similkameen, West Okanagan, South Kootenay.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague from Brandon Souris for his eloquent words. There is something missing in C2. There's a lot missing in C2, and I want to know what he thinks about this. I wanted to ask this to the member from Delta, from Surrey, who spoke previously, but now the very important thing that is missing in this bill is what the Liberals are going to do about the decriminalization of drugs in BC. There's no mention of it, and people are dying every day. They talk about finding fentanyl, they talk about finding drugs through mail. What about decriminalizing drugs in one province to see how many people die?
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank my colleague for raising this. You know, certainly she and my other colleagues from British Columbia have more first-hand experience with this than I do. But from what I've read from your neighbor, a couple provinces in Manitoba, is just devastating. The results of that policy by the NDP government, enabled by this federal Liberal team, has been devastating for families, devastating for communities. It's been a total train wreck, in my opinion. I did everything I could as a provincial politician to urge our NDP government in Manitoba to not follow suit with that disastrous policy. Thankfully, to date, they have not done so, and I strongly would support any initiative that recriminalizes those types of substances, and hopefully no province ever tries that disastrous experiment again.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Employment. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui Abbotsford, Justice. And the Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark, Intergovernmental Affairs. Resuming debate. Please du débat. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many MPs have spoken about different aspects of the very lengthy Bill C2 today. This afternoon, I rise to focus on just 4 small words. 4 words whose removal from the Canada Post Corporations Act transforms this bill from being an act that promises security into one that delivers surveillance. Those words are other than a letter. Under the current Canada Post Corporations Act, Canada Post may open any mail other than a letter if it has reasonable grounds to suspect certain things about the parcel, including, for example, that it contains non-mailable matter. The Liberal government will tell you that the removal of those 4 words is about stopping fentanyl. They'll tell you it's about organized crime. They'll tell you not to worry because police still need a warrant if they want to use the letter as evidence in a criminal trial. They may even tell you that you have nothing to worry about if you aren't committing a crime. But non-mailable matter under the Act covers far more than just illicit drugs. And there is no requirement in the legislation to get a warrant before going fishing through people's mail. All they need is reasonable grounds to suspect that the item is non-mailable. And non-mailable matter goes far beyond fentanyl and other illicit substances. It includes, for example, perishable goods. It includes things that don't meet Canada Post's physical or marking requirements. It's actually a very broad concept. And Canada Post defines a letter as much more than just a piece of paper in an envelope. A letter, under the Act, includes any information, any paper information weighing less than 500 grams, that's half a kilogram, delivered to a specific addressee that includes a message or information in any form, and it doesn't even have to be enclosed in an envelope. This bill could make a distinction between what we think of as a letter and larger items that meet the technical definition of a letter in the Act but aren't actually a letter. And whether that reflects sloppy drafting or something else, the net effect of the deletion of these 4 little words is far more than a technical amendment to postal operations. It strikes at the heart of our constitutional right to privacy and the trust that underpins our entire postal system. You see, a sealed letter is not just another object in the mail stream. It's a private conversation on paper, a direct, sometimes intimate exchange. Parcels contain goods. Letters carry thoughts, medical updates, legal documents, family news. Opening a letter is not like inspecting a box of merchandise. It's like eavesdropping on a private conversation in someone's home. That is why the Supreme Court of Canada has consistently held that mail attracts a high expectation of privacy under Section 8 of the Charter, which guarantees the right to be secure against unreasonable search or seizure. It's also why Section 187 of the Criminal Code prohibits intercepting private communications without judicial authorization. That's a warrant. Privacy is essential to liberty. Our Charter, our Criminal Code, and repeated Supreme Court of Canada rulings all recognize that a sealed letter sent through government postal service attracts a high expectation of privacy. Yet this bill suggests that the government disagrees with that. The current framework is a deliberate balance. Canada Post can inspect parcels when needed to enforce customs rules or keep dangerous goods out of circulation. And then they can alert law enforcement to get a warrant if there are reasonable grounds to believe an offense has occurred or will occur, and that evidence of the offense will be found at the location to be searched. But no one, and I mean no one, can pry open a sealed letter unless a judge has first issued a warrant based on reasonable grounds. This bill will change that, and it smacks of government overreach. If the government wanted to accomplish their goals with minimal impairment, if they wanted to put small parcels that qualify as mail on the same footing as larger parcels, they could have made a distinction between letters, as we know them, and something thicker or small packages that are under 500 grams that still fit through that letter slot when you go to the post office. But they did not. Even then, by the way, Mr. Speaker, they would have had to reckon with the fact that at least one court in Canada has already held that the provision that they're trying to change violates the Charter's privacy rights. This change is a change we disagree with vehemently. This change is a litigation magnet. And I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that the courts are going to spend millions of Canadians' taxpayer dollars litigating it with little chance of success. And so I rise today to ask the government to please abandon its effort to take those 4 little words out of the Act. During the long summer recess this government gave us, I spoke with and heard from many community members in my riding on this issue. They do not want to see this change. Allowing Canada Post to open letters will erode the public trust on which the Postal Service depends at a time when the Postal Service, quite frankly, cannot afford to lose more of the public trust. And it is unnecessary. If there are genuine safety concerns with small packages that are under 500 grams that fit through the letter slot, modern, non-intrusive screening exists. X-ray imaging, chemical detection, and targeted investigation under judicial oversight. These tools protect the public while respecting constitutional right. Blanket powers, on the other hand, worry the public and invite abuse. That is why these 4 little words, except for a letter, are so powerful. Do we, as a free and democratic society, accept that others may open and perhaps read our private letters without a judge's authorization or before a judge's authorization? If yes, we normalize warrantless intrusion into one of our most intimate forms of communication. If no, we reaffirm that privacy is not a privilege, but a right, central to our values and fundamental to the relationship between citizen and state. Mr. Speaker, the government has no business rifling through the private letters of Canadians. Our constitutions, our statutes, and our shared values say the same thing. A sealed letter is sacred. It deserves the same constitutional respect as the home from which it came and the home to which it is bound. I urge all members of this House to reject any proposal that weakens that protection. Let us preserve the trust that has carried Canadians' words, hopes, and memories across this country for generations. To borrow a phrase familiar to every household, when it comes to our letters, the only thing that should be opened is the mailbox. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, when I met with Commissioner Karik at the summit that I was talking about this summer, he wanted to point out to me that today a letter under 500 grams of fentanyl is not a letter that could contain anything like fentanyl under 500 grams is not subject to a search warrant. This bill allows it to be subject to a search warrant. I would remind the member across that 200 milligrams can be deadly for humans. We need to tackle this crisis of fentanyl in our country, and we need to give police the tools that are necessary. Would the member not agree that we need to provide our policing agencies with the tools that are necessary to fight fentanyl?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I live in a community that is deeply affected by the addictions crisis, and I share the government's desire to stop fentanyl in its tracks. We propose to try and treat fentanyl dealers as murderers. Yes. This government proposes to open all Canadians' mail, or to be able to open all Canadians' mail in the hope of being able to find things in it. I will leave it to Canadians watching this debate at home to decide which will be more effective.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, and the minister just mentioned something, and she asked my colleague a question about fentanyl. And the Liberals talk about tackling fentanyl, and yet people under the Liberals who traffic in fentanyl can serve their sentences at home. Guns and drugs go hand in hand, and in Bill C-5, these Liberals allowed people to serve their sentence on house arrest for drive-by shootings. Now, I wonder if my honourable colleague would agree with me that it's a bit rich that the Liberals now want to tackle fentanyl through these measures in the mail when they won't get hard on the issues that are killing people today, the drugs and guns.
I'm a member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I want to thank my colleague for his question. I mean, I echo his sentiments. I'm not sure that I have an answer that would disagree with him. And I'd like this government to act with respect to fentanyl on a broad array of measures. What I would particularly like to see is, I ran on a promise of bringing our loved ones home drug-free. And what I'd really like to see this government do is I would like them to commit to providing the funding that will allow us to provide the treatment and recovery beds that we need in our ridings to be able to do that.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could be really clear on this point. Today, if I put a letter in the mailbox and there's fentanyl in it, the Canada Post has a legal obligation to deliver that letter, wherever it is in Canada. Now, let's just say, for the sake of argument, that in order for the law enforcement agency to open up that letter, they require a warrant, and they get a warrant in order to open up that letter. Does she or the Conservative Party support that principle?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Of course, I support the process that currently exists, where law enforcement has to get warrants to be able to search people's property, including their mail. To the extent that law enforcement has reasonable grounds to believe that a crime has been committed or is going to be committed, they already have the tools to be able to do that in a court of law. I'm not sure what the member thinks he's adding through this change.
We have time for a very brief question. The Member for Swift Currents, Kindersley, Grasslands, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP know where thousands of these drug labs are across Canada. I don't think it'd be that hard of a process for them to be able to get the warrant that they need to be able to search the product. Does the member not agree that there are already measures in place that can be used, if the government would actually have the will and the tone that they're setting towards how they treat drugs in this country would actually be of great help as well?
For Nanaimo, Ladysmith, a very brief answer.
Thank you. Regulatory search powers often overlap with law enforcement, and this is a question of whether you inspect first and then get a warrant, or you get a warrant and then inspect. The law, as it stands, is fine and clear.
In debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, in June, Canadians pleaded with this Liberal government to keep Parliament open and deliver real bail reform. They refused, and they went on vacation. And while they were away, tragedy multiplied. A 3-year-old girl assaulted in her own bed. A boy killed by a stray bullet as he slept in his mother's arms. A father slain while defending his family. A grandmother murdered for her car. Each story is a heartbreak. Each one a question. Why was the Liberals' vacation more important than protecting Canadians from crime? Now Parliament is finally back. It's day 2. And what does the government put first? Not violent crime, not unemployment, not the cost of living, not housing affordability. Instead, they rush forward with a bill to let the state seize your mail without a warrant, to reach into your digital life unnecessarily and without oversight. And yet, when I walk the streets of Newmarket, Aurora, when I knock on doors, I do not hear calls for broader surveillance powers. I hear a mother in tears telling me that she no longer feels safe in her own home. I read emails. I take calls from neighbors who tell me with desperation that they no longer feel safe in their homes, in their streets, in their country. Canadians are asking, can I feed my family? Will my children ever be able to afford a home? Are our streets safe? That is what weighs on the people's hearts. And yet this government answers with an omnibus bill that ignores their pleas and fiddles with their freedoms. Violent crime is up 50%. Gang-related homicides up 75%. Extortion 357%. Auto theft 46%. Crimes against children up 119%.
Shameful.
Every percentage point is not a number, it's a person. It's a life upended, a family scarred. There are parts of this bill where we will find common ground. We support tougher measures to combat fentanyl. We support expanding the sex offenders registry so police can prevent the most horrific crimes. We support stronger powers for law enforcement to stop predators and for CBSA to stop money laundering and terrorist financing. These are urgent. These could pass now. But the government went further. They bundled urgent, non-contentious issues with controversial ones that overreach. Section 8 of our charter is clear. Canadians are protected against unlawful search and seizure. The protection must come before the state acts, not after. The private information of Canadians sent through mail should never be handed to the government without a warrant. That is a clear breach of confidentiality. Think about what we entrust to the mail: mailing ballots, confidential files, financial statements. Where's the line? Where is the respect for Canadian civil liberties? When I hear of a government screening mail, I don't think of a Western democracy. I think of a place where the state controls, where people are afraid to speak their minds. That is not Canada. And yet, that is exactly what this bill proposes. The reality is, criminals are savvy. They adapt, they shift, they change, and they will. We have already seen cases of pigeons delivering drugs in BC, and we know the use of drones are rapidly growing. Criminals will find other ways. And what will be left behind? Ordinary Canadians, their liberties, civil liberties, stripped away. Their private letters, their ballots, their most personal information left open to the government's eyes. Not through due process, not with a warrant, but a will. That is not the Canada we know. That is not the Canada we should ever accept. This bill offers no real oversight, no safeguards, no consequences for abuse. And Canadians know this. Once liberties are handed away, they are rarely returned. There is something else, Mr. Speaker. Tacked inside this bill, quiet but troubling, restrictions on the use of cash. For generations, cash has been more than a currency. It has been independence. It has been a safeguard for seniors who don't bank online, for small businesses that still trade hand-to-hand, predominantly in the retail sector, for families who rely on it in times of emergency. This government once froze Canadians' bank accounts. Now it moves to limit the cash in their pockets. That is not financial modernization. That is control. Cash is not the problem, criminals are. And so Canadians deserve to know, why is a government that cannot control their spending so eager to control how Canadians spend? Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a parliament that deals with the real concerns. Safe streets, affordable living, and stable jobs, while preserving the liberties that define us. Conservatives will support practical, effective measures that protect families, that will support stronger borders, tougher penalties, and real action against fentanyl. But we will not support a government that uses fear as a cover for overreach, that buries necessary policy inside sweeping new powers. Let us pass what unites us. Let us set aside what divides us. And let us spend this chamber's precious time on the things that Canadians are truly asking of us: safety, prosperity, and freedom. That is where Conservatives will stand. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member that safety is paramount and very of concern to Canadians. That is why the second bill that we tabled in this Parliament was C2. Bail reform and sentencing reforms are also upcoming this fall. But I would like to know if the member is supportive of C2, as she didn't reference it too much in her speech. So I'd love to know if she's supportive of the extra measures and tools that we're giving our law enforcement. This bill was created off of recommendations from officers that serve on the front lines.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
I laid out very clearly my concerns with the bill, predominantly around the violation of civil liberties for Canadians, government overreach, and their desire for control. That is what we don't agree with. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, criminals will adapt, and they will adapt quickly. They will change their methods. We have seen, like I said, pigeons and drones. And what will be left behind will be ordinary, law-abiding Canadians with their liberties violated. We will never support that.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you so much for this heartfelt and compassionate and thoughtful speech. I'm proud to be part of a caucus that cares that our loved ones come home. We talk about borders. The member before talked about living in a border town. I've heard all day members on the opposite side telling us how proud they are that this is the most money ever promised to be spent on border security. They're so proud of that. Yet I have to ask, and I think this member can comfortably comment on, why are we in the place we are right now where we have to spend that kind of money now to try to fix the problem?
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Would you like to look at the public
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. I do not understand how a government can stand time and time again and applaud after their failures and say that they are actually trying to save Canadians from themselves. What I do want to mention, though, is that I knocked on thousands of doors in Newmarket Aurora, and I heard the concerns of my constituents, and they are around violent crime. If I was to go back to that mother that lost her child and say, we are finally back in session, 22 days this entire year, and what are we debating? Whether this government can search through your mail, whether they can control your cash. She will say, please, listen to the people and the priorities. I am terrified in my own home. Clean up our streets. That's what that priorities that Canadians have communicated to us.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adaptation is a concern of ours, and that is why in this legislation, as we are finding that more and more criminals are using our mail to mail pieces that put together firearms, but also to mail fentanyl, which is mailed in such small quantities. This was a loophole that was being used by many criminals. So we must adapt. Would the member not agree that we need to adapt and catch these criminals?
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I spent 15 years in the financial sector, and I can tell you with full confidence, criminals will move way faster than this government can ever move. Exactly. And what will be left over is ordinary, law-abiding Canadians with their civil liberties violated, and a government that can go into anyone's mail without a warrant, just a will, and violate people's privacy. I don't support that.
Thank you. Time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton West, about 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for excellent speech. The government was just talking about adapting for criminality. Should perhaps the government adapt to keeping prisoners in jail instead of releasing violent offenders immediately on bail?
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora, a very brief response.
I thank my member for the question. I would have the same question for this Liberal government that has failed to deliver real bail reform. And I'm glad that Conservatives have tough on crime. We have a member that is working on bail reform. I'm very much looking forward to that, and I've been sharing that with people in my riding. I can tell you they want a serious government to tackle violent crime.
Reprise du débat. L'honourable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, La Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, securing our borders is not a luxury, it's an emergency. For a long time now, the Bloc Québécois has been calling for action, strong action to counter export of stolen vehicles, ever-increasing asylum claims in Quebec, the fentanyl crisis, and money laundering, which funds organized crime. Yet the government decided to wait for the situation to become dire before taking action. And now, after 10 years of this lax approach, this government is acting like a fire-setting firefighter. They set fires, and then they act like the big heroes who can put out the fires. Now, of course, the government has taken some action over the years. For instance, the belated closure of Roxham Road and a few announcements about organized crime. But let's be honest, it's never been enough. It's never been lasting. It's often been improvised, last minute, and it's often been a result of pressure from the United States. In the speech from the throne, the government said that it wanted to restore public confidence in the immigration system and in border security. C2 is very far from that stated goal. This bill is not so much designed to reassure Quebecers and Canadians. This bill is to respond to American pressure in the context of a trade war in which Donald Trump is using migration and fentanyl in order to obtain trade advantages and concessions. Now, I'll give you a perfect, very telling example of this government's lax approach. The Roxham Road boondoggle. For years, Ottawa tolerated irregular passages that saturated our intake services, and rather than fixing the problem quickly, the government let the situation worsen. As a result, Quebec paid the price. Quebec was not compensated enough. That's why we doubt that this government is actually able to handle and accomplish its new border-related promises. Now, C2 does contain some useful measures, but let's not forget the government's goal stated in the speech from the throne, to restore public confidence. But what are people saying on the ground? Well, the Customs Agents Union says that they need 2,000 to 3,000 more officers in order to do their work. The government promised 1,000 additional agents to the RCMP and 1,000 more to CBSA. In the speech from the throne, those 1,000 officers were promised to the RCMP. Nothing was mentioned in the speech from the throne about CBSA officers. The Bloc Québécois is demanding that this staff be hired. We need boots on the ground. Otherwise, these so-called new measures will be empty promises. Same problem for Canada Post. C2 would create certain legal obstacles, or rather remove legal obstacles to inspecting mail. But in my riding, we don't have enough mailmen. So in some municipalities, you only get mail delivered every 2 days. How are we supposed to believe that the government will be able to do more, that Post Canada will be able to do more without giving employees what they need? This is what the Liberal government really is. They make promises that they don't back up with resources. They pass bills, but they don't send more officers. And employees are being given too much work rather than being supported. Now, let's talk about immigration. Another part of C2 is about immigration and asylum claims. We need to be especially vigilant and careful. This bill gives the immigration minister the power to invalidate decisions made by his own officers before a file is transferred to the Immigration and Refugee Status Commission. So the minister is given a lot of power to make decisions. The powers are too concentrated and there are not enough safeguards. Quebec wants to have a say on how many refugees it can welcome and welcome properly. We already receive more asylum claims than anywhere else in Canada. We want Ottawa to compensate Quebec for this burden we are shouldering rather than letting our province shoulder the responsibility alone. There are some provisions which lead to some issues about rights. For instance, the bill prevents the minister and his employees from having to appear before the Refugee Protection Division. Is that transparent? Is that accountability? In the bill, it says that people who are targeted by the bill will be able to have a risk assessment before removal. But let's be clear, many countries like Haiti are not included in that. So this risk assessment is limited in its usefulness. I must repeat that this bill is a step in the right direction. Section 77 would allow us to cancel fraudulent student visas obtained through fake admission letters. There have been recent scandals and problems with that, and it was, of course, urgent to take action to protect honest students and to protect the integrity of our universities. It's also positive that there are new grounds for inadmissibility. A student who does not go to classes, well, after a year, if they're not attending classes, they will no longer be able to file for asylum in Canada. That needed to stop. The government is also taking action against smugglers, but the government is taking action unilaterally without renegotiating an agreement. So those who are intercepted after 14 years will be sent back to their country of origin unless there is a moratorium. So the problem is not fully solved. We get the impression that in this matter, the government used our example in our Bloc Québécois agenda. But I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the government. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will vote for C2 to pass at second reading, but let's be clear, we're not giving them a blank check. In committee, we're going to call for many things. We are going to demand a clear hiring plan for the CBSA and the RCMP. We're also going to demand that CBSA agents be able to patrol between entry points and border points. We also want there to be safeguards to avoid any overstepping into Quebec's jurisdiction. We want humanitarian measures, and we want fair compensation for Quebec, who has already taken in a disproportionate share of asylum seekers. Speaker, the government says that it wants to restore confidence and public confidence in the immigration system, but they're not going to do so by improvising measures to reassure Washington and to diffuse tariff threats. We can't restore confidence and trust by repeating the mistakes of the past, like with Roxham Road. We can restore confidence with a system with integrity that is predictable, fair, and respects Quebec. The Bloc Québécois will work hard We will do our work in community. We will prevent overreach. We will demand results, and we will defend the interests of Quebecers. Bottom line, we want to protect our borders without Quebec's jurisdiction being interfered with. We want Quebec to have its choices and responsibilities.
Speaker, I really appreciated the member's speech. It looks like the Bloc Québécois, or at least this member, seems to be very supportive of C2 and this legislation. I think that is a good move. I understand that they're talking about delays in the process, but I wanted to know from the member as to any other examples he'd like to give as to how this will help combat crime in his community.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-La-Matabédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question, but I said a lot of things in my speech. In April, the Prime Minister, during his election campaign, promised to hire an additional 1,000 officers for the CBSA. Government colleagues have not been able to answer this question. Maybe this colleague can answer the question. How many officers have been hired this far? Same thing goes for the Royal Navy, the Canadian Navy. How many new people have been hired? Well, we haven't gotten an answer to that question. If there's a plan to hire, how many people will be hired? Opposition parties would like to know, and Canadians would surely like to know too.
For Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from the Liberals, the Honourable Minister, asked about lowering crime in my honourable colleague's locale in his riding. Pardon me. I'm just wondering whether my colleague shares the sentiment that the Liberals often state, which is that the Liberals have done enough to fight crime, because certainly on this side of the House, we don't believe that. I wonder if he shares their belief. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-La-Matabédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the Conservative Party prioritizes law and order. We need law and order at the border, of course, but when his party formed government under Stephen Harper, they made cuts to the CBSA, and now they are an opposition party. They're saying they want more officers at the CBSA. That's a total contradiction. They say one thing and then the other. Quebec is a good example for many programs, and we have a social reintegration program that could be a great example. The colleague could sit down and study Quebec's choices, the choices that they made in Quebec as a society.
For Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech today. I wonder if he's actually read the public accounts before making a statement that the Conservatives cut, because if he had, he would have actually seen the high point for several years was under Harper years. And the first 3 years, the Liberals actually cut spending and labor and FTEs for the CBSA that his members' party actually supported. Would he like to clarify his statements?
Federal Member for Rimouski-La-Matabédia. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I like to base myself on facts. And I certainly like to remind my colleague of the facts, because we say in Quebec, we remember. But we expect to reduce CBSC employees. It's in the report from 2015. The 2015 report, Mr. Speaker. So I go back to it, ask him to check that report and to tell me, or just send me a little email to tell me that they did say that they planned to cut officers from the CBSA at that time.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. Earlier we were talking about the fact that we'd like to be able to have these discussions. Well, I appreciate his well thought out speech, but we'd like to talk about this at committee to be able to do what Canadians have sent us to do, and I think my colleague agrees with that. Can he talk a little bit about that? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-La-Matabédia. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And as you know, we said we wouldn't write them a blank check. We need to do work at committee. We need responses, answers from the government. And I repeat it, when we say during an election campaign that we want to do something, we need to see the results. This also holds for the opposition. So we just don't need empty statements. On the ground, they're saying they need 2,000 to 3,000 additional CBSA officers, and the governor said that they want 1,000. I'm not sure if they just pulled this figure out of a hat. They don't need 1,000, they need 2,000 to 3,000.
Resuming debate. Please do débat. The honourable member for Thornhill.
We're back today again to do something we do a lot in this place, cleaning up yet another mess that the Liberal government for the last 10 years created. This time we're tackling a broken border security regime that lets guns and drugs and criminals flow across the border with absolutely no consequences. Tie that together with an equally broken criminal justice system that provides no accountability for the offenders and no safety for innocent Canadians. And you get a disaster crisis level mess. How did we get here? Well, that's pretty simple. We'll walk you right through it for everybody watching, for them who might listen this time around. We'll start with Justin Trudeau and his ministers, who, by the way, are still there on the front bench, who prefer giving rights to criminals instead of law-abiding Canadians. Pieces of legislation like C5 and C75 that codify this ideology and let convicted criminals roam free through a revolving door justice system of bail with no punishments and no accountability whatsoever. We see it every single day, every story on the news, story 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, particularly in my region of the GTA. And then pile on weak immigration policies that deliver outcomes like a 632% increase in people trying to cross illegally into the country from the U.S. Sprinkle on a healthy dose of free drugs courtesy of the taxpayer, available to anyone, anywhere, and even when we know these drugs end up in the streets or in our schools, and frankly make the plight of addiction much worse and not better. And then top it all off with a broken federal bureaucracy that is ballooned, so weak and so detached from reality that literal terrorist organizations in some case can fundraise and recruit and operate with impunity here in Canada from coast to coast to coast. Some of them even still have charitable numbers. It doesn't take a genius to realize that all of these ingredients would set you up for a ginormous, I'm not sure if that's a word, but a ginormous border security and crime crisis in this country. And you get stories like Raj Kumar Memi, convicted of smuggling 80 kilos of cocaine in 2023, sentenced to 15 years, released, escaped, hopped on a plane, and now is gone forever. Or Arjun Sanin, a 19-year-old. He was arrested for drive-by shootings and extortion, got bail, booked a flight, and now he's gone too. This is the reality of a system that the Liberals designed. Like, they actually designed this. They thought about it and thought that these were good changes, which resulted in the chaos. But apparently, no one on that side saw the things like this coming. Not even from a mile away or from their work-from-home setups. Flash forward to right now, a few months later, and what do we see? Once again, the Liberal government is showing up with a bill that actually doesn't deliver on what Canadians want and what they've asked for and what they're screaming about in the streets. A bill that claims to fix a problem, but instead proposes things that no Canadian would ever sign off on. They've cooked up legislation that keeps a broken border and immigration regime in place, while also punishing law-abiding citizens with massive expansions in federal power. C2 keeps the catch and release for criminals who traffic fentanyl and firearms in place and takes advantage of the weak laws that hurt Canadians. It doesn't add mandatory prison time for fentanyl traffickers. It doesn't add mandatory prison time for gangsters who use guns to commit crimes. And there have been several shootings in my community in Vaughan. In just 3 weeks, there's been 7. An innocent man literally gave his life to save his family from a random violent home invasion. He was shot to death in his living room. But the legislation won't guarantee that his killers or any other people terrorizing our communities are actually behind bars. We get the wait, it's going to happen. The same people who created the crisis cannot be trusted to fix it. Even worse, it still allows house arrest for even the most serious offenses. You can commit grand theft auto and still be in your living room playing the video game. At the same time, C2 puts new limits on the use of cash on our economy, ostensibly to target guns and criminals. But do we really believe that guns and criminals, the ones pushing fentanyl, the ones running guns, laundering money, are suddenly going to start following the law? Of course not. You make those assertions and you make criminals out of law-abiding citizens. Instead, it's seniors and small businesses who will be unfairly punished by this massive overreach in government power. It even goes further. Massive new powers of the federal government that threaten Canadian civil liberties. And we know this. We've seen this movie before. It's what they do every single time. They find a problem, they don't solve the actual problem, and then they massively expand their power to take more rights away from Canadians. We've seen how this happens. There is no limit to this government's hunger for power. They tried to give themselves unlimited spending power during COVID. Just 2 months ago, they sneakily removed privacy provisions from the online streaming bill and called it an accident. And now they're bearing conditions in the back of this bill that have nothing to do with border security and only further clearly show Canadians that they want more power. This isn't just overblown rhetoric. C2 will let Ottawa open people's mail without oversight, force internet companies to hand over private information, and allow them to search without a warrant in certain scenarios. That's not fixing our borders. It's not protecting Canadians. It is a government power grab, plain and simple, and it should make everybody very, very uncomfortable. Conservatives did not give this Prime Minister, or frankly, Canadians did not give this Prime Minister a blank check to take more power away from Canadians to infringe on their rights. Here's what he's doing. Or actually, I'll say, here's what we should do instead in this bill. We should hire more border agents, the ones that are on the front lines, like was done in the past, so they can properly patrol the entire Canadian border. Not in an Ottawa office, but on the ground, with people in uniforms that would enforce the laws that are there. Let's install scanners at major ports to stop the flow of guns and stolen cars in and out of our country. Maybe we should actually keep track of who's coming in and who's leaving this country, so maybe we don't have another situation where the government actually loses count of everybody that they've let in. The soft on crime provisions in C5 and C75 that should put criminals in jail, restore the rule of law again in our country, rather than letting them out on bail minutes, hours, or days after they commit a crime. And while we're at it, let's stop handing out lethal drugs for free, paid for by the taxpayers, and put people in actual treatment. Mr. Speaker, the government is coming here to talk a big game about this bill, but once again, their actions don't match their words. Maybe if the public safety minister should have, right, I guess the public safety minister should probably have a conversation with the justice minister, because he doesn't seem to think there's a problem with crime at all. He mocked Canadians who are fed up with what's going on in their communities, in their neighborhoods, in their homes, in their businesses. He might not think that Canada is the Wild West, but where people are being shot in their own homes, when cars are getting carjacked at random, when people are being mugged in the streets, it is a lot closer to the Wild West than we should ever be comfortable with here. This is a guy who broke the housing market, who broke the long-held consensus on our immigration system, and now he's putting his talents to use at the Justice Department. And I hope that we spare all Canadians of that being a very, very long time. And to get to the core of what's at this Liberal government is you put the same people in charge who broke everything in order to fix it. And the way that they fix it is they bring forward a bill. They tell you that they have good intentions in the bill, and yet it is a power grab. It is a power grab to look at your mail, to ban cash, to do things that they never had power to do before, all under the guise of protecting Canadians and protecting our border. And everybody should look at that very, very seriously. Everybody should look at their intentions very, very seriously with this bill. They say they're going to do one thing, they do the exact opposite, and there are no results ever for this. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a second to give my deepest condolences and sympathy to the Abdul Aleem Faruqi family. What happened to him and his family is outrageous. It is something that angers me as well, and is something that we are making sure doesn't happen to anyone else in the future. We're going to do everything possible in our upcoming justice reform legislation to make sure that the changes that are recommended by our policing agencies are undertaken. But when it comes to C2 is the bill that we're talking about today, that our Stronger Borders Act. I'd like to know if the member opposite is willing to vote in favor of this legislation, as it gives police agencies the tools necessary to crack down on organized crime.
Well, member for Thornhill.
Appreciate the question, but police agencies right across the country have been asking this government for bail reform when they destroyed the justice system. And this minister was in the last government who did exactly that. They've heard from police associations, they've heard from mayors across the country, and they did nothing. And they say that it's coming tomorrow. But how many more people have to be victimized in their community before tomorrow comes? That's the point that the minister should answer in this House during this debate.
Questions and comments.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. Colleague mentioned something about the rising crime in Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, people are legitimately afraid in their own homes in our community. And I was wondering if my colleague could elaborate on the lack of attention that's been paid over since the election, frankly, and far before that, to this very serious issue.
Thornhill.
My colleague comes from the community where Mr. Faruqi was from, who stood with Conservatives during a press conference calling for the very things that the Liberals have broken. Right. This has gone on far too long for far too many families, and you don't have to be a victim directly of violent crime. It changes the way that you live. It changes your behavior. It changes the fact that you have fear of living in your once safe community. If they don't understand that and they make fun of Canadians for calling it the Wild West, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
South Centre. Thank you, Madam
Sorry.
Just a question for my colleague, because I know we're veering a little bit into what sounds like a conversation about bail reform, which is appropriate given the context of this legislation and what the Justice Minister has been talking about. I wonder if she may have some commentary to add in regards to the role that she believes, in addition to a very significant amount of work ahead of us as a federal government, but the role that provincial governments have to play. In many instances, I know that judges that are using their discretion for folks that are being released are provincial appointees. So some changes to the criminal code, of course, are necessary, but there are administration of justice components as well. I'm wondering if she can comment on the role that she feels provincial governments have, in addition, of course, to that of the federal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Thornhill.
I welcome the member back for his second term, which he should know that the federal criminal code is administered out of this place, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about things like C5, like C75, that take that onerous provision out, that allow weak bail. We're talking about this in light of C2 because they've allowed our streets, they've allowed chaos in our streets. And we will continue talking about crime every single day of the week when they can trying to convince Canadians that they're the ones trying to fix it.
Member Calgary Croft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member for Thornhill. It almost would seem like the Liberals across from us
are just wondering, why are these provincial courts not restraining people after they passed a law that required and imposed the least restraint? So since it was the Secretary of State for Public Safety that introduced this to the debate, I'd like you to maybe comment further, like the member to comment, if she would, on this, on the Liberals' response.
Brief answer from the honourable member for Thornhill.
The member well knows, and I'm sure that would be news to the members on the other side, that provincial judges interpret federal laws right out of the criminal code. That's how it works. But today we're talking about the very fact that these Liberals who have let crime, chaos, drugs, disorder, a crisis in our immigration system, a crisis in our housing system, a crisis in cost of living get out of control, and they believe that they're the ones to fix it, I'm not.
We're out of time. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. It is an honour and a privilege to rise in this House at the start of this parliamentary session on behalf of the great people of Windsor West, but more importantly, I'm here to speak on their behalf in this chamber. Before I get to the matter at hand, I would like to speak about the workers of Titan Tool and Die in Windsor, men and women of Unifor 195 who have dedicated on an average 35 plus years of their lives to this factory, which was built by the late Joseph Séché, a proud Canadian and a pioneer of manufacturing in Windsor. Today, these workers are locked out while the employer moves jobs and investment capital to the United States. And why? Not because of tariffs or trade barriers, but because government policies that have made it easier and more profitable for Canadian companies to send work and investment south. This is the reality the Liberals have created. Constant talk about supporting Canadian workers, yet policies that incentivize moving jobs and critical investment out of Canada. The people of Windsor built this company. The Liberals' failure to protect these workers is a failure of Labour leadership. I call on the employer to return to the bargaining table with the union, and I call on this government to finally put Canadian jobs first before they're lost forever. Now, with respect to Bill C-2, I'm not just going to speak about it as a member of Parliament for Windsor West, but as someone who has spent nearly 3 decades serving as a police officer. I patrolled our streets, answered the calls, and I also served in the Marine unit along our international border. I know of many colleagues in Windsor, Essex, who serve as police officers and CBSA officers, who have intercepted shipments of drugs and weapons before they reached our streets. This is real frontline police work, which results in lives saved and communities protected. Let me share one story that illustrates why we cannot be satisfied with half measures. Not long ago, a Toronto man was convicted for smuggling over $36 million worth of drugs into Canada. That was this year that he was convicted. Of this, over $23 million worth of his meth was seized at the Windsor-Detroit Bridge. Despite the scale of his crime, he was allowed to remain out of jail for nearly 6 months until the birth of his child, before finally serving his sentence. This was based on a joint submission by the Crown prosecutor and the defense lawyer and approved by a judge. They all patted themselves on the back for being compassionate citizens, which is very commendable. But, Madam Speaker, where is the compassion for the families who have lost loved ones to these drugs? Where is the compassion for parents burying their children? For communities terrorized by gangs, dealers, and the violence that follows them, where is their compassion? Bill C-2 fails to address these realities. It waters down penalties for serious drug offenses and violent crimes while doing little for victims or the families who are left to pick up the shattered pieces of their lives. When I speak with former colleagues, whether police officers or CBSA officers, the frustration is very clear. They see traffickers and gangbangers treated with leniency. And they also see that some prosecutors are rushing to throw the book at ordinary Canadians who are defending a family member from an armed home invader. Does that sound like justice to you? Not to me, Madam Speaker. Some people are asking us, why are some prosecutors, or the police for that matter, timid when it comes to organized crime and repeat violent offenders, but fearless or even punitive when it comes to law-abiding citizens defending their families? These are the questions victims, families, and even frontline police officers are asking us every day. Even experts and legal practitioners have raised alarms that this bill is light on consequences. My colleague, the member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola, a former prosecutor, has already highlighted a lack of serious penalties. Without meaningful consequences, the message is clear. Crime pays and victims don't matter at all. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police emphasizes the need for balance. Yes, that is needed. They support prevention and treatment, but they also know, like any other police officer and us here, that enforcement matters. Without enforcement, without accountability, we are left responding to overdoses, chasing repeat offenders, and watching our social fabric unravel. And let us be very clear, Madam Speaker, Windsor West is on the front line of these challenges. Every illegal gun smuggled across our border, every fentanyl pill pressed and sold on our streets puts our families at risk, and not just in Windsor, in the rest of Canada. Instead of giving prosecutors and law enforcement stronger tools, this bill sends the opposite signal, that Canada is a soft target and our justice system bends instead of standing firm. Another aspect of this bill that raises legitimate concern among Canadians is privacy. We value the freedoms and privacy of every Canadian. No one should fear that their personal correspondence or packages can be opened arbitrarily. It is absolutely true that we cannot and must not ignore the threats posed by illegal drugs, firearms, and organized crime. Law enforcement must have the tools to investigate serious criminal activity, but only in a targeted, high-risk context and always with proper judicial oversight. Strong safeguards, transparency, and accountability are essential to ensure Canadians' rights are respected. And, Madam Speaker, there is a deeper concern here, our sovereignty. Buried in this bill are provisions that could allow the government to enter into agreements with foreign states. I've heard from many constituents about this issue. These agreements that may compel Canadian service providers to hand over information about our citizens. Civil liberties experts have warned that this framework risks weakening judicial oversight, especially if it links to treaties like the Budapest Protocol or the US-style data sharing arrangements. We cannot have this. When we make it clear that it is easier for foreign authorities to access Canadians' private information without full and transparent judicial scrutiny, we are not just eroding our privacy and that of our citizens, we are giving up a piece of our sovereignty. Protecting our borders should not mean handing over control of our citizens' data. The Liberal government has had nearly a decade to act decisively on crime and border security. But what we see instead are half measures and weak enforcement. Families are losing children to overdoses, communities live in fear of violent repeat offenders, and frontline officers are frustrated that the laws tie their hands while criminals exploit loopholes. Conservatives believe in compassion, but compassion without accountability is weakness. If we want safer streets and stronger communities, we need both prevention and firm enforcement. We need all our prosecutors to take criminals seriously, not just some of them. We need police and CBSA officers to have the resources and our backing so they can use their powers effectively. We need penalties that match the harm that these criminals cause. Canadians deserve better. We will continue to stand with victims, families, and the frontline officers who put themselves in harm's way every day to defend our communities. Madam Speaker, Windsor-Essex is a community of builders, protectors, and entrepreneurs. We deserve a government that stands with our workers, supports our frontline officers, and protects our families from criminals who prey on them. We Conservatives will fight for safer streets, stronger borders, and a truly sovereign nation that answers to its own people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard in the member opposite's comments, he talked about the importance of privacy of Canadians, which we believe in. I had an opportunity this summer to talk to an RCMP member in my community, and he was explaining to me why this portion of the bill is really important. He talked about the fact that he worked in Yukon, and he took a week away. In 1 week, one package came in, and there was one case of overdose, and only in 1 week he saw 700 cases. Can the member maybe talk about why RCMP are calling for us to bring this measure into this bill to make sure that we can reduce overdoses in communities like Yukon?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you for that question from the member opposite. Madam Speaker, there are many things that we need to do to fix our system, our judicial system, our postal system. But targeting people and their mail through these measures is not the answer. There has to be better options, better scanners, better things that we can use to intercept, rather than just use a blanket opportunity to go after every piece of mail out there to say this is how we're going to treat all our citizens as suspects. That is not how we should treat our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Clark.
Thank you to the member for his excellent speech. In my community, I have certainly seen issues with the bail reform put in place by the Liberal government, where we've had individuals commit assaults and be out on the street in the same day and commit those type of events, those type of awful crimes again. I'm just wondering if he's seen any of the impacts of the terrible Liberal criminal legislation in his riding.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, my colleague, for that question. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons I got involved and came to this chamber is exactly for that reason, that I'm sick and tired of us being constant victims. We need to stand up to these criminal elements. We need to be able to stand up to organized crime, and we need to stand up to defend ourselves. And I would love and appreciate if the Liberal government did something about this, rather than us keep telling our folks that, sorry, we're trying our best. As a salesman of the justice system in my previous life, I told folks, this is not a good product, and I hated to say that. That is not who we are. That is not how our country should be defined, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I believe the conversation is it's misleading Canadians to some degree. The Canada Postal Act currently does not allow Canada Post to inspect parcels that are under 500 grams. There were over 2.2 billion letters sent in 2023. Many of these parcels have been found, these letters have been found to contain illicit drugs, fentanyl, weapons. Does the member not think that the government, Post, Canada Post, inspectors, police should have the authority to be able to seek a warrant if these types of substances are killing Canadians?
Well, Member for Windsor West.
Without proper judicial authorization, we become a lawless country, Madam Speaker. We have to have some safeguards in place so that we can do all these things. Yes, I absolutely believe that we should be able to catch the criminals who are sending, or using rather, the Canada Post system to send these drugs willy-nilly. That should not be an option for anybody. And if there's a better way they can come up with to stop these criminal elements, how about starting with a better intel system where we can identify the idiots who are sending all these things to poor Canadians who are victims of drug overdoses? Let's start with that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start off by saying I thank the members, all the constituents from Abbotsford South Langley, and I am honoured to be here representing my community today. Madam Speaker, citizens of my riding have been advocating for stronger laws and stronger borders. I appreciate that this bill is trying to tackle high crime rates, but the bill in its current form is unacceptable. It has taken 10 years for the Liberals to put forward this bill, and if it's passed, crime rates will continue to rise in our communities, and for individual freedoms, they will be bulldozed by this Liberal government. My riding encompasses borders to the United States, Sumas border and Aldergrove border, which fall within my riding, and it is close to the Pacific Ocean ports as well. In British Columbia, fentanyl continues to be devastating in all of our communities. According to Health Canada, close to 50,000 Canadians have died from apparent opioid toxicity between January of 2016 to June 2024. Of all accidental opioid deaths in the first half of 2024, 79% involved fentanyl. In November of 2024, police uncovered a super lab in Langley within my community. It was capable of producing multiple kilograms of fentanyl every single week. Despite these alarming facts, the Liberals and the government refuses to fix Canada's broken jail system. See, my community members believe that those who are profiting from this poisoning and that are poisoning our community members, especially the children within our communities, should belong behind bars. And if this government was serious about protecting our borders and our neighbors, and the neighborhoods that involve within their communities, it would ensure that the moving of fentanyl into the communities carries real jail time. This bill does not address any mandatory minimums. It maintains house arrests for serious crimes and includes no minimum sentencing on those who commit sexual assault against younger children. Since 2015, sexual violations against children have gone up 118%. That is simply just disgraceful. If we can't protect our children, if our families can't protect our children, and if we, being here, can't protect our children, who will? Bill C2 demonstrates a larger issue in Canadian policy. The Liberal government will look over serious crimes, including crimes against children, without any ramifications, and if passed in its current stage, Bill C2 will allow criminals to keep taking advantage of Canadians. Crime rates of extortion and sex-related crimes are growing dramatically, and we need to bring real change, and we need it now. So if this so-called Strong Borders Act was serious about protecting our borders, it would increase mandatory minimums for drug traffickers. Currently, the mandatory minimum is only 1 year. How could our borders be truly strong if those who are trafficking toxic drugs are not being punished properly? Drug trafficking and the drug traffickers are bringing death sentences to our communities. 1 year in jail is insulting the victims of dangerous crimes. But it is not surprising that considering that this party is the one that supported decriminalization of fentanyl within my province. Why is it that the more this government fails to address real criminality, it simultaneously increases the targeting of innocent law-abiding citizens? The reality is, Canada is desperate for tougher policies on crime. And since 2015, violent crimes have gone up 50%. Homicides are up by 27%. Sexual assaults are up by 75%, and 90% of those are committed against women. The Liberals should be ashamed, especially as they claim to champion support of women. Violent firearms and offenses of them are up by 116%, and gun regulations don't stop criminals acquiring firearms. They only hurt law-abiding citizens. Since 2015, extortion is up 357%. Auto theft is up 45%, and human trafficking is up 84%. See, the bottom line here is that the Liberals cared about strengthening our borders. They would jail the traffickers. And there will be immediate drop in crime with illegal weapons such as extortion and armed robberies. Bill C-2, if passed in its current form, it will allow gangsters and traffickers to continue to cause chaos and tragedy within my riding. Madam Speaker, this bill has the government warrantless power over Canadians' mail. The Liberals seem perfectly fine with intercepting private letters and packages of law-abiding Canadians. This is not public safety. This is government overreach. Bill C-2 then targets the use of cash of our own legal tender based on hypothetical crimes. And while the Liberals say stay soft on crime policies, stay in touch. Extortion, auto theft, human trafficking, these are the real crimes that are surging. And this government is yet more interested in regulating what is in our wallets and in our mail. Drug dealers won't be stopped by this bill. They'll simply just move their operation to different forms and different systems. Money laundering won't be stopped either. They'll just find new ways to move their cash as well. The only people who get squeezed are the honest Canadians who pay their bills and send packages. Madam Speaker, Canadians want real change, and they want criminals behind bars, and not more government control over their mail and money. Under this legislation, the government reserves the right to force the hand of Canadians and internet companies to surrender sensitive data without a warrant. See, our police can't search our homes without warrants or probable cause, so why should they be allowed to search our private communications without one? That is not just an attack on privacy, but it goes against free speech and expression, both which are protected by the Charter of Right and Freedom. Madam Speaker, I want to conclude on the end of the note that I completely agree with our current parliamentary secretary and the leader of the government who once sat in opposition and said, and I quote, "Could the minister assure that who are listening to the debate that government does not in any fashion whatsoever allow for any sort of invasion of privacy without some sort of judicial court warrant to enable police to do so?" The Liberals once understood the policy, and today they're shredding it. Canadians want criminals behind bars and their freedom to not be bargained away. And Bill C-2 bulldozes liberties and letting criminals off the hook, and that's why we will not stand for it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member opposite mentioned extortions. I know extortions have increased in his community. It's a concern that I have, and I'm glad the member shares it as well. This piece of legislation, C-2, if we're talking about C-2, allows police to be able to identify a phone number to the person that has that phone number, being able to get basic subscriber information from the telco company, meaning name and address. This is a very important tool that law enforcement has been asking for so that their investigations are not delayed or they can rule people out. Would the member not feel that being able to speed up extortion investigations is an important tool that we should give law enforcement?
Honourable Member for Abbotsford Southland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from across the aisle. And I would like to question back that if they were so concerned about extortion, they would have supported my colleague's bill of extortion, addressing all the concerns, and they would have voted in favor of it instead of opposing it. So we are here fighting for Canadians. We are voicing their concerns, and I know on a first-hand basis the damage that is being done by the Liberal policies. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage? Yeah.
Me? Or,
yes?
Oh, Richmond Hill South.
Yes. Richmond Hill South. Yes, Richmond Hill South.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals you call this bill the Stronger Borders Act. Well, Canadians do want secure borders, something that the Liberals have opened up in the last 10 years through their intentional policies. And why do Canadians want to secure the border? Because at the root of the issue, it comes down to public safety. Again, something that the Liberals have completely shattered in the last 10 years with their pro-crime policies that have unleashed unprecedented levels of crime onto our once safe communities. So my question is this. If the Liberals actually cared about public safety, why is there nothing in this bill about mandatory prison time for fentanyl traffickers who are killing people en masse to the tunes of tens of thousands? Why is there nothing in this bill about mandatory prison time for gangsters who are using guns to commit crimes? And lastly, why does this bill contain nothing about, permitting house arrest, which the Liberals have enabled through their soft on crime, pro-crime policies over the last 10 years, intentional pro-crime policies, when they purportedly want to deal with this public safety issue? Is this just another case of Liberal incompetence, or are they trying to mislead Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Richmond Hill. And yes, it is exactly what he has said, is Liberal incompetency. We see that our communities are now facing challenges like no other time before. We see the incompetence has trickled down year after year after year, and the effects are more crucial now than we've ever seen before. We need to make sure that we secure our borders properly, bring forward proper bills and proper amendments that will make sure that we strengthen our justice system. And my Liberal is very, very right in the matter that he's, because he is facing the same challenges that we are in my community of Abbotsford South Langley. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to revert back to the member's quote when he said that and my principles in terms of getting a warrant. The problem the member is facing is he's listening to the Conservative in the back room there. They're wrong. In fact, if you take a look at the legislation, write your own speeches. All you need to realize is that Canada Post has a legal obligation to deliver the mail. Now, in that delivery, Madam Speaker, they cannot open letters. If the legislation were to pass, if the law enforcement agency was to get a warrant, they would be able to open the letter. Fentanyl is being mailed today to all sorts of communities. That's why we need this. My principal position on this hasn't changed from years ago. Would he not agree in principle that if you get a warrant to open a letter, that is a good aspect of the legislation? And if the answer to that is he agrees, well, then maybe the Conservatives need to revisit their speaking notes.
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
We need to make sure that we address the concerns that our citizens are facing. The BC province is facing a fentanyl crisis like no other. And yes, a member across the aisle is correct. He needs to make sure that he is competent in what he's saying and stating like before, not only just addressing these, he was at one point, I would like to say the member across was right, and now he is not aligning with what he said years before.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mission, Mashpee, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-2 is being promoted as a crime and security bill, border security bill, but it includes sweeping measures that touch on Canadians' private lives. In a data-driven world, it is of utmost importance that governments, citizens, and companies have the fundamental right to privacy protected. The issue with Bill C-2 is that it touches on so many details without enough language or safeguards in place to properly study each component in a way that serves the best interests of Canadians or the implications of the new language contained in this omnibus piece of legislation. While there are many parts of this bill that could be critiqued, I will focus on the privacy side. This is particularly important to me because in the last Parliament, I had the privilege of working on Industry Committee on Bill C-27, which attempted to update Canada's privacy laws. In that process, we sought to enshrine a fundamental right to privacy in legislation. We sought to establish world-leading protections and safeguards for children. We sought to define and limit the socially and commercially acceptable use of personal data. And we sought to strike a fine balance between commercial interests and the right of personal data to be protected under the ownership of its user. I can't help but think of the relationship to C2 and the sweeping powers it seeks to provide government that we sought to protect in the last Parliament. So, in my opinion, the Liberals have taken this opportunity to develop a secretive, sweeping surveillance regime into a bill that was supposed to be about border and crime issues in response to the tariff challenges we faced from the United States. With that context in mind, let me turn to the specific parts of Bill C-2 that warrant, in my opinion, further study on privacy concerns and are of greatest concerns to my constituents and experts alike who have written my office. Let's look at Part 14, an amendment to the Criminal Code under information demands. Part 14 creates a new law that lets police make information demands. This means police could ask internet or phone companies whether someone is a subscriber, even without a warrant. The standard for doing this in the legislation is very low. Police only need to have a reasonable suspicion. The Supreme Court has already said that's not enough when it comes to people's online account information. So that, in my opinion, may go against two very important recent Supreme Court decisions. In R versus Spencer, the Supreme Court ruled that Canadians have a right to privacy in their internet account details, and police need a warrant to access that information. In R versus Boykovets in 2024, the court made it clear that even things like IP addresses are private and also need a warrant to access. Part 14 would let police bypass these privacy protections. Part 15 of the Act, Supporting Authorized Access to Information Act. This creates a new category of electronic service providers and designates certain core providers. These companies would be forced to build and maintain technical backdoors at the request of law enforcement, allow law enforcement to test direct access to their systems, and keep all such requests secret from the public. Think about the implications of that. The government can tell a telco, an internet company that they're going to do things in private with people's personal data, and they don't have to inform the public. This has massive implications that need to be examined carefully. Part 16 of the Act rewrites Canada's privacy and financial rules. It touches upon the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act under sections 11.71 to 11.73. It creates a new Part 1.2 of this law, allowing reporting entities such as banks, credit unions, and money services businesses to collect and use personal information without an individual's knowledge or consent if the data is provided by the government or law enforcement for purposes related to anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, or sanctions evasions. I will note in this request that we do need to improve this bill, but without some of the safeguards that Conservatives and even Liberal members were trying to establish in Bill C-27, it opens the door to future abuse and misuse by law enforcement agencies if these definitions and concepts of privacy and data are not modernized in Canada. Secondly, Personal Information and Protection Electronic Documents Act, Section 7 and 9, Under this portion of Part 16, it introduces exceptions so that the usual requirement for knowledge or consent no longer apply when collection or uses under the above provisions, namely the Terrorism and Financing Act. It also removes the obligation for individuals to access their own information if it was obtained under these rules. Essentially, this is allowing for banks and financial institutions to use Canadians' financial information without consent when the government supplies it. Think again about the implications this will have with the Canada Revenue Agency and financial institutions and the privacy of individuals, what this could do to the makeup of families, secret information or information that they want to keep private from other family members, not for criminal purposes, but maybe for business-related purposes. We have privacy in Canada for a reason. This law undermines it. I should say this bill undermines it. Part 11, cash transaction restrictions. Constituents in my community have raised concerns about the provisions related to cash transactions. Now, I know in many cases, in British Columbia especially, we have to, at casinos, at car dealerships, cash transactions have been abused. But there may be a better way than's outlined in this bill about how we treat cash moving forward. We have to think about the context of religious organizations who collect large amounts of cash at a weekly service at a Gurdwara or at a Christian church. We have to look at charities and auctions and the application it will have in those aspects of our society. And then finally, Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't quickly touch upon the Canada Post Act amendments. The Liberals think giving the ability of government to open your mail under very spurious grounds will serve Canada's interest. I would argue that we can find a middle ground. We can apply technology. We could speed up the use of warrants where necessary so that law enforcement does indeed have access to drugs that are mailed, such as fentanyl, in the Canada Post system. So in closing, Madam Speaker, this bill is litigation in action. I just can't imagine the number of court cases that are going to come from this legislation if we don't address these major privacy concerns, if we don't get the definitions correct, if the government is not very clear about the safeguards and the application of the things that they're proposing, which go well beyond everything they promised in the election, and in a way that Canadians aren't even aware of. This legislation needs careful scrutiny, Madam Speaker. So if this bill passes, I would encourage the minister to critically review whether the privacy and data collection aspect is even necessary for its core objectives about protecting our border. Now, coming from a border town, we want strong infrastructure at our border. We want to see more CBSA officers enforcing existing laws. We want to see the equipment and the military presence where necessary to keep Canadians safe. But this legislation goes well above and beyond the Canadian consensus about what we need to do to keep people safe today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Something that I was pretty devastated to learn earlier as I was studying or getting briefed up on the crime issue was that child sexual exploitation, sextortion, is one of the highest reported crimes in Canada currently today. And it's happening with Canadian offenders, it's happening across lines as well, across the world. And it's so important that we tackle this. One of the challenges that police are facing is that they have to be so far into an investigation and reasonable grounds to believe that a suspect has committed a crime, rather than the threshold that's being changed in this legislation, reasonable grounds to suspect, which allows officers to get basic information of who an IP address belongs to or a telephone number. And so I believe that it's very misleading when the member says that this will give them access to all of the suspect's data. That is not true. It's basic information. So I'd like it if the member would correct the facts.
Honourable member for Mission Matsquiap.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't believe I need to correct any facts about the consequences of how this bill is written and the implications I sought to draw attention to. In our caucus, we have a former Crown prosecutor, the member from Kamloops, who spent his career combating sexual exploitation. And there are many other things we can do in the justice system that the Liberals have had 10 years to address related to evidence and discovery that many lawyers and Crown Counsel across Canada are asking for. So I would encourage the Liberal Justice Minister and other members of the caucus to look at existing things they can do right now, according to the Jordan's Principle as well, to speed up access to justice in this country, especially as it relates to the protection of minors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-la-Matapédia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say hello to everyone who I proudly represent. There are people in Matapédia and Rimouski, but there are also the people of Les Basques and La Neigette, who I also represent, and I say hello to them as well. I have a simple question for my Conservative colleague. This bill would grant exceptional powers to the Immigration Minister. We want to ensure that Quebec's jurisdiction will be respected because immigration is a shared jurisdiction. So should the federal minister be able to reject hundreds of visa applicants who have been approved by Quebec? Yes or no?
Makes a strong case about protecting its jurisdictions under the Constitution. In fact, sometimes I believe British Columbia could learn a bit from Quebec and assert its provincial authority as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it's a riding name that rolls off one's tongue. My question to my honourable colleague here, because I know he has, as most Conservatives, in fact, I'd say all Conservatives have, spent time engaging with police chiefs and police officers in his riding and across his province. Has any police chief said that the pressing crime issue they need to deal with is people using cash? Because this bill goes far beyond what the Liberal government says it will. This prohibits otherwise law-abiding citizens from buying a used vehicle in cash. Have any members of law enforcement said they want this right?
Honourable member for Mission Matsquiap.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually just recently met with the Chief of Police of Abbotsford, and he mentioned nothing about cash transactions. In fact, with my conversations with the police forces in the Fraser Valley and in the Greater Vancouver region, they were mostly concerned about bail. They want to see bail reform right now. That's what they want to see. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Secretary of State. Oh, yes. Yeah,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member whether he particularly asked that question, because I've spoken all summer to law enforcement, and they do like the provisions, in particular when it comes to using cash to buy luxury items, cars, luxury bags. It's money laundering. It's been a big problem in Canada. I know the Conservatives called on action for that. So why won't the member support it? And please let me know if you asked the police that question.
The honourable member for Mission Matsquiap for 20 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, as it relates to money laundering, I've been up in this House talking about the Peter German report and about the implications it's had on British Columbia, probably more than any other member. What I find so ironic today is that the Liberals, for the very first time in my 6 years in this chamber, are actually speaking about protecting Canadians for a change, because under their watch we have seen a rise in crime and violence against women and an
resuming debate. The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you very much. And just cognizant we are approaching near the end of our hour today, would the Speaker be so kind as to tell me whether I'll have my full 10 minutes or whether it'll be abbreviated? Perfect. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So I get the last word of the day. How fantastic there. Thank you very much. And Madam Speaker, I'll just start out with a very simple principle that I think all of us would agree, and certainly science would agree. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And you know what? The point that we want to get to, and I'll extend grace to the other side and say I think they want to get to as well, is to have safe, secure borders. Borders where we don't have the flowing of fentanyl, where we don't have the flowing of illegal guns, where we don't have illegal products crossing our borders. I think we agreed upon that. My question is why have they decided to obstruct their own legislation by putting through a number of things that are spurious, that really don't have anything to do with the core mission that I talked about? We both want to get to the point. We want to get to the same point. We want to get to a destination where Canada has safe, secure borders. We know that the men and women at the CBSA work hard every day, but we also know over the last 10 years we haven't given them, from this chamber, the Liberals have not given them the tools that they need to have maximum success. So why not have a laser-focused piece of legislation that would, instead of talking about various issues, and I'll talk about why they're concerns to us, but why not just focus on some of the core mandate issues, things that we could all agree upon, pass the legislation. And you know what, I'll give you an example of how we did this. So Bill C-5 is deeply flawed, and it is meant to be a Band-Aid over the past 10 years of terrible legislation, such as the cap on oil and gas and C-69, and I go on. And this gave a sort of get-out-of-jail-free card for certain projects. But we saw that at least it would get some projects done. So we actually, and myself and my team, we worked personally closely with the minister's team to work with that legislation, make it better. Conservatives passed over 20 constructive different amendments to improve that legislation, and we ended up voting for it. And I don't understand why they couldn't have adopted this model for C2, but instead they've decided to digress on a number of strange paths. So I'll talk first of all about the ability for the government to obtain documents and information from ISP providers, from banks, from other institutions, important critical information, such as medical information, without a warrant. That is dangerous. That is not the type of power the government needs. I agree. The member made an excellent point. As a parent of a 10-year-old and 11-year-old, I want to make sure, to the fullest extent possible, my children and all Canadian children are protected from the predators that are out there. And so I'm open to discussions on that. But why not a narrow piece of legislation that focused on that? So why not age verification as an S-209 that would protect children from some of these predators that are online? Why are we like the scope of data that will be available to government is incredible. If you went on a dating app, now I know the member from Winnipeg North would not have gone on a dating app recently. I don't think so, anyways. So this is probably not a concern to him. But millions of Canadians have. And I think that they would be shocked to know that a border security bill would give the government the ability to access their Tinder profile. Oh my God. But can't talk about a digression. Once again, I get back to my original point, Madam Speaker. The shortest distance between two points is a straight line. Why would we not put legislation that puts that in place? And then the restrictions on cash. Right? So there are, like I said, there are definitely areas where cash is misused in our economy. It can be used for crimes such as extortion, such as blackmail, such as drug dealing. You name it, it's used in the black market. And so, yes, as legislators, we do have to be cognizant of this, and we want to protect Canadians from victims of crime. And you know, Canada is known as a haven for money launderers. It's actually got a term. It's called snow washing, and we need to fight this money laundering. In fact, my colleague, the member from Simcoe North, actually put forward a great private members bill that sought to fight this money laundering. However, the government refused to support it, and eventually it died on the order paper, which is unfortunate. So But when we go, it's always about a conflict of rights when we're in here, right? There's very few cases where we're just deciding we've got one person who's right and one person who's wrong. And so when we are dealing with different rights, we need to act like a surgeon. We can't just go in there with a cannon and blow things up, right? So why not be surgical about our approach, right? So instead of just putting these massive restrictions, these dragnets around cash transactions, let's be surgical. Let's look at these. Let's look at the details. Let's make sure that we are not, for example, as a member stated earlier, that we're not accidentally bringing in guadoras and temples and mosques and church and synagogues. We're often cash is part of the transaction. There are many cultural and social activities that still rely on cash, and the idea to bring that cash in is not the right idea. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, you can sort of see the ideological divide here, right? So Conservatives fundamentally believe in the Canadian public. We believe in Canadians, and so we want to give them every opportunity to do the right thing. That's not to say that there can't be some restrictions and there shouldn't be restrictions, but this side of the aisle, new government, old government, is the same on this principle. They believe that more government is better government, that the more intrusion on your life, the better. And they believe that government can do no wrong. Well, we have seen over the last decade the government can do lots of things wrong. We saw them invoking the Emergencies Act and debanking Canadians, and they use such broad powers. And I've put this on the record before. Their actual use of those provisions were actually fairly narrow, and very few people actually got debanked. And I want to make that clear because that's the truth, and I'm here to speak the truth. But the problem was the proclamation of which they used, the Emergency Measures Proclamation, was so broad. According to, not my words, but one of the expert witnesses that we had before Finance Committee, it was so broad that they could have debanked someone who simply sold a pack of gum to someone who participated in the protest movement. They could have debanked that person who sold a pack of gum. That's not from me. You can check the records. That's from Finance Committee a couple of years back. And I'm not saying that all government is bad and the government workers are bad. That's not the opposite of what I'm saying. 99% are great people and do work 99%, great work 99% of the time. But the challenge is that we need oversight over everyone because humans are innately flawed, and we won't always do the right thing. And that's why we have judicial oversight. That's why we should have carefully crafted legislation that pinpoints, that uses a laser target to get at the people we want to get at. And instead of making that straight line, this government has decided to wander all over various places, from restricting cash transactions to getting warrantless access to the records held by ISPs, to banks, are perhaps opening up Canadians to abuse at the hands of perhaps a incompetent or perhaps worse government official. And we want to make sure that there is oversight of the government, such as a search that requires a warrant. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, while Conservatives will always be the party of law and order, we will always stand for a strong border, we're very confused by this legislation. Thank you.
At this period, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member.
Park Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I very much appreciate having the opportunity this evening to speak about the metastasizing unemployment crisis that is facing this country. We've seen over the course of the summer new reports demonstrate a continuously worsening situation. Although I think it's important to say as well that this is the continuation of a 3-year trend. It's not as if things were rosy and then all of a sudden unemployment got bad. This is the continuation of a running trend of worsening employment numbers. The unemployment rate overall is at 7.1%. Things are getting worse for people of all ages. I want to be clear that it's not only young people that are facing this challenge, but the challenge is particularly acute for young people. The employment rate for young people in Canada is now at a more than 25-year low. You have to go back actually to before the year 2000. I think that's 3 Liberal prime ministers ago to find a situation where the youth employment rate was lower than it is now outside of the acute phase of the COVID pandemic. So we're clearly in a situation where for young people, we're already at recession levels of employment. This is a concern for many reasons. It's a concern because of the pain that young people are experiencing. The combination of housing being so difficult to access, out of reach for most, and also a situation where employment is increasingly out of reach, is leading to a lot of frustration and even despondency in the next generation. Adding to that youth unemployment, I think, is an indicator of broader problems in the economy. That when companies are struggling, when companies are pessimistic about the future, their first step is not going to be to let go senior staff. Their first step is going to be to not give as many opportunities to those that are just entering the workforce. I think that's a reality. So the youth unemployment rate is a concern in its own right, and also for what it indicates about the health of the economy. Madam Speaker, we see also how the cost of living crisis is contributing to the unemployment situation. The latest report from Statistics Canada outlines how more people are working multiple jobs because they need the extra money in order to get by. More people are asking for additional hours from their employer, again, because they need the income in order to pay for basic expenses. The fact that people are struggling because of the cost of living crisis, that is contributing to more and more pressure on the labor market. So we have these interconnected compounding problems, and this really is the outworking of a number of different policy failures. For 10 years, we've had a Liberal government that has not been able to support the moving forward of major infrastructure projects that our economy needs. They've put in place Bill C-48, Bill C-69, a production cap, an industrial carbon tax. These policies are blocking development that would help young people get to work. And we've seen increasing barriers and red tape and other barriers put in front of small businesses that makes it harder for them to do business in Canada, to create jobs for young people. We've seen immigration failures, and that's why Conservatives have proposed essential reforms so that young people can get back to work. We see policy failures contributing to the cost of living crisis, as well as poor alignment in terms of training policy. So many different policy failures have led to this situation. So we need to see a plan from the government, a plan that involves reversing some of these failures. Madam Speaker, where's the plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, knows that for the country to succeed, it is crucial that young people secure a solid footing in the job market. I appreciate his ongoing interest in youth employment. We need young people to keep Canada's economy strong and vibrant, and the Canada Summer Jobs Program, or CSJ, is one way we're preparing them for this generational opportunity. CSJ has a proven track record of providing many young Canadians with their first job. I'll bet it is how more than a few of us in this place got our first summer jobs. Since 2019, more than 533,000 young people got summer jobs because of the program. Each one of those jobs allowed a young person to gain valuable work experience, learn new skills, and explore career interests, all while earning money to help pay for education and living expenses. So at a time when many young people are feeling anxious about their future job prospects, the Government of Canada announced that up to 6,000 more Canada Summer Jobs opportunities were available for youth this summer. on top of the 70,000 jobs already announced for the summer of 2025. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to fixing Canada's labour shortages, but Canada Summer Jobs is continuing to set young people up for a lifetime of success in the job market and to help thousands of small businesses which have staffing needs. Our current labour shortages poses a collective challenge for federal and provincial governments, unions, and businesses. To keep Canada on course as the G7 leader, we must collaborate to ensure our workers have access to training, retraining, and upskilling. Let me tell you about a few programs that do just that. This year alone, the Government of Canada aims to support over 138,000 opportunities for youth and students under the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy Program, Canada Summer Jobs, the Canada Service Corps, and the Student Work Placement Program. It's an unusual labour market. 600,000 skilled trade workers will retire by 2031, and 400,000 new jobs will be created by the end of this decade. And to build a pipeline of workers in the skilled trades for today and tomorrow, we also invest nearly $1 billion annually in skilled trades apprenticeship supports through loans, tax credits, employment insurance benefits during in-school training. The Skills for Success program has provided training opportunities to over 10,300 young adults aged 18 to 34. This will enhance their foundational and transferable skills, such as literacy, digital, and social-emotional skills, to help them become more resilient and successful to get and keep good jobs in today's economy. We're also making sure individuals facing additional barriers have access to the supports needed to access education and training. Each of these programs helps us show the world that Canada has a very deep pool of talent. Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question. The Government of Canada will be there with opportunities for Canadians of all ages to grow the workforce of tomorrow. We will keep on working hard to strengthen Canada's economy. Thank you.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary presented government subsidy through the Canada Summer Jobs Program as the solution to this youth unemployment crisis. But let's talk about some numbers. So Canada has over 2 million post-secondary students. The jobs numbers from Statistics Canada showed that about 1 in 5 returning students were unemployed this summer. 1 in 5 out of over 2 million students. So we're talking about probably more than 400,000 students. Now, the government's response is to say that they propose to subsidize 6,000 new positions. Many of those positions are actually for 8 weeks. So we're talking about a problem for returning students alone, over 400,000, and their response is public subsidy for 6,000 positions. I think these numbers underline the fact that you cannot subsidize your way out of a bad economy. The government needs to fix the underlying problems.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want to assure the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, that we have an array of great programs supporting our boundless ambition to create a skilled workforce for the future. Youth are the drivers of future economic growth. By supporting a further 6,000 additional summer jobs for youth, we're equipping them with the skills and experience needed to thrive. From April 21st to July 21st, 2025, young job seekers between the ages of 15 and 30 could find summer job opportunities in their communities on the Job Bank website and mobile app. This important investment in the Canada Summer Jobs means the more youth will benefit. When youth have the skills and experience they need to join the workforce, our communities and economy benefit. And it's more than just an 8-week program. It allows them to have hands-on experience for today, tomorrow, and the future.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsuquay, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Before Parliament rose for the summer, I shared the heartbreaking story of the Lehman family from my riding in Mission. They lost $300,000 to extortion. Their lives were completely destabilized, and yet the criminal never spent a single day in jail, only 9 months of house arrest and probation. Meanwhile, the Lehmans lost their retirement income. Since I raised that question, more devastating stories have come to light. Just today, another suspect was arrested in a Brampton extortion and shooting case. Earlier this summer, gunshots were fired at homes in Brampton neighborhoods, targeting residents in what authorities say was part of a broader extortion scheme. In Surrey, extortion has reached alarming levels. As of mid-September, the Surrey Police Service is actively investigating 44 extortion cases, including 27 including shootings, and targeted at residents and businesses. It's gotten so bad, Mayor Brenda Locke has gone as far as announcing a $250,000 reward fund for information leading to convictions, I believe the largest in Canadian history. Violent crime is up 55%. Firearms-related crimes have increased 130%. Extortion, one of the most destabilizing crimes a community can face, has spiked 333%. Canadians deserve better, and Conservatives have a plan that will restore and strengthen mandatory jail time for extortionists to face real consequences. My colleague from Ontario is introducing the Jail Not Bail Act to take stronger action against violent repeat offenders. The bill would end catch and release policies that too often put dangerous individuals back on the streets. It would create a major offenses category that includes crimes such as firearms offenses, sexual assault, kidnapping, human trafficking, home invasion, robbery, extortion, arson, and assault. Families are being devastated, businesses are being terrorized, and communities are being destabilized. So I'll ask again, will the Liberals stand with Canada, the Canadian consensus, admit that their soft on crime policies under Bill C-5, Bill C-75 have destabilized our communities? Can they admit their faults and work with Conservatives to reverse that legislation and restore hope, justice, and equality, especially for women who are most impacted by their soft on crime policies? Will they stand with Canadians and make the changes we need to see?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada is deeply concerned by the growing number of Canadians who fall victim to extortion each year. As technology continues to evolve at a rapid pace, so too have the tactics used by most who commit extortion. These victims are increasingly sophisticated and difficult to detect and threaten the safety in our communities, and most disturbingly, often targets the most vulnerable members of our society. Victims of extortion range from youth and families to small business owners. One of the most disturbing forms is extortion and sextortion. In these cases, someone threatens to distribute sexually explicit images or video, often involving minors, unless the victim complies with demands of money, additional content, or other actions. Extortion also poses a serious threat to Canadian businesses that receive threats by phone or text demanding payment. Many of these incidents bear the hallmarks of organized crime, coordination, targeted messaging, and the use of firearms. The Criminal Code already provides significant penalties to address these situations. First, the offense of extortion is punishable by imprisonment, and in cases involving restricted or prohibited firearms, or when extortion is committed by any firearm and in connection with a criminal organization, mandatory minimal penalties of 5 years for a first offense apply, or even 7 years for subsequent offenses are provided. In addition, the Criminal Code contains a comprehensive set of offenses to particularly protect children and youth from such crimes, including offenses related to child pornography and the non-consensual distribution of intimate images. Canada's laws also clearly target organized crime, including through specific offenses in the Criminal Code under sections 467.11 to 467.13 that address participation in and crimes committed for the benefit of such organizations. For instance, someone who scouts businesses as potential targets for extortion, or a person making threatening calls on behalf of such a group may be charged with participating in the activities of or committing an offense for the benefit of a criminal organization. These charges are in addition to the underlying offense of extortion. When both extortion and organized crime charges are laid, the law requires that sentences be served consecutively and not concurrently, further strengthening the penalties imposed. And conditional sentences are not permitted for organized crime-related extortion or for offenses punishable by mandatory minimal penalties. This said, the government recognizes that more can be done to further address serious crime, including extortion. This is why the government has committed to toughen sentencing for violent and organized crime through measures that focus on denunciation and deterrence and protecting children from sextortion by giving law enforcement and prosecutions the tool they need to bring offenders to justice. The government also recognizes that no one level of government can address this issue alone, and that cooperation with provincial and territorial partners and law enforcement agencies is vital and essential. By working together, Madam Speaker, we can better support victims, disrupt organized networks, and keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and in good faith to the member from Saint-Michel, Saint-Laurent. Saint-Léonard, my apologies. I have a couple of follow-up questions. How many Canadians have been convicted of extortion in the last year? When will the government bring forward legislation on tougher sentences? And finally, the member referenced new tools to address these challenges. When will we see those new tools? I'm pleased to see the member outline the gravity of the problem, but what Canadians want to see and what that member has the ability to do is signal when we're going to see that change, because she did outline the problem just like I did. She has an opportunity to make those changes. When are we going to see them?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank my colleague for his question. Extortion is a serious and deeply harmful crime for which the Criminal Code already provides some of the strongest penalties in the world. That being said, we recognize that the growing impact of extortion, including new and more sophisticated forms, and this is why this government is committed to doing more. On this side of the House, we know that tackling serious crimes require more than slogans. It requires strong laws, yes, but also real investments in prevention, in law enforcement, and in a justice system that is tough on criminals and smart about protecting our communities. That is the approach Canadians expect from this government and their government that they elected in just a few months ago, and I hope the Conservatives will join us in delivering just that.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Clark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise for the third time today. It seems like I was just on my feet here. It's great to be here. I will take the opportunity because I did ask the question originally of the Minister of Transportation and International Trade to wish her well in her new role. I might also tell the parliamentary secretaries on the other side to maybe get their resumes ready, as I hear that there may be some other shuffling going on in the cabinet. But as we go forward into this question, it was one of the major questions actually in the election, and the Prime Minister made a very large, grandiose promise, and it turned out into a bait and switch type of situation. He said to Canadians, "We will eliminate all interprovincial trade barriers by Canada Day." Sounded like a great promise. Probably won him some votes, if I'm guessing. The reality is that was never possible. And it's been proven, and this is one of the many promises this government has already broken in less than 6 months. They said that they would cut spending. We're likely going to have the largest deficit perhaps ever in Canadian history, excluding wartime and pandemic eras. They said that they were going to tackle crime, yet we see crime continuing to rise. They said that the economy would grow the fastest in the G7. Turns out it's actually growing the slowest. And so we've got a series of these broken promises. But getting to the specific promise, free trade in Canada by Canada Day, they also told us that it would contribute $200 billion in economic benefits. The reality is a bare, tiny bit of those interprovincial trade barriers have been removed. They are the federal trade barriers, which represent a minuscule portion of the actual barriers. There are still barriers to have direct-to-consumer alcohol being sold. There are still many barriers for professionals or tradespeople to work in the various provinces across our country. There are still many barriers for transportation. There are different rules for different roads across this country. There are many different regulations across this country for the manufacture and distribution of safety devices. Quite frankly, in order to have a toilet on a construction site in Ontario, you need a different set of regimes, a different toilet than you do in Manitoba. Does that make any sense, I ask you, Madam Speaker? These trade barriers still very much exist. They are still very much real. I will give the parliamentary secretary an opportunity to respond, but I want to lay out my question. I'm hopeful. I know that these notes are often prepared by the PMO, but perhaps he can show his freedom as the independent, intelligent member I know he is, and respond to my question, which is this. It's a very simple, concrete, tangible question. How much economic benefit have we realized from the minuscule, tiny reduction in interprovincial trade barriers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will answer that question in detail. Madam Speaker, every year, internal barriers to trade and labour mobility cost our country, yes, nearly $200 billion each year. And that is a staggering figure for people here and at home. Represents lost opportunities, lost investments, lost growth. Now imagine, Madam Speaker, what we could do with that $200 billion. Stronger communities, thriving communities, and better paying jobs for Canadians. And that's not just an economic stat. It's really a call to action for people in here and in the country. You know, that's why, Madam Speaker, our government made a clear commitment to remove the barriers, unnecessary trade barriers, and build a strong and more unified Canada from coast to coast. And we are keeping that promise, Madam Speaker. In June, we passed the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and eliminated all federal exceptions in the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. With that, Madam Speaker, we sent a clear message. Canada is open for business, not just globally, but internally as well. Now, we heard from businesses and workers across the country, and their message was very crystal clear. Stop duplicating rules, reduce red tape, and make trade within Canada easier. Now, Madam Speaker, this government leads by example. Where federal regulations stand in the way of free movement, where they overlap with provincial rules or impose unnecessary burdens, we are removing them. We are committed to doing our part. And if something is good enough in one province or territory, it does not require additional federal red tape. That's fairness, that's common sense, and that's true leadership. Now, we are fast-tracking the regulatory process, and over the summer, we consulted with business, workers, territories, provinces, and everyday Canadians. And their voices are reflected in how we'll implement this new legislation. And we're not working alone, Madam Speaker. At their June 2025 meeting, the Prime Minister and the Premiers committed to concrete actions to build one Canadian economy. Now, together with the provinces and territories through the Committee on Internal Trade, we're doing the following. Number one, finalizing a mutual recognition agreement on consumer goods to be in place by December. Number two, expanding mutual recognition in the trucking sector to align regulations and reduce transportation costs. And three, implementing a 30-day service standard for recognizing professional credentials across the provinces so Canadians can move, work, and succeed wherever opportunity calls. Now, Madam Speaker, these are not just bureaucratic changes. They are real reforms that will unleash Canadians' potential. They will allow our businesses to grow, our workers to move freely, and our economy to operate in one united, efficient, and resilient market. Because no one, and I think everyone agrees here, no one should be penalized for doing business across provincial lines. And no Canadian should be held back by arbitrary rules when seeking opportunity elsewhere in their own country. Further, the government has brought together industry, premiers, provincial governments, and labour to coordinate on areas where we can cut red tape and increase trade and support Canadian businesses, Madam Speaker. This has included, most recently, a trucking hackathon aimed at reducing barriers in the trucking industry, as well as a summit focused on supporting Canadian steel and shipbuilding industries in building new vessels here in Canada. That's the vision, Madam Speaker, of a modern Canada, united not just in spirit, but in practice. And Madam Speaker, we are building the kind of economic future that Canadians deserve. One without internal walls, one with shared prosperity, and one where every Canadian has the freedom to work, thrive, and trade. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Those are wonderful words, and you know, if they were said in the election, they might have even been deserved of some support. But that's not what the Prime Minister promised. He looked Canadians in the eyes, and he lied. He misspoke the truth. But he misled. Misled Canadians. How's that? He misled Canadians. He misled Canadians to believe that he would be able to eliminate all interprovincial trade barriers by Canada Day, and that has not happened. And by the parliamentary secretary's own acknowledgement, that has not happened. That's a classic bait and switch. And so instead of having interprovincial trade barriers eliminated, they're now peddling a plan to eliminate interprovincial trade barriers. Those are two very different things. And to say that we're going to eliminate the trade barriers and simply deliver a plan to eliminate the trade barriers in the future with no hard deadlines.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we can all agree Canadians are putting in the work. They're building businesses and supporting their families, and they're contributing to their communities. And the least we can do is get out of the way, cut the red tape, become more lean in our regulatory processes. And I guess I'll leave this. Improving internal trade isn't just a policy goal. It isn't esoteric. It's a practical and pragmatic step in improving the lives of Canadians. That's what we're doing. We saw that in June with substantial legislation that was passed. We're seeing that with collaborations with each premier and territorial leader of this country. That speaks volumes. Canadians are ready to be bold and ambitious, and we're going to be there with them.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.